on the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
FAB-Racing mini bikes British Championship.
A proven pathway into the world of Grand Prix racing. Hello and welcome to a brand new season of the FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. You join us at a not so sunny Lydd Kart circuit down south as we bring you the first of 7 rounds in 2026. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box. Should we go for a walk?
Yeah.
Let's go for a walk. Let's go chat to some riders. Qualifying underway as it stands currently. We've got some of the Mini Motos making their way in. Anyone, you want to come for a chat? Yeah, come on, jump straight in. Lovely stuff. First interview of the year. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you're riding?
I'm Daisy and I'm riding the Inters.
How's the off season gone ready for 2026? You excited?
Yeah, I just came first in my qualifying.
So what's the plan for the races now? Just lead from pole and go and win?
I'll just get a good start and try to win.
Talk to us a little bit about Lydd. Where are the overtaking opportunities? You're starting from pole, so do you reckon you're going to have to defend quite hard today?
Yeah, probably, because there is a couple of my friends who are really fast.
Well, best of luck for the season, and hopefully we'll see you on the top step.
Thank you.
Let's keep moving, shall we? Do you want an interview as well? Yeah, come on. Tell us who you are and what you're riding.
I forgot.
You forgot your name? What's your name?
Randy.
Randy Carter. What are you racing?
Pros.
How are you feeling about the season?
Good.
Talk to us about Lydd. Is it a circuit you enjoy? What are your feelings around it? Is it fast, flowy? You good at overtaking around here?
Yeah, the last corner's the best corner to pass because it's easy to get out of the corner and it's really flowing.
What's your favourite circuit on the calendar? What are you most looking forward to?
Clear Pigeon.
So you only got a couple of weeks for that one. Are you going to have you done a lot of prep over the off-season? Are you looking sort of good for this year? What are your aims? Do you want to go and win the championship?
Yeah, I really do.
Awesome. Best of luck for the rest of the season, then. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on, I reckon. Let's keep walking as we explore the rest of the paddock. It's quite a long paddock here at Lydd and quite dusty as well, as you could probably imagine. Riley, what are your sort of thoughts coming into this season?
I think it's going to be really good. I mean, as you said, it is the pinnacle of bringing riders into the Grand Prix Championships and World Championship in general. Lydd is a great circuit, and I think we're going to have some amazing racing today. So the weather should be all right for now. I think there's no rain, so I think we should be grateful for that. It's a little bit chilly because we're both here in shirts, but I think everybody else should be all right in their leathers, so I think we'll be okay.
It does get quite toasty in the leathers, I can imagine. I think we've got another rider who's well excited for an interview. I can see Jamie King as well, so we'll have to go and grab him. Tell us who you are and what you're racing.
My name's Jude and I'm racing Mini Moto Pros.
Awesome stuff. How are you feeling about the season?
I'm very excited to race. This is my first season.
Oh, is it? Awesome. So sort of what's the feel as a newcomer into the FAB-Racing paddock? Have you felt sort of welcomed?
Yeah, it's really nice. Also quite nervous coming in.
Sort of what are you most looking to gain out of 2026? Is it a season that you're looking to learn from? Are you sort of gunning for the championship? I mean, you've been out on track a couple of times. What are you feeling generally?
I think we want to chase the championship.
So tell us a bit about your history as well. What have you done previously in the world of mini bikes? You're into the pros, so you're up against some pretty decent talent. I mean, what have you done before? And I guess, to prove why you should be at the front.
We do a lot of days up at Kingsham and we go to M4 karting like twice a week and try to practice for this race.
And do you reckon that experience is going to do you feel well prepared for the season?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, hopefully we'll catch up with you a little bit later on, and best of luck for the rest of the season. I can see Jamie, so we'll go and chase after him because he's not escaping an interview ever. Right. Has he noticed us there? He's not even noticed us. They're all on their phones. Jamie, I've been looking forward to meeting this guy back again. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. How's
it going? I'm good.
Yeah.
So back in front of the camera again, 2026. How you feeling?
Pretty good, yeah. Had a really good day yesterday testing. Managed to get straight back into the lap times that we were doing last season, but today's been a bit of a disaster. Qualifying, we crashed first session, so I didn't really get a clean lap in, so we're only fourth on the grid so far. Hopefully we'll get to turn it around in the second one, and we've got the new 190 in the new Extreme Senior class, so looking to do well in that as well.
Talking about sort of rivalries in your pit bike class, obviously you've got the usuals, Chris Wells and everyone who tend to be a bit of a thorn in your backside. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago at Lydd, you had a good little battle with Chris and Lucas who were doing quite well. I mean, Any particular names you're looking out for this year?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Chris and Harrison. Harrison obviously won the championship last year, really good young rider. I'm hoping that he goes on to bigger and better things, not to leave the pit bikes, but I think he just deserves to. But yeah, me, Chris, Harrison, you'll see people like Simon Gates as well be up the sharp end as well. So yeah, me and Chris had some really good battles here last year, so maybe, hopefully again for the race today.
Looking forward to it. As well as sort of, I've been looking, you've been quite busy in the world of social media and around everywhere. Tell us a bit about that. What have you been up to?
So yeah, just I'm racing in 3 different championships this year. So we're racing in the Free Tech Endurance Championship. I'm racing in Bempsey on a 300 Ninja, and obviously the pit bikes here. So it's absolutely flat out, and yeah, just vlogging everything for the YouTube channel.
What are the difficulties, I guess, going from a Ninja back onto this? I mean, the adjustments, did it take a little bit of a while to adapt?
It's quite new for me, the Ninja, so I'm still kind of getting my head around that bit. Obviously a big, heavier bike, even though it is, in big bike racing terms, it is a small bike. But yeah, it's just, obviously you can flick these about a lot more. Go-kart tracks are totally different to the big tracks. So yeah, I'm getting my head around the Ninja, but I feel I can get back on the pit bike and just get back to the front straight away.
You'd hope so, because you're meant to be quite good on these things, aren't you?
Yeah, I know.
Lydd is a little bit of a challenging circuit, a tough one to start the year. Any specific challenges that Lydd faces against the rest of the calendar?
It's all about corner speed here. There's no slow corners at Lydd. It's not like Rara with the hairpins or Ella Park. It is like just all fast corner. I kind of compare it to Mugello for the MotoGP track. It's so fast and flowing. So yeah, you just got to keep your corner speed up.
Awesome stuff. Best of luck for the weekend. We'll catch up with you a bit later on. And hopefully no shenanigans at Clay Pigeon in 2 weeks either. Absolutely not. Let's keep walking. Yeah, disastrous times last season. Riley, go on. You have a turn.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say, what an honour it is to be here at FAB-Racing and commentating, and obviously doing this pit walk with you on this brilliant championship at Lydd Circuit. Also, just wanted to point out we got an interview with Brad Ray coming your way in a few days' time, and another special announcement, a really big announcement for mini bike racing coming in a few days. That is going to be huge, so make sure you follow all the FAB-Racing socials and keep your eyes and ears peeled. It is going to be fantastic. But yeah, we're going to have a look around now, see if we can find anyone else wanting an interview. And just one thing I was wondering is that what people thought of the track, depending on what bike they have. What are the different lines between, let's say, the 40s, and you go all the way onto the pit bikes? And that's what I was experimenting with. It's those different lines, and that's exactly what I want to ask people today. Well, depending on if they're willing to give us the time or not. So
on the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
FAB-Racing mini bikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the opening round of FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship in 2026. You join us here at a slightly more sunny Lydd kart circuit down in Kent for races 2 and 3 of each of our categories into this morning and of course through the afternoon. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box to bring you all of the racing action here at FAB-Racing. The first race of the day will be the AC40 Pro class, and well, these guys gave us some good action over the course of yesterday. A lot to look forward to today, Riley.
Yeah, for sure. The AC40s across all 3 were actually a really good race. Some really hard hitters in those classes.
They were indeed. They gave us some brilliant racing all the way through. Of course, it was Noah Barfoot that took victory yesterday from the outside of the front row alongside Faye Veldhuizen, joining us from the Netherlands due to sort of a lack of Mini Moto options over the course sort of in that country. So jumping over here for the course of maybe a couple of rounds, definitely joining us for Lydd, potentially joining us for Clay Pigeon as well. And she goes around all over Europe to race the Mini Motos, which is good to see, of course, that passion sparking through there. She was finished at second place on the podium ahead of James Dermott. Randy Carter and Finlay Stiles completed the top 5 yesterday. Of course, as we mentioned briefly, the qualifying sessions that they did yesterday sets the grid for all 3 of their races, which means Faye Veldhuizen, even though she finished second yesterday, gets another chance on pole position today. Yeah, she'll be off the line well, but Noah Barfoot will be looking to secure that win once again. He got a lot off the line really well yesterday, and he got to the front and got away with it, and that's what everybody's got to do now. They've got to stop him from getting that consistency and mess him up on those first few laps. Yeah, or at the very least give it a go. His start yesterday was remarkable. It was as soon as Lee Clark sort of let go of the flag when you are permitted to go, he rattled off and just did exactly what he was aiming to do, I suppose, in that opening moment, which was to jump Fair off of the line, and then from then on, the pace between them, Velthausen was able to sort of match Noah Barfoot to an extent, but the consistency of Barfoot was just absolutely there. So of course we'll have to wait and see. Shouldn't be too much longer until these guys make their way out to circuit for a single formation lap, and then round to the grid to kickstart the first of 9 laps of racing for the AC40 Pros. 9 riders taken to the start of this one, and like I say, all to play for in the championship. 7 rounds, taking us of course from Lydd. We go to Clay Pigeon, Houghton Park, Ella Park, Rowra, Three Sisters and Clandow in South Wales to round out the season. And also keep your eyes peeled over Fab socials over the next couple of weeks. Some very exciting announcements coming through. Brad Ray's interview being one of them, a Fab graduate, all the way up to BSB. Of course, he's done all right in the last few years, you can imagine. And of course, the announcement of a very big mini bike event coming later in the year. So keep your eyes peeled. Nonetheless, AC40 Pros out on circuit now.
A big battle that we've got coming today, though, is between Randy Carter and Finley Styles. We saw a massive fight between them yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to see how they can keep ahead of each other and maybe work together this time to catch that leading group, but they might not. Yeah, Finley Styles nearly managed to hold off Randy Carter, but Randy was able to get through and into 4th position yesterday. It was a really hard battle, and it was a brilliant move from Randy Carter, who we did speak to in that paddock walk that me and Zach did yesterday. So hopefully we see some more battles just like that.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Of course, the Mini Motos, they use this infield layout, so they don't, keep rocketing down towards the final corner at quite some speed. I mean, they've still got a little bit of acceleration off the second hairpin, but yeah, 2 effectively bonus overtaking opportunities for the Mini Motos that was used in abundance over yesterday. You've got the chicanes and stuff, which are quite medium speed corners. So contrary to quite a lot of the circuits that we have on the calendar, Lydd traditionally doesn't really have many hard stops. The 2 hairpins definitely add that in for these Mini Motos.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy corner to just slam it in there and make it work. Really adds a difference to the battle, and that's what we were seeing in that fight yesterday between Randy Carter and Finley Styles. We're just getting ready now, and as we were saying before, Noah Barfoot will be looking to replicate that fantastic start that he got yesterday. It was really good, wasn't it? Here we go then. The bike's revving on the grid. First race of the day, the final day of racing here at Lydd Kart Circuit. Sunday's action coming your way in just a few moments now.
God, I love that handshake there. The 27 of James Dermott, of course, roving marshals and stuff. Quick little hype up before James will rocket off from the inside second row of the grid. Lee Clowes, award-winning motorsport marshal, will pick up the Union Jack, will lift it up, and AC40 Pros, race number 2, flag drops and we go racing. Good launch there from Faye Velthausen, but Noah Barfoot once again around the outside will take the lead of the race through the opening chicane and already pull a good few bike lengths by the time they reach the second one. What a launch that was from Noah Barfoot, catching everyone else napping. It's 10 to 11 in the morning. You'd think everyone would be woken up. Noah Barfoot seems to be the only one doing so. A bit of jostling in the back of the pack, but what a launch that was once again from Barfoot.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed to do. Replicated what he did yesterday, got straight through at the front. And tell you what, James Dermott got away quite well, and he's up into 3rd. As here we watch Noah Barfoot, an absolutely fantastic start. We can't even tell enough how amazing that was. And now he's looking to do exactly what he did yesterday in terms of how hard he dominated. So impressive. And now we're watching this battle for second place between Velthausen and James Dermott, the orange and red bikes. Coming around the final corner. This is where you want to make it count. That final corner exit gets you the best chance into the chicane at turn 1. And once again, we're looking at this battle between Finley Styles and Randy Carter. We spent a lot of time watching them yesterday, and now we're back seeing the action between the 2. Randy Carter continues to chase him, trying to find a way through. He did go through at that penultimate corner. After that infield section, it was a brilliant manoeuvre from Randy Carter, and he's looking to pull that off again. As I said yesterday, pulling off those very wide lines to get the corner speed through and surprise Finley with a dive.
At the very least, give it a go into the hairpin sequence. one, then back on yourself 2. Opens the door for, riders to maybe think about going around the outside or setting up a switchback, not once but twice. We saw that yesterday across a couple of classes as we see the riders blitz through the final corner. That's amazing that we've got the curb cam now to really get the sensation of speed and really see how low these riders can get those knees. After the sort of opening couple of laps, it's Noah Barfoot that leads FAB-Racing, the 36 from the 111. Then comes James Dermott sticking in at third position from Finley Styles and Randy Carter. That's the battle that we're following now. Look out for the 69 because he definitely looks quite racy on the back end of the 19 of Finley Styles. Into the hairpin, taking a slightly wider entry to carry that minimum speed, and now through the undulating sweepers down the sort of slight little bump into this long right-handed, then the horseshoe that leads you on that run towards the hairpins. Definitely looks like Randy Carter has got some pace in his pocket.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this battle because hopefully for their sake it doesn't keep being a battle and they work together to catch James Dermott. They've definitely got the pace to do it. They're hanging on to him in third place, so podium could be on the cards for Finley Styles or Randy Carter if they can catch that orange bike ahead of them. But knowing their battle yesterday, they might be out for blood. Oh, hang on. Noah Barfoot's gone down at the penultimate corner. I think he's just lost it. So that would mean... Yeah, he has gone down. He's rejoined. And FAB-Racing is now leading the race. And as I was just saying about Finley Styles and Randy Carter possibly getting onto the podium, now they are. And it's a battle for the final place. What a disappointing mistake for Noah Barfoot. He's really going to be kicking himself for that one. We were just saying how amazing his start was and how he wanted to replicate his dominance yesterday. And it has unfortunately gone down the drain for him. He's rejoined in 6th place with 6 laps to go. So it's a bit of a unclimbable hill for him to climb back up to the win and possibly catch FAB-Racing.
Yeah, suboptimal to say the least for Noah Barfoot. A shame, but a lesson that I'm sure he's definitely going to be learning from, and still plenty of opportunity in this race to claw back. We're on the 3rd lap, now 4th for FAB-Racing, so 5 to go in this 9-lap race. So opportunity for Noah Barfoot to maybe claw some time back. He lost upwards of nearly 20 seconds, 19 seconds back to FAB-Racing now, about halfway through this race. He's got an opportunity to maybe get on the back of, Jude Good, and he's done exactly that already. The 36 already through on the 33. So, when we're talking about the championship, and fair enough, we're only one race into what would be 21 over the 7 rounds that we've got of the FAB-Racing Championship in 2026. If you want to win a championship, you're going to have offs, you're going to make mistakes. It's how you bounce back from them that makes the difference.
That's exactly what we were talking about yesterday. How many things make the perfect rider, and consistency is one of them. But when you have that consistency, and sometimes it can always go wrong, as you said, that's how it plays out in a championship. It is always how you bounce back that can really count for the title fight. That's exactly what Noah Barfoot is doing right now as he's made his way back up into 5th and hoping to catch this battle that continues to rage on between Finley Styles and Randy Carter for final place on the podium. And if they keep going for it, Noah Barfoot might just be able to scrape the barrel and find that podium place at the end of this.
Maybe so. Fastest lap of the race last time through, by the way, from Noah Barfoot. So talking about mental resets and climbing back, he's doing a brilliant job of that. He's 9 seconds off the rear end of this battle between the two of them. But like you say, if they battle, if they slow each other down, that's then when Noah Barfoot could reel himself back into contention. Right now, though, it's Finley Styles, the 19, in front of the 69 of Randy Carter. Now, the thing is, they're only 1.4 seconds off the back of James Dermott, who has now promoted himself up in a 2nd position. The question remains, do they work together slightly to catch Dermott and have a chance of both of them getting on the podium? Or is Randy Carter just going to, ride for himself and try and nip that podium as soon as he possibly can? Because time is running out in this race. Only 3 to go as Racing crosses the line.
Yeah, 3 to go as we watch the onboard camera, the curb camera as they fly past us. This battle raging on. They are going to be focusing on hanging on to that podium place. Finley Styles has got to defend now. I feel like James Dermott is a little bit too far ahead for them to go for it. And they are not going to know about Noah Barfoot catching up. Noah Barfoot's last lap was an absolute barnstormer. It was much, much faster than anyone in front of him. But I don't think 3 laps is enough for him to close that around 6-second gap that he's got to Randy Carter ahead of him, unless something really goes wrong here in the battle. Randy Carter continues to chase on. And of course, it wasn't long after this corner that he made the move. It was a brilliant dive into the left and right-hander of the penultimate corner. It's a really odd one But he did a really good job of it, and he thinks about it there. He sets up the wider line once again, looking for the line on Finley Styles. He gets a good exit out the last corner. He might have an opportunity here. No, he's a bit too far back, so he's got 2 laps then to make a podium out of this. What can he do? James Dermott definitely gone, but you can see Noah Barfoot lurking in the background, trying to close that gap. And as we said earlier, if these two start duking it out, then Noah Barfoot could definitely have a chance of gaining a podium. Something could go wrong with a lap and a half to go. This is going to get intense between these two. Randy Carter's been sitting there behind Finley Styles this whole race and just seeing where he's strong. He's had that benefit this entire weekend. Yesterday's race, he was out there going strong and sitting behind him, and now he's broken really late. He's gone for the wide line once again to try and square off an exit. Finley Styles getting defensive now to prevent Randy Carter from having any way through. Both of their lines hindering each other. Randy Carter tries to get the exit, and Finley Styles blocks off the exit's advantage as they go round a back marker. It didn't really seem to make a difference in that battle, thankfully, with 1 lap to go. Noah Barfoot doesn't look like he can catch up unless, as I said, something's gone really wrong here, because it looks like he's stuck behind that back marker. But 1 lap to go for Freya Feldhausen. A really good ride for her. Stayed out there and kept consistent. Noah Barfoot did make the mistake, but she did really well to just hang in there and stay strong. As we're watching our race leader now, 8 seconds ahead of James Dermott in second place. And here she comes then around the penultimate corner. A brilliant ride for the Dutch rider. She comes around the final corner. Freya Feldhausen denies any doubt of victory and takes it in the first race of the day. A brilliant ride from her. James Dermott comes home for second place, and we want to see this battle between Finley Styles and Randy Carter. Who got it in the end? It's a run to the line. I think Finley Styles just hung on to that, and Noah Barfoot is so close there to getting back into the top 4. But a 5th place is a strong recovery nonetheless, because he lost a lot of time in that crash, didn't he? And to come back and do 56s only a lap after he crashed is no mean feat.
Yeah, not by any stretch of the imagination there. A brilliant ride from Velthausen, and a good debut in FAB-Racing for her. Like I say, native to Holland and coming over to the UK for a round or two maybe of the FAB-Racing Championship in 2026. She's doing a brilliant job, and there you can see a winning margin of 9 seconds. Consistency proved to be the advantage the Triple One had over the rest of the field. James Dermott keeping his cool and finishing in second from Finley Styles, who completes the podium. Randy Carter and Noah Barfoot, like we say, running nearly 2 seconds a lap quicker than the rest of the field since his off. That mistake, though, in the end, costing too much for him to regain. Jude Good, Ethan Bayliss, Adele Everett and Suze Leenders, the 9-rider field that we had. It's 2 podiums from 2 races for both Feldhausen and Dermott, who are currently P1 and P2 in the championship. Of course, a race later on for the AC40 Pros, still to decide, and Feldhausen will be looking to do exactly the same as she did in this one.
Yeah, that was a really good ride. Kept her head cool, wasn't going for fastest laps. Noah Barfoot got out there and might have just thought he might go for a little bit more here, try and get some laps of really, really fast pace, and that ultimately cost him victory. But 5th place is a strong recovery, and his championship challenge isn't in doubt just yet after that performance yesterday. And James Dermott again, another consistent ride to get on the podium, so he'll be happy with that one.
The youngest riders on the grid. It's time for AC40 Rookies. And what a ride it was yesterday for Albie Stone. A huge winning margin in excess of 20 seconds. He'll be looking to do the exact same from pole position this morning. It was a pretty close qualifying session between Stone and Dorrington. And of course, a big thank you to Grassroots Grand Prix for sponsoring the AC40 Rookies class, and again, giving these young riders the platform, the support that they need, whether that's tyres or entry or social media support. Grassroots Grand Prix have done a huge job is to support these young riders, and again, that is echoed through their continued support of the category and of FAB-Racing as a whole. They're making their way round onto the circuit. We'll run you through the grid for the second race of AC40 Rookies. Rookies, it's Albie Stone on pole position alongside Lawson Dorrington on the front row. Eris Garrett and Bobby Baker complete row 2 with Albie Miller and Tyler J. Winded on row 3. Savannah Polden from Hudson Heaps on row 4. Jack Irwin and Theo Tyler complete the top 10 with Izzy Cook and Vinnie Glossop on P12. Imogen Vivers from Freddie Fletcher, row 7. Arlo Simmons, Louis Elimelech from P16. William Green, Courtney Spiller, Harley Spiller and Oscar Bond rounds out the top 20 with a few riders just in behind there. Ayrton Oakley, Charlie Skingle, Alfie Spedding, Grayson Mills and Roman Hartle completing the grid. Voluminous Rookies Cup field, and yesterday it was Albie Stone that was able to take victory from Tyler J. Winnard and Eris Garrett, who completed the top 3, and what can only be described as domination from Stone.
Yeah, Albie Stone just needs to replicate that bit absolutely to perfection. It was incredible. I've never seen a gap that huge in motorcycle racing. 38.2 seconds in a mini moto race like AC40 Rookies, just showing off his true talent. And we saw some talent as well in the battle for second. Only 0.2 split Tyler J. Winded and Eros Garrett across the line, so hopefully we'll get a nice big battle between them for the podium once again. And Lawson Dorrington starting on the front row, he'll be looking to get more involved this time, as he ended up 4th in race 1, so he'll be wanting to end this race with a podium.
I'm sure he will be indeed. You can see lining themselves up on the grid, and for a lot of these young riders, as we spoke about yesterday, it's their first competitive weekend of their career, the very first step on a long journey to the top through the FAB-Racing ranks, potentially all the way to the likes of the RNG Moto 4 British Cup, to Red Bull Rookies and beyond to World Championship level. It all starts right here, the very first steps. And as the sponsor suggests, from grassroots all the way to Grand Prix. Albie Stone on pole position, Lawson Dorrington alongside, and we'll have to wait and see as to what can happen. The weather today, though, a stark contrast to what we had over the majority of yesterday. The wind, though, still very much there as Lee Clowes wanders her way up to the front of the grid, as we've got upwards of over 20 riders taking to the start of this one. She'll pick up the start flag and get this one underway. The second race of the day, the second race of the weekend for the AC40 Rookies. Albie Stone, Lawson Dorrington, the front row. The flag goes up, it comes down, we go racing. A good launch from pole position, but an even better one from the inside of the second row. Eros Garrett, the 84, straight up the inside, similar to what we saw yesterday from the 84. Straight into the race lead on those yellow overalls, and a brilliant ride so far. But we're only a couple of corners into the second chicane for the opening time. Garrett able to keep his cool, but closing him back down as the likes of Albie Stone and Lawson Dorrington trying to get back involved into the hairpin, and already drama at the back end of the field.
Yeah, that's a shame. Not the way you'd want to start your race, but I did see a bit of movement from Eros Garrett on the line, so we might have to keep an eye out for that. But nonetheless, a really good start to get into the lead ahead of the ever-dominant Albie Stone. And as I said, they had to break his rhythm, and it looks like Albie Stone has already got into that rhythm and gone past Eros Garrett. Possibly a mistake, or Albie has just gone for it and taken the lead. As now Lawson Dorrington goes through, as Eros Garrett got an issue there because he lost a lot of speed on the exit, allowing Garrett to go, my apologies, Dorrington to go right through. You can hear family members willing their kids on as we're watching a battle now for 4th place up the inside and into the hairpin. A lovely move as Albie Stone begins to stretch out his lead that we saw yesterday. Lawson Dorrington did the fastest lap there. But how incredible is it from Albie Stone? He got a bit interrupted off the start there, and now he's completely away and hoping to replicate that performance from yesterday. But what we saw from Noah Barfoot, mistakes are very much possible, especially on these small bikes with the amount of wind making the difference in this race.
Fast lap of the race so far. Of course, Albie Stone looking very good from, what was pole position, dropped back ever so slightly, now back into things. We can see here a battle between the 8 and the 64. That's Bobby Baker versus Tyler J. Winded. These two doing battle. Tyler J, of course, finishing second place yesterday and currently is looking to promote himself up and onto the podium. We'll confirm the positions as they break the timing beam for what will be the third time of asking. Albie Stone completes the second lap and, well, sets the fast lap of the race by quite some margin, a 103.1, nearly a second quicker than Lawson Dorrington in second position. Tyler J. Winded now completes the top 3 from Bobby Baker, Savannah Pold in the top 5 with Albie Miller, Theo Tyler, Izzy Cook, Eros Garrett drops to 9th after leading the opening phase of this race. Then comes Hudson Heaps, Vinnie Glossop, Freddie Fletcher and Oscar Bond just in behind that, fighting away with the 101 of Imogen Vivas. We're, well, 3 laps into what will be an 8-lap battle for the AC40 Rookies, and, well, it looks as though Albie Stone, well, he's not waiting around for a second invitation to dominate once again.
Yeah, he's got out there, he's got into his rhythm, and he's done it perfectly. But as I said before, just has to be careful with that wind. Might knock his confidence a little bit, and he's just building into this race, especially after seeing what happened to Noah Barfoot in that previous one. But as I said, I think Eros Garrett does have an issue. His last lap was way slower than Albie Stone, and unusual amounts of slower, especially considering he took the lead going into the first corner. So that is a real shame for him, not the way his race could have gone considering his pace. As Albie Stone continues to pull out the gap, 103.050 from him. The pace absolutely electric and proving to us why he was so dominant yesterday. As we're seeing a few riders, I think, about to get lapped, just making their way around, just trying to enjoy it and learn the bikes. As now we're seeing Lawson Dorrington trying to lap just as fast as Albie Stone, but struggling to match that pace. But second place, pretty strong. He had a good qualifying, ended up 4th in that first race. As I said earlier, would be hunting down a podium place. Wouldn't want to leave this weekend without one. After just missing out yesterday, it was a big battle for that second place. As he makes his way into the first chicane. It's all starting to spread out now, but anything can happen now with only a couple laps to go. Albie Stone continues to make his way through, chopping past some riders. And of course, as we said, these riders, this is their first time out in racing, so they're just out there learning. They might look a little bit sensitive and not too confident to tip it in, but that's all right. They're all right there learning. They're in their first steps of racing, and now we're getting a message from Race Control. This may be regarding Eros Garrett's start, and that is a jump start penalty of 5 seconds for bike number 9 and number 84. That is Hudson Heaps and Eros Garrett. As I said earlier, Eros Garrett suffering a 5-second penalty to add on to his troubles so far, which puts him in 7th place.
Yeah, not ideal in the slightest for Eros Garrett. It definitely did look to be too good to be true. Albie Stone, the number 16, leading the way as it stands. His fast lap of the race so far, a 102.542. It's of course, the all-blue bike with the slightly smaller font of the 1.6. That, of course, Albie Stone. 5.2 seconds clear of the 38 of Lawson Dorrington. Currently on the 6th lap of 8, so ticking our way closer and closer towards the checkered flag. And currently running pretty decently indeed. The fastest rookie lap time around Lydd was set by Emilio Pereira a couple of years ago with a 101.144. So Albie Stone running a little bit slower than that, but different track conditions, different winds, that sort of thing can definitely play a bit of a factor. See if we can catch Albie Stone as he's onto the final couple laps. 3 to go. Last time he crossed the line. There he is, the number 16. And again, you know, like we said yesterday with the rookies, you know, a lot of these riders have, you know, barely ridden anything on a track. Sometimes they go to indoor circuits or, you know, around some cones and things to get acclimatized to what it is like to be on a bike, to get that balance. Very few of them at this stage have got that confidence to push and to start going quickly. And that's where we start to see the skill divide. It's not to say that the riders lower down, you know, haven't got any talent. It's just that they haven't realised it just yet. They're going to develop and progress as the season goes on. Albie Stone, though, maybe with a little bit more experience, a little bit more confidence, definitely has got a little bit more speed in his pocket. 2 to go, or well, a lap and a half left to go for Albie Stone, our race leader, who, well, not by as big of a margin so far, but 8.7 seconds clear of Lawson Dorrington. Yeah, and some of these kids might have just fallen off recently and lost a bit of confidence. It's a little bit harder to motivate the kids to get back on the bike and get back to their winning speed. Because unfortunately someone has gone down there, and as I was saying, if someone goes down, it's sort you have to give them a little nudge and tell them to get back up and keep pushing on, and that might have just hindered some people here.
And hopefully we'll see him back up to full confidence for the next round. Oh, that was really close. Albie Stone going through on a lap rider. That was close. That got really close as he comes around the final corner then. One more lap to go for Albie Stone. Nearly ended his race there, going through on the rider who just unfortunately went down. My goodness. Both riders did well to avoid that incident, as he continues to stretch out his incredibly large lead over Lawson Dorrington. Bobby Baker has made his way through on Tyler J. Winded into third place. So a good effort from him, and I think the gap's actually quite small between them in the battle for third and fourth. But we're looking at Albie Stone right now, once again proving to be a dominant force like he was yesterday, regardless of the change of conditions. Nearly had a bit of a slip off there on the previous lap, but hasn't stopped him just yet as he comes around into the final few corners. This is, of course, where he had that moment only a few laps ago, and he comes around the penultimate corner and towards the final one to show us why he's bossed the absolute living heck out of this class this weekend. Albie Stone takes victory. What a ride.
Fantastic job there, picking up exactly where he left off yesterday, and well, yeah, domination defined for Albie Stone in the AC40 Rookies Cup, sponsored by, of course, Grassroots 2 Grand Prix. A big hello and welcome, if you are now just joining us, of course, to the FAB-Racing YouTube channel, to Motorsport Radio as well. Thank you for your support and your company over today. This is our second of 22 races for the opening round, the second day of racing for FAB-Racing in 2026. The proven pathway to Moto Grand Prix racing at the highest level. Multiple graduates have gone all the way to national and to world championship level as well, and these rookies are on their very first step of doing that. Albie Stone victorious once again from Lawson Dorrington. Tyler J. Winded another podium for the number 8, with Bobby Baker and Eros Garrett completing the top 5. Savannah Polden finishes in 6th from Theo Tyler, Hudson Heaps, Izzy Cook and Albie Miller completing the top 10. Then behind that, Vinnie Glossop, Imogen Vivers, Oscar Bond, William Green and Courtney Spiller, those that will score points. A brilliant ride, of course, as to be expected really from Albie Stone, but he can't get complacent. Still a lot of progress to make, and finding his way to the winning board is one of them.
Yeah, it looks like he's just gone to the wrong one there, and he's getting his bike placed in that first position rightfully. And it's a shame we missed that podium battle at the end there, because I'm pretty sure Tyler J. Winder did get back through on Bobby Baker on that last lap, as the gap was only 0.3 of a second, but nonetheless we got to see an amazing ride from Albie Stone as he crossed the line, and a good job from Lawson Dorrington to hang on there consistently and take second place. We're just waiting now Tyler J. Winder to show up and claim his medal for third place, rightfully bought. Alright then, next up we have AC40 Inters out there. This was rather dramatic yesterday, sponsored by LS2 helmets. As we saw Daisy Grayson make an absolutely fantastic move on Jensen Brown, a new superstar of this class. Went through on him, and unfortunately only a lap later went down at the same corner, but it did a really good job, did Daisy Grayson, to come back to 4th place. So a real champion's ride there to make a recovery like that.
Yeah, it was indeed. We spoke to her dad, of course, yesterday. This could well be her final year on sort of Mini Moto machinery before she steps up onto the bigger geared bikes. Was testing the Ovale last weekend, and definitely feels motivated, pumped up. We saw there a little jiggle just to sort of shake off some nerves, get the adrenaline flowing, get yourself warmed up and ready for her to chase after that podium, because she's definitely got the pace to do so. But Jensen Brown, a formidable sort of rival in that respect. He was not too far off the back of Daisy Grayson in terms of pace, and that consistency was what allowed him to take the victory in the end from Logan Paisley and Austin Baton, the top 3. We'll run you through the grid as they make their way on their formation lap ahead of 9 laps of racing for the Inters. It's Daisy Grayson ahead of Jensen Brown. Only 16 thousandths of a second separated the two of them after 2 qualifying sessions. Logan Paisley and Austin Baton complete the second row, with Zach Athasich and Oakley Hipwell at the top 6. Chase Carter and Casey Racing keep each other company on row 4, with Keely Bailey and Chase Richards completing our 10-rider field in AC40 Inter. So what does Daisy Grayson have had to have done over, basically the evening and the morning to have reset, come back and get herself fighting fit, ready to, minimise those mistakes and maximise her pace?
I think for now, probably just looking at the good side of it, she pulled off an amazing move to take the lead only a lap prior and did a really good job to claw back the gap to Jensen Brown before that as well. So taking the positives from that and just thinking, it was a small mistake. We come back tomorrow. The pace was fast and we just got to go for it. This time she's going to be a little bit more careful through those corners, I can imagine. But if that recovery to fourth was anything to prove, it's proof that she is still raring and confident.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's something we saw as well in the pros as well from Noah Barfoot. You've had a full, pick yourself back up, get yourself back ready for the rest of the race. You've got to have that quick mental reset, and it's that resilience and that maturity that these riders have got to do. And also another talking point of the weekend so far has been jump starts. We saw it yesterday in the pit bikes quite spectacularly. People getting a little bit eager with Lee Clowes, of course, dropping the flag, doing it a little bit, too prematurely, and race control, I'm sure, will be looking very eagerly at each of our 10 riders. There's not too many of them, so you can get away with a little bit less in this field. Race control have been on it all weekend long. For, the AC40 Inter, supported, of course, by LS2 helmets. Thank you to them guys for their support. Daisy Grayson, Jensen Brown, the front row of the grid here at Lydd Kart Circuit. Flag up, flag down, we go racing. Daisy Grayson propelling herself off the front row, but swamped there as Jensen Brown looks to go to the outside, doesn't quite complete that move. So Grayson will lead through the opening chicane on this first lap in AC40 Inter. A look to the inside as Brown will try to keep second position, getting confirmation that most of the riders, if not all of them, were very well behaved off of the line. Daisy Grayson, one of them, didn't get the best of starts, but it was good enough to keep pole going into turn number 1. Yeah, she broke really late into the first corner and really made it count in the time she lost off the line. Jensen Brown now just needs to get into his rhythm and chase her down. He had a really good job yesterday chasing her down and making a move. Brought out a bit of a gap, which of course Daisy closed back and made that move. So now Jensen is just confident and waiting for a bit of a confidence boost to push him further up. As Logan Paisley sits there in third, looking to get involved in this battle. Of course, he was fighting with Austin Baton yesterday for the final place on the podium before Daisy crashed. Eventually came second as he now chases down Jensen Brown through the first chicane. It looks like Daisy Grayson's starting to pull out a bit of a gap here. Yeah, trying to, at the very least, the number 19. Jensen Brown last time through, I think, slightly quicker, at least in the second half of the lap. And staying on tabs crucially with Grayson. We've got 3 bikes here who realistically maybe have got a chance of winning, but I think Grayson at this stage of the race, and there's still 8 laps to go, chipping away a little bit, even if it's just a 10th or 2 of a second a lap, it's enough that she's not really feeling too much pressure from Jensen Brown. But of course, off the back of yesterday, maybe she's got a bit of an expectation maybe set by herself, and this thing that she wants to realise herself is that I deserve to win, I want to win, and now she's in the lead. That pressure is going to be piling onto her shoulders. That's something she's got to deal with, especially when she's got the physical pressure of Brown and Paisley behind her as well. Yeah, it looks like Jensen Brown's really getting along now and getting on the back of Daisy Grayson, trying to put that pressure and force her into a mistake like yesterday. An unfortunate start for Austin Baton, who started 4th on the grid. He's currently 6th and trying to fight his way back up. Was in this fight for the podium yesterday. As Logan Paisley just starting to drop off this top 2 a little bit. But he's got plenty of time to rejoin the fight as Daisy Grayson trying to answer back to the time gained by Jensen Brown, doing a good job of it. Oakley Hitwell also into 4th. He's done a good job to get up into 4th from 6th on the grid. Anything can happen in this class. Of course, we saw it yesterday. Daisy Grayson went down last minute. So expect drama. The Mini Motos, class that definitely gets a lot of eyes on it. One scroll through the FAB-Racing YouTube channel will proved that very quickly. And also on the likes of Instagram and other social media channels, the seniors get a lot of attention. Basically just the little bites, and people seem to love it. And it's good to have that attention on these young riders to, of course, give them that support, give them that confidence and that sort of affirmation, that validation to progress themselves through their career. Something a lot of young children will struggle with is that confidence, is that self-belief. So to have that from an outside source and to know that a lot of people are rooting for them, as we see in abundance here at Lydd, we've heard the crowd and their cheers and things, and yeah, it really is good to see, and again a vital tool for these young riders to propel themselves through the field. Daisy Grayson, the one with the fastest lap as it stands, a 1 minute 1.023, basically matching what she was able to set in qualifying. Jensen Brown as well, only a 1/10 of a second off that. Logan Paisley a further 1/10 of a second off that, so very close in and amongst the top three with 5 laps left to go at the line. As it stands though, Daisy Grayson doing a brilliant job up in front. That consistency, exactly what she needs to fend off Jensen Brown, but it's not a big enough gap yet that she can start to feel comfortable. It's still under a second.
Yeah, the issue is that the pace is so even. Jensen Brown's got a lot of work to do to try and claw back that gap. He's got to dig deep and find the time, but he doesn't want to make the same mistake that Daisy Grayson did yesterday. Might just be waiting for something to happen, a tiny bit of a mistake to knock her confidence, and then he can push on and start piling the pressure. He's got Logan Paisley to think about behind him as well. 5 laps to go. Can Daisy Grayson hang on to this one? Jensen Brown keeping consistent, as Zach said. Not much to choose in terms of pace between that top 3. As it looks like there's quite a big battle going on for 4th. Zach Athasic making his way through in front of Austin Baton.
5 laps left to go in this race, and well, Daisy Grayson from Jensen Brown, still the status quo at the sharp end of the field. Logan Paisley from Athasic Baton, the top 5. Randy Carter with, Chase Carter, with Casey Reese and Oakley Hipwell, Keely Bailey and Chase Richards, the 10-rider field that we've got in the AC40 Inter, supported by LS2 helmets, a long-time sponsor and supporter of the FAB-Racing Championship, and again, good to have that support like we mentioned a bit earlier on. The gap, though, between the two leaders has absolutely come down. Jensen Brown has just set, I believe, the fastest lap of the weekend thus far, a 1 minute 0.863 faster than the pole time set by Daisy Grayson, and that is the level that he's rising to today to try and chase after his second victory this weekend. This time, though, it's going to come at a much higher price. He's got to work a lot harder for it with Daisy Grayson's brilliant consistency thus far. A couple of mistakes over the last couple of laps, though, and some superb pace from Jensen Brown has reeled him back in. I say mistakes from Grayson. Her pace has stayed the same. It's been in the low 1 minute, a margin of only a 1/10 or 2 a lap. She's doing fantastically. She's just at another 101.2. So she's setting the exact same lap time, lap after lap after lap after lap. And even though Jensen Brown has had that second wind and has got some more pace, Daisy Grayson just doing exactly what she needs to do to fend off the attack. With 2 laps left to go, though, it's going to start to get a little bit more pressured, a bit more of a pressured environment, because again, Jensen Brown will start getting a bit more desperate to contend for the lead. As you can see, that gap between them only down to about a bike length or so. Here comes the move to the inside from Jensen Brown, spots the gap and takes the lead of the race on the 6th lap of 9.
Yeah, it was a brilliant move right at the inside. Would have surprised Daisy as well, so he's got that one done well. And they've swapped a little bit of roles compared to race 1 yesterday. It was almost like Jensen led the first half of the race and Daisy went through with a surprise move like this with only a couple laps to go. And then she started to pull away and dropped it. So Jensen Brown will be trying his absolute best to make sure he doesn't make a similar mistake. But it looks like Daisy Grayson's up to fight for this one, and she's all over the back of him. Not backing down yet, is she, Zach?
No, absolutely not. She's not giving it up without a fight. And, well, the very passionate supporters of Jensen Brown on the pit wall showcasing how much it means to them and how much it means to him to maybe go 2 from 2 so far this weekend. But Daisy Grayson right there on the scene, spent a lap or 2 just analysing his lines, what maybe she can start to adapt, what maybe she could do a little bit better, and how maybe she could launch that counter-attack. Now in towards the double hairpin sequence, the back end of the circuit. She's got a good run here. Can she be late enough on the brakes? Not quite close enough for a launch there. Jensen Brown has got it covered. Into the second one again, a slight bit of a look. She's definitely motivated to go and chase that victory after falling off yesterday. Currently running in second. Still some great points for that result. For that victory tasting all the more sweet. On to the final lap of the race is Jensen Brown from Daisy Grayson, showing everyone else how to ride these AC40 Inters.
He's done a really good job to manage that pace, but again, Daisy Grayson really strong into that first chicane. And Jensen Brown, though, doing the fast lap at 1 minute 0.7, but not much further behind him with a 1 minute 0.8 from Daisy Grayson. So again, nothing to choose between them going into this last lap. Anything could happen. We saw that surprise move, and again, anything could happen. Back markers making a difference in this race as Jensen Brown continues to lead. Daisy Grayson not being able to pull off the move that Jensen did to her at that fast right-hander only a couple laps ago, but now again back markers making issues. Daisy Grayson looked like she's lost a big gap there to Jensen Brown as he now comes in to this hairpin. It's a big gap that unfortunately Daisy Grayson might not be able to close back in these last few corners. Jensen Brown just got a few more corners now to make it work. He waited for it just like Daisy Grayson did yesterday, and he comes around the last corner. He's done a brilliant job to hold on to it. Jensen Brown does the double. What a ride to hold off Daisy Grayson. Logan Paisley takes home third. Daisy, a strong ride to come home second. More points on the board for her. Consistent pace proving to be the winner in this one.
What a ride that was from Jensen Brown to bring it home, and look at how much it means to him. He had to work for that incredibly hard. Daisy Grayson, a fierce rival, and what a championship we've got set up in 2026. The future of Fab in safe hands with Jensen Brown and Daisy Grayson assuming the top two spots in this one. Still a long season ahead of us and still racing to come for the Inters here at Lydd later on this afternoon. Logan Paisley completing the podium, and provisionally, again, I've got the spreadsheet, so I'm going to look at what's happening in the championship. 2 victories for Jensen Brown sees him 14 points clear of Logan Paisley in the championship, with Daisy Grayson's 4th and 2nd keeping her firmly in the fight in 3rd. But like I say, still 19 races left to go over the next few months. Jensen Brown, though, taking victory in the end with the fastest lap of the race from Daisy Grayson. Logan Paisley, Austin Bayton and Zach Athasich, the top 5, with Chase Carter, Casey Reeson, Oakley Hipwell, Keely Bailey and Chase Richards completing the top 10. And yeah, a brilliant ride there from Jensen Brown. Again, he had to work for it. Daisy Grayson didn't make it easy. Her consistency over the basically opening 6 laps of the race just made it that much harder for Jensen Brown to close that gap, and as soon as he saw an opportunity, he didn't hesitate to take it.
No, of course, he absolutely went for it from that point on, made the move, and scared her a little bit with it because her pace started to drop after that lap. But then when she started to close back up, he responded, and he responded brilliantly with that fast lap on the penultimate lap. No one could stop him on those last 2. Okay then, now up we're here for Senior Mini Moto. We go from the small pilots to the much bigger pilots, still on the small bikes. We saw some interesting action here yesterday. Matt Birkin going out from the lead quite early with a chain issue. So he'll be looking to rectify that in this race. And of course, Tom Burt winning on his debut. That was just fantastic to see. And he'll be looking to do that one again, I'm sure.
I mean, you'd imagine so, wouldn't you? He's on the grid, so he's not taken our advice and kept his win record. He wants to go for something a bit more than that, which is good. Currently, of course, yeah, like we say, leading the championship after victory yesterday. Andrew Whedon and Harvey Jeremy joined him on the podium from Nick Bennett, who came from the back of the grid to P4. Had a Reece Gentry, Gary Eldridge, Chris Bain, Matt Birkin and Nicky Lewis completing the top 9, with Tashev the lone retirement from yesterday's race. Matt Birkin, though, despite the chain issue yesterday, was able to claw his way up into 8th position, scoring 8 championship points to go with it as well. So again, the double reigning champion is Matt Birkin. He's looking to go for 3 on the bounce in Senior Mini Moto, basically setting the standard for everyone else. Is Matt Birkin, and again, that is the making of a champion. Like we talked about with Noah Barfoot a bit earlier on, you have a fall, you have an issue, but he was straight away there to try and minimise the damage and maximise the points.
Had to stop quite a few times to get it sorted out as well, so a really good job to manage to still pass some riders and get some points on the board, and he won't be worried. After all, you did say he is a 2-time reigning champion, so he knows how these things work. He knows he's got the pace everywhere else, so he can do it. As they now get ready to go, the big guys on the small bikes. Tom Burt lines up second. Let's see if he can repeat again that debut win and continue the 100% success rate. We now get ready to go. Marshall comes off the track and we go racing. A big jump start there for Andy Whedon, I think it was, in third place, but Matt Birkin gets away well. Tom Burt as well in second place, chasing down the bright blue and orange leathers. Lots of jump starts towards the back of the grid, so I'm sure that'll be looked quite closely by race control. We'll surely get that information about halfway into the race. But once again, like he did yesterday, Matt Birkin getting out there strong, didn't he, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what you'd expect from Matt Birkin. He knows how to ride these machines. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to keep his composure and, crucially, get the launch that he needs as well. He's got the pace to run away with things. The last thing he wanted was to drop back into the pack and have to make his life even harder by fighting through other riders. But a good launch, that's something that he doesn't need to worry about in the slightest. Tom Burt from then Andy Whedon just in behind. Rhys Gentry, Harvey Jeremy behind that as well, all jostling for position in the fight for the podium. They still have eyes on the reigning champion. But trying to stay with him is going to be more difficult as the race progresses. The gold number 1 leads the way from Tom Burt, Harvey Jeremy, Andy Whedon, Rhys Gentry at the top 5, with Nick Bennett actually in fact making up 6 positions on the opening lap alone, from P11 now into P5 for the 711. A podium could well be on the cards.
Yeah, keep an eye out though for a possible penalty coming Nick Bennett's way, as he may have been one of the riders who jump started, and that's why he's got such a brilliant start. But nonetheless, well done to him for getting those moves done. Yeah, no official investigation yet, so just wait and see. But I'm pretty sure we saw a good few jump starts there. Yeah. Matt Birkin continues to lead. And a dominant performance so far. This is round about where it all went wrong for him. He came around the last 2 corners and down the straight, and the chain came loose. It all went wrong for him and he kept on going. He sorted it out, got back on it. It went for him again, and then he sorted it out and got back on it and still got some strong points. Now he's motivated to take the win with a 56.4 on that lap. A really good lap from the double champion to really put the time in and put some pressure on the guys behind him. They've got to work hard and they've got to work now if they want to beat him, and it doesn't look like they can.
From race control there. Who's the one with the penalty? Who's got the slap on the wrist? And well, even more than that, the number 7 Andy Whedon handed a 5-second time penalty, which will more than certainly drop him out of contention for the podium. That promotes, of course, Jeremy and Bennett up a position respectively, and the 711 up into 4th place. So Bennett, regular contender at the sharp end of the field, took a couple of podiums last year, a few podiums in 2024 as well to go with it. A consistent runner, is a dart to the inside there, or at least a very convicted think of a move to the inside, fighting away as a problem there for the 45. Harvey Jeremy drops off, going straight on at turn number 1. That could well be him out of the race. Harvey Jeremy from a podium position, the 45, picks up the bike over the barrier. And similar to Matt Birkin, suffering a bit of an issue, I think maybe with the chain it is.
Same place as Matt Birkin, yeah. That's got to hurt. He was right in there in the fight for the podium, chasing down Tom Burt for 2nd place, and now it's all gone down the drain. He'll be very upset with that, and hopefully for his sake, he can replicate what Matt Birkin did, get it sorted out, get back on the bike and recover some points that will be very important for the long run in the championship fight. But Matt Birkin showing us why he's the double champion, dominating this race as we expected.
Yeah, 2.2 seconds clear of Tom Burt, the number 1 from the 68. The lap times coming in, Matt Birkin last time through a 56.142. Across the line does a 6.84. Just looking at sort of lap records, keeping a very eager eye. The fastest lap ever set at Lydd with the infield in Senior Mini Moto was a 54.644, set by Will Howard. No surprise there. He's always been a regular contender and always is pretty good. So a little bit off that again, maybe the winds, the conditions, maybe the riding, not up to lap record scratch, but we'll keep an eager eye as to whether or not Matt Birkin can chip away at that. Currently his fastest lap time of the race thus far at 56.142, which is already quicker than what he set in qualifying yesterday. It was a 56.6 that Matt Birkin set to take pole position. and will be looking to take his first victory of the weekend and of the season here at Lydd. Behind that, of course, you can see Tom Burt, the 68 machine, who, P1, picking up the pieces of Matt Birken's issues yesterday, and right now just maximising what he's capable to. I don't think his pace is necessarily matching that at Matt Birken, but it's definitely clearly quicker than Andy Whedon. So right now all he's got to do is maintain that gap and keep a very respectable second position on, again, his maiden weekend in FAB.
Yeah, I was just about to say that his pace really consistent and really strong. Yesterday it was a little bit up and down, might have just been nervous, and now he's got that win in his pocket. He's a lot more confident and he's looking like a lot more sorted rider now. That gap to Matt Birken not stretching out as quickly as it was yesterday, of course, until the issue occurred for the race leader. So really good job from Tom Burt to keep on going. Andy Whedon got some work to do now if he wants to get on the podium.
Right now, Matt Birken leading the way. Penalty applied on the timing screen. Andy Whedon, you can see there, showing it as third position. I think he might well be 5 seconds clear of Nick Bennett, the 711. Last time through, Nick Bennett set a 59.0. Andy Whedon set a 57.4. So he's, about a second and a half a lap quicker, which, over a few laps very quickly becomes a 5-second lead. So I think even with the penalty applied, Andy Whedon could yet still be safe for what will be his second podium of the weekend. He took second position yesterday. To take third position again today is a great haul of points heading into the afternoon and the third and final race of round number 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Harvey Jeremy's early departure from the race really affected the pace for Andy Whedon and Nick Bennett, so that allowed that gap to stretch out. And now we're actually seeing Andy Whedon catch up to the back of Tom Burt. He might just be able to pass him on circuit, but I doubt over a space of the rest of the race he's going to be able to lap any quicker than him, to be honest. He's going to try his best anyway. He won't know at this point he has that penalty. I mean, he can imagine he thinks so, despite, because he had a rather sizable jump start. So he probably does know that he has it. But nonetheless, trying to pass Tom Burt anyway and make a good move of it. Give us a show with only 2 laps left. Matt Birken still out there lapping nice and consistently, 56.7 on that last lap. Still faster than anyone else out on circuit, so showing us the pace that could have won him the race yesterday had his chain not come loose.
Well, Whedon on track, could well be on course to take second position away from Tom Burt, but with the penalty applied will certainly drop his way back into third position. So although this battle largely inconsequential, it's still hopefully going to give us a good show, because, well, Whedon might not know he's got a penalty. Tom Burt surely won't know that he's got a penalty. They are going to draw momentarily alongside each other. A nice setup there, the double switch back from Andy Whedon, but the exit advantage goes in favour of Tom Burt. But a send straight down the inside for Andy Whedon. He's dropped it. Goodness me, an audacious send into the inside of the penultimate corner from Andy Whedon, a rider already on thin ice with the penalty. He's dropped it, and that could well be his podium chances out the window heading on to the final lap of the race.
He's going to be really kicking himself for that one. He didn't need to do that move. He wouldn't have got second anyway, unless he put on the lap of his life to somehow drop 5 seconds ahead of Tom Burt if he managed to get through there. It was completely unnecessary, and unfortunately he's paid the price for it, and now might not be within a podium chance, because Nick Bennett closing in that gap, only a second between them, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So Andy Whedon, a lucky escape maybe to keep that position, but if Whedon has bent the handlebars in any stretch of the imagination, it could well spell the end of his podium. Nonetheless, the reigning champion fires back in 2026 after chain issues yesterday denying him of his maiden victory of the season. He comes across the line. It's domination defined from the number 1. Matt Birken will see the checker flag first, will take victory in senior Mini Moto here at Lydd, and well, that is redemption if ever I've seen it. The reigning champion Matt Birken is surely back.
What a brilliant ride, showing us what he's capable of. We saw it yesterday up until the issue. There was no doubt in our minds that he would have been able to stay on the bike and take victory. And I'm sure he'd be happy to come back with that one. As I said, he'll be confident even going into this race after that issue. He knows what he's capable of, and we've seen it right there in full picture. Now, in that podium battle, Nick Bennett claimed third place in the end, thanks to that mistake from Andy Whedon. Andy, he's not going to be happy with himself after that one. As I said, a mistake that didn't need to happen. But there is your full results. Matt Birken taking victory with a 56.1 fastest lap. ahead of Tom Burt, taking another really good second place for a good weekend for him. Nick Bennett just grabbing third at the end there. Whedon in fourth, Eldridge fifth, Bain sixth, Gentry seventh, Lewis eighth, Jeremy ninth, and Gentry in 10th as well. So a rather dramatic race there thanks to that unfortunate mistake for Andy Whedon, but he'll be looking to redeem himself next time out.
Yeah, he will be indeed. Matt Birkin, though, wondering as to where everyone else is. A brilliant ride from him. Tom Burt, though, well, P1 and P2 as he gets ahead for the fist bump entirely. Matt Birkin not facing him. There we go. There we can see the camaraderie. Nice to see, of course, FAB-Racing, a brilliant sort of nurturing ground of that senior mini moto. We'll be back out a bit later on for race number 3. Can Birkin go back to back here on Sunday?
All right, then we are up for Mini GP50R. This race delivered quite some drama yesterday. Brilliant show all the way around from all the riders on the grid. One to watch being none other than Emilio Pereira. Tommy Williams as well be looking to get on the podium, and Jensen Knowles, of course, was very fast in the race yesterday. Took victory, I believe, in yesterday's race, so him and Pereira will be going at it for victory today. And of course, follow us on all the socials, FAB-Racing, wherever you are in the world. Keep up to date with the pinnacle of Mini Moto racing in the UK, bringing these young kids up to World Championship level. And I mean, the brilliant race we had yesterday between Pereira and Knowles, it might as well have been World Championship level, the action we got there. Yeah, you put them side by side, you wouldn't have been able to really tell the difference. Emilio Pereira will start this one from pole position alongside Jensen Knowles, who will be fighting for the race victory on row 1. Tommy Williams, Jensen Cedras complete row 2 with Bo Morris and Preston Baker 5th and 6th. Josh Perkins and Joey Athasich keep each other company on the 4th row of the grid from Danny Longhurst and Daniel Tanton in P10. Reed Saxby, Oscar McAllister row 6 with Oliver Wilson, and Claudia Dudman completing row 7 with Emerson Oakley and Oliver Cheeseman. Starting this one from P16. Emilio Pereira, though, a dominant display in the 50s yesterday and a tight battle in the 50R class. He'll be looking to fire back today. It was, brilliant racing between the two of them. Jensen Knowles just having the slight measure yesterday, but I'm sure Pereira will be fired up and ready to go. Again, we talk about him being very confident, full of swagger and things, so he'll be looking to, like I say, fire one back from pole position. Jensen Knowles, though, will be motivated as ever. He is the one. He'll be the one with the motivation to work his way forward in front of Pereira. Yeah, definitely. And the difference in bike as well, Metrokit and Ovale, they'll have different strengths around the circuit. Obviously, Ovale being piloted by Jensen Knowles and the Metrokit by Emilio Pereira. And if you've got one of those bikes, come and have a go. See if you can get yourself on the grid, see if you can contest. FAB-Racing, of course, the breeding ground of talent and the battleground where champions are forged. Emilio Pereira, potentially one of them. Jensen Knowles, maybe a contender as well over the course of the season, comes into this as the first race winner of the season. Eyes to the flag for the second race in Mini GP50R. Flag up, flag down, we go racing. What a launch from Jensen Knowles, straight round the outside of Emilio Pereira, has got him napping, and Jensen Knowles goes through into the lead. Emilio Pereira straight there to tuck back into the slipstream towards the second chicane. You can see Bo Morris has had a great launch as well on that 57, already tipping his way up ahead of Tommy Williams and ahead of Jensen Cedras, and into third position towards the hairpin for the first time. A brilliant start from Bo Morris, especially. A really difficult one for Tommy Williams, who started 4th on the grid. Unfortunately, just not getting the start he would have wanted, and now he's got a job to do to fight back, but also fighting back to lead, hopefully for his sake, will be Emilio Pereira. Now all the way into that penultimate corner, bit of a straight before then, looking to retake the lead from Jensen Knowles, his rival from yesterday's race that went all the way to the line between the two of them. Bo Morris now looking pretty racy actually behind these two, as Emilio Pereira thought about a move there, pulled out of that one line briefly, but thought better of it. Can't win the race on lap 2. Going to be thinking about that move though is Emilio Pereira, just not long enough of a run between the
first chicane and the second chicane to really get one. He did get a better run, but he just wasn't quite enough alongside, and it's not a long enough braking zone for him to really do anything. This, though, into the final corner is a, golden overtaking opportunity if you can nip one down the inside and still get it stopped. Emilio Pereira racing after Jensen Knowles. Bo Morris from Preston Baker, Tommy Williams, the top 5. Of course, Williams and Morris coming together yesterday in the 50 class. A bit of a rivalry beginning to form between the two of them, similar to the one at the front end of the field, but really good to see that we've got more bikes in contention. Jensen Knowles versus Emilio Pereira. A slight look there down the inside. Pereira goes for the lead, gets it stopped into the hairpin, and through goes the 31 to take the lead of the race on lap 3.
Textbook move from Emilio Pereira, absolutely fantastic, and he's proving to us why his confidence is always on the high level. He's never scared to just go for it and get it stopped, and that's exactly what he did there. You were just saying about the best of the best get it done and get it stopped if they got the inside, and he did a really good job of that. Preston Baker now in fourth, all over the back of Bo Morris, separating that little feud that must have occurred between Tommy Williams and Bo Morris after they unfortunately collided yesterday. Oh, a big moment there for Bo Morris coming into the first chicane, and that might allow Preston Baker up the inside. Bit of a replica move as to what Emilio Pereira did to Jensen Knowles only a lap ago, and up into third place goes Preston Baker, another really consistent rider, has been up there in that top 5 battling in all the classes he's been in. So a really good weekend so far for him, looking to add another podium to the tally.
He is indeed. Bo Morris versus Preston Baker. Preston Baker, of course, with that brilliant move, and now maybe eyes forward to chase after Emilio Pereira and Jensen Knowles, who are still going to battle at the front end of the field. Knowles' initial good start now countered by Pereira's racecraft to send one to the inside. This chasing pack of 3, though, do they settle? Do they just fight for the podium, or do they maybe work together, put their differences aside for just a second to see if there is an opportunity? Like I was saying, versus just before Pereira sent the move on Knowles, it is good to see that we've got 5 bikes all within the same sort of half a second of each other. Emilio Pereira last time through, personal best and fastest of the race, a 43.594. Knowles 43.610, 43.873 from a 44.1. So the top 5 all within half a second of each other, because Williams is also into the 43. So yeah, that's brilliant to see. And if Pereira and Knowles continue to battle, as Knowles responds on that Ovale, goes about a tenth and a half quicker than Pereira. A 43.4 for Pereira once again, a 43.2 for Knowles. He's got some pace in his pocket and is now probably going to be eyeing up that move, which could well reel in the other podium contenders into this fight for the lead.
Yeah, those guys just sitting there waiting for more battling to happen between this top 2 at the front. Jensen Knowles just got caught napping a little bit there by Emilio Pereira. Now he's back in the rhythm and back ready to fight back. He has to do a similar move as to what Emilio Pereira did and dive it down the inside last minute and shock him. That'll ruin his pace, and he's got a really good exit out of the penultimate corner through the last corner. He's done well there, but into that first chicane, really strong on the brakes is Emilio Pereira. Oh, a big moment there for Jensen Knowles. He's somehow managed to stay on that bike. Wow, a huge moment. I think he must have caught the outside curve as well as he jumped up into the gravel. One leg off the side of the bike, but wow, big clap for Jensen Knowles. Just incredible.
Yeah, for just a moment there you thought it was all over for Knowles, but quick thinking, quick reactions kept him on that bike, kept him in this race. Yeah, you were right. He just caught that sort of the inside curve through turn number 1. That sort of sent the bike back up, jolted it a little bit, sent him unbalanced, and then he had to sit it back up and, well, try to get it back under control before he could get it going again. He's dropped his way down. We'll confirm as to where he is when they cross the line, but Emilio Pereira now favourite to run away with this race. He's completed his 7th lap now, so just 5 to go. Pereira from Baker, then Morris, Williams, Jensen Knowles has dropped to P5, and now he's got the hard work to climb his way back into this fight. He's a little bit off of Tommy Williams in 4th, Bo Morris only a little bit further in front of that as they negotiate some of the lap traffic in the form of could well be Oliver Cheeseman, or maybe even as high as Danny Longhurst, in fact, as they are lapping remarkably much quicker. Danny Longhurst 25 seconds off the back of the leader, so I think they've just made their way through the back end of the field, the likes of Wilson and Cheeseman. So Pereira leading from Baker, Morris, Williams, and then Knowles, and we'll have to keep an eye on that gap, but with how close the top 5 is, that gap is going to be ever harder to close for Jensen Knowles.
Yeah, but I think he might just get a bit of an opportunity here if Tommy Williams and Bo Morris start battling for 3rd. And what did we see last time these two were battling for the final space on the podium? It didn't go quite well. So Jensen Knowles might be able to push on here and take advantage of a battle if it commences between these two. But it looks like Tommy struggling to close that gap. As you said just before, all of them so equal on pace that Tommy can't seem to find that little extra bit to get through on Bo Morris. But we'll see, with only 3.5 laps to go.
Battle for third and fourth at the moment. Bo Morris versus Tommy Williams. Preston Baker a little bit clearer, and again, the battle and the rivalry between Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, it's exactly as it was, set up, well, mirrored from what we saw yesterday, and a continuation of, well, maybe the battle that boiled over yesterday in the Metric Mini GP 50 race. Tommy Williams closing in on Bo Morris. There was contact between the two of them that, well, brought the end of their podium chances. Hopefully they can keep it nice and clean today, but you do always find you've got that rival, that rider you want to get after over the course of a season, and Tommy Williams looks to have the advantage in his back pocket. He can see exactly where he's gaining on Bo Morris. He can see maybe where he can go for that move. Morris at the moment has got the measure, but with time dwindling down in this race, Tommy Williams needs to get a move on, and definitely has got the run on the straight a couple of times. He might well think for a scent to the inside of the final corner in a lap or so.
Yeah, and how many times have we said this weekend it's so much easier to be the leader in a battle. Sorry, I mean a chaser rather than the leader, because you can see exactly where that person is in front of you. And I'm sure if Bo Morris knows that it's Tommy Williams behind him, then he just might be a little bit more careful. As they make their way through some more lap traffic, that could make a difference in this battle. Bo Morris goes through and Tommy Williams follows suit. Didn't really affect him there, so that's quite good. As we watch that blue bike once again chase the white and red.
Pereira leads them round. Another lap onto the final one. Indeed, the 31 gets the yellow and black with the cross flag. Pereira, what maturity that he's shown over the last 11 laps of racing to fend off the attack from Knowles, to, well, have lost the lead at the start, granted, but keep his head in the game, to fire one back down the inside and not be the one to crack under pressure. Emilio Pereira, one to watch in the FAB-Racing paddock. Maybe one that could go all the way through that proven pathway to World Grand Prix racing. Emilio Pereira now through the final of the sweepers towards the final corner for the final time. He missed out narrowly yesterday as he sends one to the inside of the back markers, proving that he's not scared to take risks. Out of the final corner, the checker flag flies, and Emilio Pereira takes victory in race 2 of Mini GP 50Rs. And a battle and a rivalry that is forming between Pereira and Jensen Knowles in this category. Emilio Pereira hangs on and fires back after missing out yesterday.
A fantastic effort from Jensen Knowles to get back up to 4th there. It looks like he actually made a move on Bo Morris in that last lap. So more important points for Jensen Knowles in the championship after taking victory yesterday. Won't be too far adrift of Emilio Pereira, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that, especially since he just managed to stay on the bike at that scary, scary, scary moment that he had coming into that chicane. Good podium as well for Preston Baker in 2nd. Alright, then it is Emilio Pereira who adds another win to his tally this weekend. Preston Baker takes home another strong podium, 2nd place for him. Williams in 3rd, Knowles 4th, Morris 5th, Athasic 6th, Perkins, Longhurst, Saxelby and McAllister rounding out the top 10. But yeah, good effort from Jensen Knowles to stay on the bike and fight back to 4th, passing Bo Morris on that last lap. And he will be a bit disappointed, but I think he'll also be quite glad he managed to stay on that after that.
Yeah, I mean, again, mistakes are going to happen. You're never going to be perfect over a season, but quick reactions like that, it could have been a lot worse. And fair enough, you know, the ideal situation was to not make the mistake in its entirety, but he made the mistake, and his reaction and his bounce back from it is what is going to keep him in this championship battle. Again, with 2 races into a 21-race season, but there's only 7 points between Pereira and Knowles. There's only 9 between Pereira, Knowles and Baker. And again, as is always the case in FAB Racing, the championship's as close as ever, and Emilio Pereira cementing himself as a front runner, as one to set the benchmark for the rest of the season, as they all receive their medals and desperately try and get them over the helmet. Probably quite difficult. Just put it on the bike. Yeah, nice one there from Pereira's dad, just to celebrate in the best way possible. Of course, one race for these guys later on in the Mini GP 50R class. Will it be Pereira? Will it be Knowles? Will it be someone else to stake their claim at the front of the championship?
Coming up now, we have Mini GP 70 on the way, and we saw a good old battle for victory between Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gaslavsky, sponsored by Amphibian Scaffolding, helping fund this amazing championship. We saw some real action in this one yesterday between Super Seb and Bradley Curtis, didn't we, Zach?
Yeah, we did indeed. And also one rider to sort of pay attention to there, the number 14, Frankie Watson, who was due to start this race on pole position, but didn't. He had to pull off at the end of the formation lap and couldn't take to the start of this one. And well, now we hopefully will get to see him realise that potential that we know he's got. It was very close in the battle for pole. Frankie Watson, a 41.311 from Bradley Curtis, who will join him on the front row of the grid. Just 44 thousandths of a second between the two of them. Mason Frederick from Sebastian Gaslavsky, who carved his way through to narrowly miss out on victory versus Bradley Curtis yesterday. He'll complete the second row with Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnson on row 3. Daisy Polden from Nicholas Dunwoody, Boyan Blazewski, Maxwell Keats, Rex Austin and Harry James, the 6th and final row, rounding out the 12-rider field for the Premier class in FAB-Racing, the final step in their grassroots career before they then take the big leap up into the likes of the RNG Moto4 British Cup. The reigning champion Harrison Day, of course, a contender in that one, taken to the 2026 season and looking pretty good after a test at Donington a week ago. Now, all eyes on the, next riders to take that leap, to take that step, to take that natural progression in their journey. And Frankie Watson, there you can see, with the Night Fury toothless helmet fielded on that number 14 and the eyes at the top of his fairing as well. He'll be looking to have a pretty fast start and, actually get a start today as well.
He'll definitely be a wild card in this one, because the battle between Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gaslavsky was really close yesterday, and with a bit less track time than them, especially in race trim, Frankie Watson will be on a bit of a back foot, but with his pace from qualifying, he can definitely still make a push to be in that fight with Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gaslavsky. As we now get ready to go, Frankie Watson managing to get on the grid this time. We get away and he gets away really well. An incredible start from Super Seb, a super start for him, but Bradley Curtis fights back into the first chicane up the inside fantastically, but that's lost him a lot of time already to Frankie Watson, who's climbing away with the lead.
Yeah, indeed. So Frankie Watson, a good launch from pole position, holding the inside and, holding pole position through the opening few corners. He'll make their way towards the back end of the circuit at the hairpin. You can see Bradley Curtis has already tipped his way through and up in front of Frankie Watson. What a move that could well have been from the 71, coming into this season with so much confidence on the outside of the front row. Had to fend off Sebastian Gaslavsky, fires one through into the lead. Here comes Gaslavsky as well, eyeing up the poles into Frankie Watson's dropping back. Gaslavsky goes through into second.
A brilliant move into the penultimate corner. One of his favourite moves there. One of the moves that we've seen so many times this weekend, especially from him and Bradley Curtis. Frankie Watson will be just a little bit weak in these early stages, just because he wasn't in a race yesterday. So he'll get into his rhythm, and eventually I imagine we'll see Frankie start to fight back against Bradley and Sebastian ahead of him. Caelan Ratcliffe also in 4th, possibly a bit more confident than yesterday, as he now chases down Frankie Watson. Of course, had that issue of crashing out on the sighting lap, and that really knocked his confidence, dropped through the field, but now looks like he's back and ready to go and fight for the podium as he chases down Watson into the last corner.
Yeah, Caelan Ratcliffe looking pretty strong. He had that fall yesterday, of course, but still was able to hang on to a podium position in the Extreme 200 class. Finished 4th place in the 70s yesterday as well. So it was Curtis, Gaslavsky and Fedric, who unfortunately won't be joining us for today's action. He's off doing some other things in preparation for rounds in Spain. So was due to start in P3. That wasn't the case for him, but still took a podium yesterday and could still be a contender in FAB-Racing over the 21 race season that we've got across 7 rounds. It's Curtis from Gazlavsky, Frankie Watson, who we're following here, being chased after by the yellow and black 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe. Behind that, Daisy Polden. A phenomenal job from Polden to be inside the top 5 ahead of Max Johnson, Rex Austin, Nicholas Dunwoody, Boyan Blazewski, Keats, James and Maxwell Keats rounding out the 12-rider field that we've got. 9 laps still left to go, and the gap at the front under 0.8 of a second. Curtis again seems to be coming into this one setting the benchmark in terms of pace.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of just getting out there and getting the pace done and on the track early. Gazlavsky seems to be a little bit stronger in that later stage, but that makes it difficult for him to make the move, because both of them really, really strong in that last sector, so it's hard to gain any time. Hardly anything to choose between them on that last lap for Gazlavsky and Curtis. Curtis a very small fraction faster, and that's what I was talking about, so even in pace that it makes it really difficult to claw back a gap when there is one. Frankie Watson now looking like he's getting to a bit of a rhythm, and Caelan Ratcliffe now realising it's a little bit more of a task if he wants to get on the podium.
Yeah, Sebastian Gazlavsky just fired back there with the fastest lap of the race, a 41.206, about 2.5 tenths quicker than Bradley Curtis, the race leader, bringing it down to just over half a second between the two. And yesterday we spoke about the rivalry between Curtis and Gazlavsky, and Curtis fending off Gazlavsky on a couple of occasions yesterday, and sort of what it meant to Gazlavsky. He had the issues in the extremes, he missed out on the victory in the 70s, and the emotions, the overwhelmingness of it that sort of almost consumed him, and how he needed to have that reset, fire back into Sunday, and that's what he's done. The gap has come down by a further tenth between the two leaders, down to 0.4 of a second. Curtis riding that wave of momentum as well, and that has shone through into Sunday also. Seeing a battle here between the 127 and the 141. This is Polden on the 127 and Max Johnson on the 141 just in behind that. Supported, of course, Daisy Polden by the House of Moto, giving those female riders that platform to progress all the way to the top, similar to Lucy Curtis, who's going to be racing in the RNG Moto 4 British Cup in 2026. So if you are a female rider, House of Moto is there to give you that support, to give you that platform, to help you progress through your career. A fight for the lead though, Sebastian Gazlavsky narrowly looking to the inside of Bradley Curtis with half the race still to go.
There's 2 ways you can respond after a difficult race day that Gazlavsky had yesterday. You can be disappointed about it and underconfident going into the next few races, or it can motivate you to be better. And that's exactly what we're seeing from him as he's now closing the gap to Bradley Curtis. We're in for a good battle once again between these two, the rivalry building, and we're in for a good season if it carries on like this.
Bradley Curtis through the sweepers and onto the back straight. Sebastian Gazlavsky motivated as ever. Looks to the right hand side, not quite late enough on the brakes to send the move, but definitely now ramping up that pressure. No rearview mirrors, but Curtis can hear, can sense, will be aware of the pressure of Gazlavsky. Will Sebastian live up to that Super Seb name? He comes into this as both the 50 and 50R reigning champion. Didn't want to defend those titles, took the natural progression up into the Premier class to prove himself, and straight away was a front-running contender. But Bradley Curtis's progression the last couple of years has now cemented himself at the front end of this championship, and the rivalry is brewing from the opening round of the season. Curtis under pressure now with 4 to go at the line.
Yeah, Gazlavsky once again just waiting to see where Curtis is strong. He saw it yesterday, he was behind him for long enough, but that could easily change today with the difference of conditions. 4 laps to go. He's running out of time, but it's enough time to be patient.
Yeah, he's got a couple of laps maybe in his pocket just to analyse, okay, where am I catching Bradley? Where am I maybe gaining on the brakes? Where am I quick coming out? Of course, battles throughout the entire field. Polden versus Johnson in the fight for 5th position is also brewing. While we focus on this lead battle as well, there's Austin, Keats, Blazewski, Keats and Harry James all fighting at the lower echelon of the field. But focus here, the race win in the Premier class of FAB-Racing. Gazlavsky, he's tempted every single lap. He just needs to get that run through the sweepers, and maybe a look to the inside of the chicane as well. Time running out for Super Seb. He's now had the opportunity to analyse Curtis. Now he needs to act on that data. He needs to find a way through and pressurise Curtis maybe into a mistake if he wants to win this race. But Bradley Curtis, you have to say, a formidable defence thus far.
Yeah, every single time, every lap that he's been directly behind Bradley Curtis, he's put his nose right alongside him into that penultimate corner, possibly waiting for Curtis to make a mistake and make sure he's there to pick up the pieces at every opportunity and make his way through, because the line there, you can either go right behind him or to the inside like he's doing now, and you can still set up a nice run out of this last corner. And here he comes then, setting up that lovely line. And every single corner possible for an overtake, just positioning his bike ready to make a move when the gap opens for him.
Yeah, right now what I'm seeing is a very unfazed Bradley Curtis. Sebastian Gazlowski is looking to the inside, sending moves and positioning the bike on the inside, trying to maybe bait Curtis into a mistake. And the 71 is just going, I'm having none of it. I'm just sort of, I'm following my line. I'm doing exactly what I need to. I'm not letting this pressure get to me. And that's such a high level of maturity. Gazlowski, though, that pressure is unrelenting. Now comes the move to the inside. He gets his front wheel alongside, but can't quite complete it. Final lap of the race. The 71 versus the 64 in a modern classic in the Mini GP 70s, supported by amphibian scaffolding. Curtis Gazlowski, one lap around Lydd. A look to the inside from the 64. Opportunities running out with every corner pass into the hairpin. A golden overtaking opportunity, but Gazlowski not quite close enough. Curtis runs a little bit wide. Sebastian will close the gap into the sweepers, down the crest, through the horseshoe. For the final time, he needs a good run here. Sets it up with the exit. He's been tempted lap after lap after lap. Well, if you're going to do it, Super 7, you've got to go for it now. Bradley Curtis puts the bike in the middle of the road. Final corner, final lap. Bradley Curtis is going to hang on. The 71, a sensational victory. A track race to the line, though. Gazlowski fighting to the bitter end. But Bradley Curtis will take victory in race 2 of the 70s. What a ride from two fantastic riders, giving us the show that we deserve in Fab Racing and showing us what it's all about.
What an absolutely fantastic last lap. They'll push into the absolute limit. We might not have seen any moves, but we saw both Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlowski give everything they've got to win that race. There was no more testing time. It was the best man who was going to win it and the strongest into the braking zones. And that's exactly what Bradley Curtis showed in that race today. Gazlowski looking to change that pendulum next time out. All right then, a brilliant win for Bradley Curtis to hold off his ever-improving rival Sebastian Gazlowski. Frankie Watson doing a good job to grab third place there after missing out, unfortunately, on the first race yesterday. A good ride from Daisy Polden in 5th ahead of Johnson, Dunwoody, Keats, Austin, and, of course, Maxwell Keats rounding out the top 10. A fantastic race once again in the GP70 class. These guys doing everything they can to get eyes on them in the Moto 4 British Cup. And I just want to say a really good job for Frankie Watson, despite missing out yesterday, to get back on it and manage a third place. He was under pressure from Caelan Ratcliffe for most of that one, but managed to stay consistent and really recovered a good place.
Yeah, he did indeed. I mean, consolidating P3 after missing out yesterday, that's all you can really ask for. I'm sure he's learned a lot from the last 12 laps and will be looking to fire back a bit later on. The Premier Class showcasing why it's got that title.
All right then, pit bike 140 coming at you. This one was quite dramatic yesterday. Chris Wells, Harrison Kinsey and James King being the men to look out for, but was not the eventual winner. It did end up being Ben Simpson who took victory after the absolutely crazy standing changes from all the jump start penalties we had. Yeah, Ben Simpson now the championship leader after winning that first race.
We'll run you through the grid as well after, the intense qualifying session that happened yesterday. Chris Wells takes pole ahead of Harrison Quincy. Of course, the reigning champion of the Pit Bike 140s, Jamie King, an esteemed veteran on Pit Bike machinery alongside Ben Simpson, our Race 1 winner of yesterday. Simon Gates, Bailey Lawrence, Perry Tomset from Kieran Grimes, the front 4 rows with Daniel Cliff and Stephen Humphreys, the top 10. Bradley Ferreira, Luke Kirstein on row 6 with Matthew Rayland, Jake Turnbull, Tom Wise and Daniel Gilbert completing the top 16. Callum Maxwell on the triple one alongside Jamie Hughes on row 9 with Ivano Di Francesco, Roman Ratcliffe completing the front 10. Robert Leveridge, James Roberts, Rory Jones, Freddie Wadsworth, Thomas Atkinson and Mario Gelli, the 13 rows that we've got. 26 riders taking to the start of Pit Bike 140. Chris Wells, well, the 2023 Pit Bike 140 champion, taking the fight to Jamie King all the way through 2024 as well. Jamie King, runner-up last year, 4-time champion of seasons gone by, a star-studded front three, and Ben Simpson staking his claim and making himself known as a vital challenger. As Pitbike Sonic still got it to fight at the sharp end, to contest, well, with the ever brutal talent of Chris Wells, who always seems to thwart him. Remember a couple of years ago, 2024, Jamie King versus Chris Wells versus Lucas Brown. King could only manage third at best in that battle between the three of them. And right now he's got an opportunity, if he can, well, time his start properly would be a good first step at that. The rest of the field will be eagerly looking at the flag. They'll be nervous about this one, knowing they got the penalty yesterday as well. They need to make sure that they nail it without nailing it too much and jumping the start, but also not being too conservative. Waiting for the arrival of one of the riders at the back end of the field. I've got a couple of empty grid slots, so maybe a slightly delayed start. But Chris Wells from pole position, let's see what he can do. Jamie King as well. He'll be looking to react from Chris Wells and maybe get the jump on Harrison Quincy as his eyes to the flag for the second race. The Pitbike 140, flag up, flag down. We go racing, a much cleaner start this time as Jamie King gets swallowed up by the pack. Ben Simpson around his outside will take third position as Chris Wells leads from pole. Harrison Quincy, our reigning champion, follows him through the opening two chicanes but can't quite contest him just yet. Chris Wells a little bit twitchy through the second apex of that second chicane, but into the hairpin will consolidate that race lead and look to build a bit of a gap.
A really good start. Got out there and didn't allow any other opportunity. And yeah, Jamie King probably just getting affected by that bit of a delayed start and got swallowed up again, getting involved in that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, which he was so prominent in yesterday. It was quite a hard fight to claim the podium somehow after that penalty he received yesterday, as he makes his way through back into third place. All right then, Chris Wells leads the race ahead of Harrison Quincy. Jamie King moving back into third on that last lap where he finished in the race yesterday, and no penalties this time for the top three as we know so far. Ben Simpson in 4th then, yesterday's race winner, looking to make it count as Jamie King all over the back of Harrison Quincy, and up the inside comes Pitbike Sonic to make the move, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a fight back for now from Harrison.
Pitbike Sonic doing exactly what he needed to, picking up the pieces from yesterday. The pace, never wasn't there. He's always had it, and now he needs to find a bit more to chase after Chris Wells. A fierce rivalry between the two of them, and a very passionate rider is Jamie King. Throws his life, dedicates his life to it, vlogs it all, of course, on his YouTube channel, Pitbike Sonic. And well, now he's up in a second position where he finished on the road yesterday, but a post-race penalty demoted him down to third position. Representing, of course, Ella Park in the very east of England. Great Yarmouth's very own is Jamie King. Well, technically Belton, not quite, but in the same sort of area. Jamie King, though, will be looking forward to Ella Park to see if he can get that home victory. Right now, he'll be looking for victory down south in Kent. Look over the shoulder to see where Harrison Quincy is, and the gap is growing, but, well, that's growing behind. Is it shrinking in front? Is Chris Wells pulling away, or is Jamie King bridging the gap across the line and 0.4 of a second quicker than 73 of Chris Wells?
Yeah, he's got some work to do now as Jamie King to catch Chris Wells. He got away really well and managed to stay out of trouble, as someone's got a problem there, nearly getting wiped out there at the first chicane. Not quite sure who that was. We'll have a look in a moment. But yeah, Chris Wells didn't get involved in that drama on lap 1 where Jamie King got pushed all the way back to 4th place and had to fight his way back through on Ben Simpson and Harrison Quincy, and ultimately took the reward for it and now has that large lead that Jamie King has got all the work to make up. We did see yesterday a lot of jump starts, and it looks like we're all good for now, and we can have a bit of an easier to read race.
Yeah, well, try and make this easy to read. The sense here, there and everywhere. A bit of an issue as well for one of the riders. We'll confirm as to who that is when we can. This pack led the way by the 13. That's Luke Kirstein just at the back end of the top 10. So closely followed by Daniel Gilbert, Jake Turnbull, Matthew Ryland, Jamie Hughes, Tom Wise and Ivano Di Francesco. Also Callum Maxwell involved. Also Chris Wells at the front, and you can see, time when you next see Jamie King through the shot, he's a little bit off the back, and now I think starting to settle for second, because Harrison Quincy ramping up the pressure. Chris Wells 3.3 seconds clear of this pack and continuing to pull away, as no signs of slowing down. 8 tenths quicker that last time through, running consistently in the 44.6s. Jamie King, the best he can manage thus far is a low 45 with a 45.0. Harrison Quincy ramping up that pressure behind, and Jamie King might have to look over his shoulder rather than focusing forward very, very shortly, as we've got 7 laps to go here in pit bike 140s.
Live timing telling us that it was Ben Simpson with that issue. So yesterday's race winner running into a massive roadblock and unfortunately out of the second race. What an absolute shame, despite having a really good ride to come through. As Chris Wells continues to lead, Jamie King in second.
That's Ben Simpson riding behind Jamie King, the 120. So he had the issue. He's fighting back now and pressurising Jamie King despite being a lap down on him. So I don't think there's blue flags rule per se. Just don't take him out, I think, is the rule. Harrison Quincy just in behind the 120 as well. So Ben Simpson, I think, trying to prove what he could have done had it not been for the issue. He got the bike restarted, he's back fighting again, and Jamie King hopefully will know that he's not actually racing Simpson, but of course our race 1 winner of yesterday still out there, still in the battle. At the moment, nowhere near a point scoring opportunity down in what will be P25 overall. You only get points up to 15th.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, because if Ben Simpson does go through, Jamie King will have no idea that he had an issue unless he saw him when he was lapped. So if he sees him come through, it could get spicy. Jamie King will be trying to fight back, and he'll be losing pointless time to Chris Wells trying to fight a lap rider.
Yeah, the 333 of Perry Thompson, the one leading this train that we're following currently. Then comes Daniel Cliff, Stephen Humphreys from Bradley Ferreira. So 4 bikes fighting for what is now 6th position after a couple of issues for some of our front runners. 5 laps left to go in this one. Bailey Lawrence, she's settling nicely into 5th position, clear of this pack, and well, not really close enough to Simon Gates, but maybe with some good pace in the final half of this race, she could maybe contend down the inside. Nicely done there from Humphreys, that was, to the inside of Daniel Cliff to move his way up a position and into now 7th, chasing after 6th. The 333 under a bit of pressure now, has to go defensive towards the final corner, but well, the drag race didn't quite beat off there. Brilliant stuff there. Around the outside goes Stephen Humphreys. The 241 will climb up 2 positions on this lap alone, up in a 6th position.
What a brilliant move around the outside at the penultimate corner, now to the front of this pack. Definitely caught him napping there, but the battle very much still on as they're starting to separate into 2 small duos now. If we see these front 2 start battling a little bit more with moves like that, he thought about going for it there. That nearly got really upset there. Tom thinking about going for the move on Stephen Humphreys, didn't quite make it work. But as I said, it's separating into 2 duos now from that 4-rider battle. As Chris Wells continues to extend that gap, 5.2 that he's got over Jamie King. Harrison Quincy sitting in behind in 3rd, also quite a ways off Chris Wells, but not too far off Jamie King. So the battle for 2nd place could very much still go down to the flag.
Yeah, I think King versus Quincy is the one to keep the eye on. 5.2 seconds Chris Wells has over the rest of the field, and well, has looked pretty comfortable. I mean, even though Simpson had the problem, I think even before that, Wells was solidifying himself at the front end of the field. The number 73, previous champion of this series, and well, giving everyone else a demonstration as to what it means to ride at the highest level. 44.8 for Wells, a 46.2 for Jamie King. Chris Wells, the one with the fastest lap, a low 44.1 for the 73, and well, that's a smile that definitely cannot be beaten, especially with his performance so far this weekend. A lap to go at the line for Chris Wells. Jamie King versus Harrison Quincy is the next closest battle in the fight for 2nd. Chris Wells, as it stands, will be looking to take the lead in the championship and take his first win of 2026.
Yeah, brilliant job from him. As I said earlier, did a really good job to just not get involved in that early lap drama, got through to the front and continued on to dominate, and that's exactly what we were seeing. And now everybody behind him picking up the pieces of that battle. Got a lot of work to do to catch up, which isn't going to happen on this last lap. A brilliant job from Chris Wells, who retired twice now, but he's come back and back to the top.
Start calling him Tyson Fury. Retire and then keep coming back. Chris Wells, yeah. I think FAB-Racing just has the itch. You can't quite get away. It's addicting in some senses. The paddock feel and the racing on display. Checker flag will fly through the final corner. Chris Wells, well, a dominant victory in pit bike 140, and he is back at the top. Chris Wells takes victory for race number 2 here at Lydd. What a ride it was for the 73. Clear of the field. Look over the shoulder. Where is everybody else? Jamie King completes second place with Harrison Quincy finishing off the podium. First, second and third for our star-studded lineup at the front end. All of them, I think upwards of maybe 10 championships shared between the pair of them, or between the three of them. Something in that vein, a ridiculously high number. We're running through the full results in just a moment, but Chris Wells back on top.
Yeah, brilliant ride. Didn't get any issues from the early race. Just got to the front, got away, no issues. And as you can see, a big smile on Chris Wells' face for the race winner. I tell you what, that addicting feeling must be even better when you're on the top. Chris Wells wins 8.1 ahead of King, Quincy, Gates, Lawrence picking up a strong P5, Humphreys, Ferreira, Tom Sutcliffe and Turnbull rounding out the top 10. And as Zach said, a star-studded lineup at the front of pit bike 140s, and a big battle for second that went the way of Jamie King at the end. Harrison Quincy just couldn't quite get to close that gap on the last lap, unfortunately, but he's got more opportunities across the season to make the move count. Of course, he was the pole man going into this race.
What a ride from Chris Wells, and shaking the head there, Jamie King, who's struggled to get his bike into the Parc Fermé area. Update in the championship, second and first position for Chris Wells, sees him at the top of the championship provisionally. Jamie King, third and second, sees him on 36 points, 9 behind Chris Wells. So keep an eye on the championship as it goes on. I've got the spreadsheet to update as we go through. 2 races done for pit bike 140 of the 21 over the course of the season. These guys will be back out a bit later on for the third and final race of round number 1.
Coming up now is Mini GP 50, back out on circuit, sponsored by Nova Racing, helping fund this brilliant championship. And of course, some names that you'll already recognise from today's action, Tommy Williams being one of them. We've got some good racing coming up today, especially after that pit bike 140 race. More entertainment coming from Lydd Kart Circuit. It's been a brilliant day of racing so far. Weather has been good. No threats of rain and no clouds at the moment. Much unlike yesterday.
Yeah, it was a not-so-sunny day yesterday. Well, today it's still windy. You can see the Lydd Kart Circuit flags definitely flying furiously. Definitely a challenge for these bikes, of course. It's a challenge in sort of kart racing or car racing on 4 wheels, let alone when you're very, very vulnerable on 2, you know, where you've got such a very narrow platform and the centre of gravity, centre of mass can move very easily. That's the whole point of, you know, getting the bike rotated to its max. That's the way they extract that performance. But when it's windy, it becomes very easy to unsettle the bike, especially through the fast-flowing, as Jamie King dubs it, Mugello-esque corners here at Lydd Kart Circuit. I mean, if you had to choose Kent or, you know, Italy, I'm not really sure. I think that's quite a close choice as to where you'd be. Nonetheless, it'll be Emilio Pereira that starts this one on pole position. Caelan Ratcliffe on P2. Preston Baker alongside Bo Morris in 3 and 4. Tommy Williams, Jensen Cedras row 3 from Josh Perkins and Danny Longhurst completing the front 4 rows. Reed Saxelby, Claudia Dudman, Oliver Cheeseman and William Skingle lining up this grid. The third place rider, Preston Baker, nowhere to be seen currently. Hopefully he'll be making his way round very shortly. Tommy Williams directly behind him, but it is going to be, well, one more formation lap potentially from the marshal. We'll see if Lee Klaus puts that flag up. I think she is actually. It's going to be attention to the flag. Flag down, we go racing. A good launch from Caelan Ratcliffe, who catapults his way up into the lead, tipping off Emilio Pereira, who's not had the best of starts thus far today on his metric at 50. Caelan Ratcliffe into the lead of the race on the 96.
I think Tommy Williams just jumped the start just a little bit there, but a brilliant launch from Caelan Ratcliffe to deny Pereira of the lead into turn 1. A good start from him, and will hopefully be looking to get into the rhythm. We're trying to figure out where Preston Baker is, who we were saying earlier has done a really good weekend in terms of podiums. He's got a good couple and he's been consistent. But yeah, hasn't started this one. But Pereira starting to get into the rhythm and attack Caelan Ratcliffe into the penultimate corner. He's going to go for it from quite a way back, and he goes through into the last corner. Caelan Ratcliffe got caught napping there, and now on the back of him is Bo Morris.
Yeah, Emilio Pereira has been so good on the brakes through the final corner. We saw it right at the end of the 50R category where he launched some back markers completely unnecessarily, but he wanted to take the victory, and he was willing to take that risk and down the inside of Caelan Ratcliffe to find himself back at the top of this 50 field. He took victory yesterday from Preston Baker and Caelan Ratcliffe, who's now going to be looking to find his way up into second position, is the 96, closely followed by Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, 3 and 4. Bo Morris definitely showcasing he's got some pace in his pocket as he chases after the yellow and the black Caelan Ratcliffe.
Of course, it was in this race yesterday that we saw the collision between Tommy Williams and Bo Morris. I might be expecting a race control message to come through investigating the start of Tommy Williams, because he did look like he got a pretty hefty jump start, and now he's there in 4th place trying to chase down once again Bo Morris. They can't keep away from each other this weekend, can they, Zach?
No, they can't, and I think hopefully that's going to be something we see throughout the season. Tommy Williams a little bit off the back of Bo Morris so far in this race, but yeah, that rivalry similar to of course Knowles and Pereira in the 50R category, the Metrikit versus the Ovali, the El Toro versus the Bullet rivalry in that respective category, similar in this one between Williams and Bo Morris. And it is good to see, because you learn and you push each other to the limits, right? You find that extra measure, similar to Gazlowski and Curtis in the 70s. You push each other as rivals in a competitive way. Of course, you both want to beat each other. That's natural. You want to be the one to come out on top. But in order to do that, you need to find extra lap time. You need to refine your riding style. You need to push yourself that extra mile, push yourself beyond your limits. And I think rivalries are a very good thing at this stage of their career in order to find that extra little tenth of a second. Fighting away here, Danny Longhurst versus Reid Saxby, the 26 versus the 57. The two of them fighting for 6th and 7th position as Emilio Pereira continues to run away at the front. A new fastest lap of the race for El Toro, 43.290, going the way of the 31.
Yeah, close battle there between Longhurst and Saxby for that final place in the top 6. But Pereira starting to open that gap a little bit. Caelan Ratcliffe keeping consistent and allowing that gap just to stay calm right now, not allowing Pereira to get away. So some strong pace from Caelan to start this race off. But as we've seen in the other races, I wouldn't be surprised if Pereira starts to put his finger out and really go for it in these next couple laps.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that one. 8 laps left to go. Pereira from Ratcliffe, Morris, then comes Williams. Josh Perkins to the top 5. Danny Longhurst from Saxby, Jensen Cedras, Dudman, Cheeseman and Skingle as they last cross the line. Our 12-rider field, I think Williams is... Preston Baker is back out on circuit. We'll confirm that if he shows up on the timing screen, but currently not. 7 laps still left to go. Of course, Danny Longhurst supported by House of Moto, all contending for the highest achieving female rider award as part of FAB-Racing, which has been dominated by Nelly Knuth the last couple of years. Of course, she's a rising star and building quite a formidable fan base. We've seen the likes of Daisy Grayson contend at the sharp end, Bailey Lawrence in the pit bikes, and Danny Longhurst currently P6 in a very competitive, very talent-filled Metrikit Mini GP50 grid, supported of course by Nova Racing. Danny Longhurst running 6th as it stands, and like we said a bit earlier on, under a bit of pressure from Reid Saxby on the 57.
Yeah, just trying to hold him back right now, but doing a good job of it, hanging on to 6th place. And again, Ratcliffe losing more time from Emilio Pereira every time. Tommy Williams seems to be struggling a little bit more this race, struggling to stick with Bo Morris. As we were just saying, they were stuck together a lot this weekend, very similar in pace, but it just looks like Bo Morris has got that little bit more this race, trying to catch Caelan Ratcliffe. A bit of a gap, about a second, and then a further second to Emilio Pereira in front.
Half the race still to run, and following there, the 26 of Danny Longhurst, the all-black bike. She's riding pretty well. There's Emilio Pereira and Caelan Ratcliffe in the not too distant background. The last time through a 43.3 for Pereira, a 43.4 for Caolan Ratcliffe. So talking about Pereira's pace, and now a bit of lap traffic to contend with as well. He's got to clear it. He's managed to do it probably as smoothly as you can with the timing of that. But of course, Ratcliffe will catch them in a slightly favourable position. He's been able to clear them by the time they reach the hairpin, which might be able to allow him to bridge the gap under a second. But you have to say, Ratcliffe again talking about bounce backs and mental resets after coming off on the formation lap yesterday to have still finished third position and now be contending and pressurising Pereira in terms of pace, getting remarkably close to a rider that has been setting the benchmark all weekend long. You have to say, you've got to be quite impressed with Caolan Ratcliffe.
Yeah, I spoke to him on Friday. He seemed really confident coming into this weekend, excited to start off the season, and I'm sure that incident he had on the starting lap really knocked his confidence, and now he's back into that zone. He's had a few races to get back on track, and now looking strong, closing down the gap to Pereira. I don't think he's got enough time really, unless something really goes wrong for Pereira, possibly lap traffic making the difference, as we watch Tommy Williams come out of the hairpin in 4th place. He's a good chunk ahead of Josh Perkins in 5th, number 30 machine. But speaking of machines, an absolute machine is Emilio Pereira, coming out of the last corner, coming up to some more lap traffic with 3 laps to go. A 1.5 lead in a 43.2, fastest lap from him as he goes around the outside of one of the riders. Ratcliffe, yeah, I think he's just trying to take it home right now and not do too many mistakes. I'll tell you what though, the gap's not exactly huge just yet.
Currently Emilio Pereira lapped as high as Claudia Dudman, the 28, so currently running 26 seconds clear of Jensen Cedras, so 17 seconds off lapping him, but with 3 laps left to go, 2 at the line. That seems unlikely. Pereira pushing himself harder and harder, finding pace upon pace. He's a rider that won't get complacent despite winning by comfortable margins. He'll constantly push the limits. But look at that from Caolan Ratcliffe on the timing screen. He's taken 4 tenths out of him. 44.0 for Pereira, maybe caught up behind some lap traffic. Ratcliffe able to bridge a bit of a gap, 43.5 set by the 96 to bridge that gap closer and closer, under a second. I think Ratcliffe, I don't know if he's got a big enough of a delta to close the gap and still pass with the time he's got left. A lap to go left at the line.
He's got a second win to push now and take this victory, but it might just be too little too late for Caolan Ratcliffe as he comes into the penultimate corner. And let's see what this last lap brings. Anything could happen. The lap traffic could definitely bring it much closer between Ratcliffe and Pereira. Bo Morris there in 3rd, hanging on well, but we're keeping an eye on this gap. Under a second now for Caolan Ratcliffe if he continues on, and Emilio Pereira having to deal with lap traffic. Made quick work of what he had in front of him there. It doesn't look like he's got anything to disturb his rhythm right now. Caolan Ratcliffe doing more personal best of 43.3 for him on that last lap, as Pereira is doing everything he can to keep that gap where it is, but Caolan Ratcliffe does not look like he's got enough. As I said earlier, a little too late for Ratcliffe, but here comes Pereira around the final corner. Another dominant performance from him. More wins to the tally for this weekend. Can it get better for him? I don't know at this point. Ratcliffe does a really good job to bounce back to 2nd place. Bo Morris takes home 3rd, the 3rd that he wished he took home in yesterday's race after that collision with Tommy Williams. But yeah, Emilio Pereira, can he be stopped, Zach?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? I mean, he was stopped yesterday by Jensen Knowles, and he definitely is beatable. Ratcliffe proved that by finishing within a second of Pereira, that second wind of pace over the second half of the race. Well, I think Pereira is catchable. Race number 3 is going to be, very intense later on, with Emilio Pereira setting the benchmark and the one to go and catch. He takes victory by 9 tenths of a second, was chased down in the end by Caolan Ratcliffe. Bo Morris would complete the podium with Tommy Williams just behind that. Josh Perkins, Danny Longhurst, Reid Saxby, Jensen Cedras, Claudia Dudman, Oliver Cheeseman and Will Skingle complete those that finished. Preston Baker unfortunately not taking to the start of race number 2, and hopefully we'll see him back out a bit later on today.
Yeah, Caolan Ratcliffe really improving his pace there. So every single race he gets out there, more track time to build that confidence, and I'm sure he'll be out there jumping into turn 1, taking the lead once again and doing more to hold the lead. and make life difficult for Emilio Pereira, who takes victory in this Mini GP50 race, sponsored by Nova Racing. And of course, a good third place for Bo Morris. He's very happy with that one. Parents celebrating with him. He's good to take that third place after a hardly fought battle. Alright then, it's the Extreme 200s, the extreme action about to come to your screens right now. We're on for some good racing here. We saw a really entertaining race yesterday between Gazlavsky and Curtis, but of course the winner, Finley, doing incredibly well to take victory. And let's hope for his sake he can do it once again. Finley Polhill doing absolutely fantastic. Mason Frederick, of course, not out there today, missing out on Sunday, currently in Spain. But yes, the grid is Finley Polhill, late yesterday's winner, lining up on pole position ahead of Sebastian Gazlavsky, Bradley Curtis, Tommy Keats, Frankie Watson out there in 5th, ahead of Matthew Thomas, Daisy Polden, Zach Torian as well, alongside his son on the grid, Dylan. So again, the battle continues between those two. Max Johnson, Rex Austin, Nicholas Dunwoody, Scott Dermott, Chris Wells, Bojan Blazewski, Blazewski, Maxwell Keats, Ben Simpson, Harry James and Jamie King rounding off the field at the back. And we're on for another strong battle between Curtis and Gazlavsky, and we've obviously the last race before lunchtime in the FAB-Racing Paddock at Lydd Kart Circuit. Finley Polhill looking to do the double after his dominant performance yesterday. Let's see what he's got. Flag goes up and we're getting ready to go. Gazlavsky starting second, and Bradley Curtis will be looking to jump him off the line. We've been saying so much about their rivalry today and yesterday, and it will only build as they battle for second place. Do they team up and try and catch Polhill, or is it for honour? And they're going to go elbow to elbow, shoulder to shoulder, battle into the end for second place.
Well, only time will tell. Eyes to the flag. There's not the fourth-place rider, of course, Mason Frederick, so clear line of sight for Tommy Keats in 6th. Finley Polhill, Sebastian Gazlavsky sharing the front row. Eyes to the flag for the second time in Extreme 200. Flag up, flag down, we go racing. Sebastian Gazlavsky with a rocket ship of a start straight round the outside of Finley Polhill. He has nailed his starts this season and has already built out a bit of a gap towards the second chicane. Bradley Curtis completes the top 3. Finley Polhill, though, has got to keep his composure. He knows he's got the pace and now can chase after Sebastian Gazlavsky.
What a launch from Super Seb. Absolutely fantastic. Shot to the front and never looked back. Absolutely fantastic. Left them in the dust. Now Finley Polhill has got some work to do to catch back up, but he's got Bradley Curtis for company in 3rd as the number 71 chases him down into the last 2 corners. Polhill got a really good exit there up to the penultimate corner and has set up the last corner well to get a good exit. Could we see him move into the first chicane? Polhill looking for it as we're on the curb camera, seeing everybody fly past on lap 1 of the Extreme 200 race, and Polhill trying to go around the outside. He thought about that. That would have been a brave move, but one that he's thinking better of for now. Can't win at this point. Just waiting for a mistake possibly from Super Seb. There's one. Super Seb went a little bit wide. And here comes Finley Polhill looking for the inside. Can't quite get through. He's a much taller rider than these two, so he's got to make himself a bit more space as the father and son duo of the Taurines, 6th and 7th currently battling between each other as Polhill makes a brilliant dive for the inside into the lead of the race. Bradley Curtis waiting for something like that to really get involved in this battle now. Finley Polhill retakes the lead, but Sebastian Gazlavsky looks strong to continue the fight.
Yeah, Sebastian Gazlavsky leaving the inside open there is a move that he was tempted to do on Bradley Curtis throughout the 70s, and gets on the throttle a little bit too early on the exit of that hairpin, washes himself out wide, and that opens the door for Bradley Curtis to send one to the inside through the sweepers. Gazlavsky will hold on, but the gap to Polhill extending. Gazlavsky was chasing after Curtis for 12 laps earlier on. He got the track position at the start and tried to hold it, but couldn't quite do that. Finley Polhill had the measure on the straight and down the inside through the final corner, saw him get himself through. And now, once again, it's Gazlawski versus Curtis in this titanic battle between the two of them. 9 laps still to go. Polhill cementing himself in front, consolidating that lead. Meanwhile, Gazlawski and Curtis fight for second. And also, Frankie Watson on the 14 finding some pace. He could well be chasing after the top, second and third.
Yeah, this rivalry continues on between Curtis and Gazlawski as Curtis thought about the move there. This is what we were seeing in the previous race that these two were in. Curtis just leading the race and Gazlawski trying every single opportunity, looking for a move, every single place. As we look towards further in the pack, we're seeing Max Johnson in the mix there, going through up the inside. Oh, nearly got passed as well by Matthew Thomas. He's got Zach Toreen ahead of him, and in front of Zach is his son Dylan. And when we spoke to them on Friday, they said a grand was on the line for Dylan if he beat his father today. And at the moment, it looks like that grand's going his way if it stays like this. Max Johnson looking to make a further injury on Zach's bank account if he's able to get through here.
We'll have to say they qualified not too far apart from each other. Dylan Toreen from Zach Toreen was 28 thousandths of a second between the two of them, which is incredible to say the least. Father versus son, not something you often see in FAB Racing, but it's one that is heating up out on track. Look to the inside from the 141, and Max Johnson also there. Matthew Thomas on the 47 trying to get involved and checking up behind Zach Toreen a little bit. The last thing Zach wants is to drop back into this pack and lose sight of those in front. Of course, we've got the split classes, so juniors and seniors racing on the same circuit. Zach Toreen leading his respective race after winning it yesterday. Other seniors to look out for, the likes of Chris Wells behind Rex Austin, Ben Simpson and Jamie King, who we've lost I think already from this race. So juniors versus seniors in Extreme 200, and Zach Toreen proving that even if you are a senior, you can be fighting right at the front end of the field, as he's applying a little bit of pressure on his son of Dylan in front, but also receiving the pressure from behind Matthew Thomas. Max Johnson hesitated for just a moment, and the 47 fires one down the inside of the final corner. What a brilliant move from the Welshman.
I was just about to say Max Johnson, it looks like he's getting a little bit held up, and Matthew Thomas took the benefit. He's now on the back of Zach Toreen. Him and Max Johnson doing everything they can to get through, but with it being a pit bike and of course a taller rider in the form of Zach Toreen, they're struggling to get through and catch up to Dylan ahead of them. 8th and 9th at the moment with 6 laps to go, so they've got quite a while still to figure this one out, but they want to climb further and catch Daisy Polden.
Yeah, they will indeed. The 127, Daisy Polden, running really, really well up in 5th position. Under a world of pressure, though, from Dylan Toreen. He's going to look to the inside and try and find one for the move for 5th position. 5 laps left to go as well. Finley Polhill 1.4 seconds clear of Curtis and Gazlawski, who's still, once again, remarkably close between the two of them. Curtis, in fact, now through on Gazlawski. A look to the inside from Dylan Toreen. Can't quite complete that one. Daisy Polden keeping a brilliant level head and keeping her composure in the face of what is a very fiercely charging chasing pack, and a world of pressure over her shoulder from Dylan Toreen.
Yeah, strong pace across the field right now. A lot of riders in a tough battle, and it looks like we're seeing some more action for 8th and 7th. Matthew Thomas has gone through on Zach Toreen, and as I said, adding injury to his bank account. Max Johnson trying to copy that move and go through as well. As you can see, getting a much faster exit than Zach. As we go back to this battle, Daisy Polden doing a good job to hold on to 5th place.
Four laps left to go in the second of 3 races of Extreme 200 for the opening round of 7 for FAB Racing in 2026. LRA Moto supporting this championship. Thank you to them for their continued support of the category. Daisy Polden tucked up behind the handlebars, trying to make herself, well, as aerodynamic as possible, as drag efficient as possible. Dylan Toreen still applying that pressure, still behind that as well. You've got Matthew Thomas and Zach Toreen as well, the 189 on the back of the 47. So Matthew Thomas has been slowly working his way forward in this train, and could well be eyeing up a move in the not too distant future. 3 laps left to go as Daisy Polden still feels the pressure. Here comes Well, that's Sebastian Gazlowski versus Bradley Curtis. The 64 staying on the back of the 71, and it's rinse and repeat of the 70s. Bradley Curtis found a way through on Gazlowski a few laps ago, and now it's Super Seb's turn to try and fire one back. Has he got an answer, or can the pair of them chase after Pole Hill? Last time through, they were quicker than the leader.
Yeah, really closing in the gap there. Finley Pole Hill dominated the race yesterday, and it looks like Gazlowski and Curtis have found something and are desperate to close that gap. They've got some lap traffic in the way, and with a lap and a half to go, it doesn't quite look like they'll catch Pole Hill. But the battle between these two rivals continues to rage on, as here comes Gazlowski for his favourite move into the penultimate corner once again. Just doubting for a moment and not taking it, just being safe for now. He's got one more lap to do it into the chicane, thinking about it again. How many times have we seen him dart to the inside and look for a possible move? One lap to go then for Finley Pole Hill to do the double today after his incredible victory yesterday. Super Seb doing everything he can to pull off a move once again on Bradley Curtis. He was in the same situation earlier on today, and still all over the back, watching those pink leathers. But here you are then, your race winner, if you can just hang on to it for a few more corners. Finley Pole Hill looking to do the double as he almost goes into the back of a lapped rider and eventually laps him and takes the win for the second time this weekend. Another brilliant ride from start to finish for Finley Pole Hill. Bradley Curtis hangs on to second ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski. That was absolutely fantastic for Finley Pole Hill. And in the end there, Zach Toring getting back through on Matthew Thomas. But yeah, Dylan beating his dad there, so I'm sure we'll be in there asking him how he's doing financially after that race. All right then, Finley Pole Hill takes the victory at 40.9 for him, best lap, 1.1 ahead of Bradley Curtis. Gazlowski taking third as well. Watson, Polden, Torin, Thomas, Zach Torin 8, the winner of the pit bike class, and Johnson and Austin rounding out the top 10. A rather interesting one there, especially the mid-pack battle between Johnson and Thomas. Something's happened there to a rider who's unfortunately, I think, crashed on the either cool-down lap or the last lap. Really bad luck for the number 24.
Maxwell Keats, that is. Having a bit of a problem, and, well, quite a frustrating end, unfortunately, as we'll follow him back into the pit lane. An early lunch for him, and, well, that concludes our final race of the, well, first half. It's not the morning anymore, it's 1:45 now, but getting on through the schedule, which is, yeah, big work to the efficient work of all of the marshals and track staff here at Lydd Car Circuit, and of course the Swift Logistics in the FAB Race Control. Big thank you to them, big shout out to them, all of the FAB Racing team, to the marshals, medical crew as well, and all of the roaming marshals as well, the parents that put on the high vis and get out there to support our young riders and make sure they can go racing as effectively and as safely as possible. Of course, a brilliant victory once again for Finley Pole Hill, and the rivalry brewing between Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gazlowski. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back just after this short lunch break to kickstart our third Moto Team race of the weekend. A proven pathway into the world of Grand Prix racing. Hello and welcome to a brand new season of the FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. You join us at a not-so-sunny Lydd Car Circuit down south as we bring you the first of 7 rounds in 2026. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box. Should we go for a walk?
Yeah.
Let's go for a walk. Let's go chat to some riders. Qualifying underway as it stands currently. We've got some of the Mini Motos making their way in. Anyone, you want to come for a chat? Yeah, come on, jump straight in. Lovely stuff. First interview of the year. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you're riding?
I'm Daisy and I'm riding the Inters.
How's the the off season gone, ready for 2026? Are you excited?
Yeah, I just came first in my qualifying.
So what's the plan for the races now? Just lead from pole and go and win?
I'll just get a good start and try win.
Talk to us a little bit about Lydd. Where are the overtaking opportunities? You're starting from pole, so do you reckon you're going to have to defend quite hard today?
Yeah, probably, because there is a couple of my friends who are really fast.
Well, best of luck for the season, and hopefully we'll see you on the top step.
Thank you.
Let's keep moving, shall we? Do you want an interview as well? Yeah, come on. Tell us who you are and what you're riding.
I forgot.
You forgot your name? What's your name?
Randy.
Randy? Randy Carter? What are you racing?
Pros.
How are you feeling about the season?
good.
Talk to us about Lydd. Is it a circuit you enjoy? What are your feelings around it? Is it fast, flowy? You good at overtaking around here?
Yeah, the last corner's the best corner to pass because it's easy to get out of the corner and it's really flowing.
What's your favourite circuit on the calendar? What are you most looking forward to?
Clear Pigeon.
So you only got a couple of weeks for that one. Are you going to have you done a lot of prep over the off-season? Are you looking sort of good for this year? What are your aims? Do you want to go and win the championship?
Yeah, I really do.
Awesome. Best of luck for the rest of the season, then. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on, I reckon. Let's keep walking as we explore the rest of the paddock. It's quite a long paddock here at Lydd and quite dusty as well, as you can probably imagine. Riley, what are your sort of thoughts for coming into this season?
I think it's going to be really good. I mean, as you said, it is the pinnacle of bringing riders into the Grand Prix Championships and World Championship in general. Lydd is a great circuit, and I think we're going to have some amazing racing today. So the weather should be all right for now. I think there's no rain, so I think we should be grateful for that. It's a little bit chilly as we're both here in shirts, but I think everybody else should be all right in their leathers, so I think we'll be okay.
It does get quite toasty in the leathers, I can imagine. I think we've got another rider who's well excited for an interview. I can see Jamie King as well, so we'll have to go and grab him. Tell us who you are and what you're racing.
My name's Jude and I'm racing Mini Moto Pros.
Awesome stuff. How are you feeling about the season?
I'm very excited to race. This is my first season.
Oh, is it? Awesome. So sort of what's the feel as a newcomer into the FAB-Racing paddock? Have you felt sort of welcomed?
Yeah, it's really nice. Also quite nervous coming in.
Sort of what are you most looking to gain out of 2026? Is it a season that you're looking to learn from? Are you sort of gunning for the championship? I mean, you've been out on track a couple of times. What are you feeling generally?
I think we want to chase the championship.
So tell us a bit about your history as well. What have you done previously in the world of mini bikes? You're into the pros, so you're up against some pretty decent talent. I mean, what have you done before? And I guess, to prove why you should be at the front.
We do a lot of days up at Kingsham and we go to M4 karting like twice a week and try to practice for this race.
And do you reckon that experience is going to do you feel well prepared for the season?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, hopefully we'll catch up with you a little bit later on, and best of luck for the rest of the season. I can see Jamie, so we'll go and chase after him because he's not escaping an interview ever. Right. Has he noticed us there? He's not even noticed us. They're all on their phones. Jamie, I've been looking forward to meeting this guy back again. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. How's
it going? I'm good.
Yeah.
So back in front of the camera again, 2026. How you feeling?
Pretty good, yeah. Had a really good day yesterday testing. Managed to get straight back into the lap times that we were doing last season, but today's been a bit of a disaster. Qualifying, we crashed first session, so I didn't really get a clean lap in, so we're only fourth on the grid so far. Hopefully we'll get to turn it around in the second one, and we've got the new 190 in the new Extreme Senior class, so looking to do well in that as well.
Talking about sort of rivalries in your pit bike class, obviously you've got the usuals, Chris Wells and everyone who tend to be a bit of a thorn in your backside. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago at Lydd, you had a good little battle with Chris and Lucas, who were doing quite well. I mean, any particular names you're looking out for this year?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be Chris and Harrison. Harrison obviously won the championship last year, really good young rider. I'm hoping that he goes on to bigger and better things, not to leave the pit bikes, but I think he just deserves to. But yeah, me, Chris, Harrison, you'll see people like Simon Gates as well be up the sharp end as well. So yeah, me and Chris had some really good battles here last year, so hopefully again for the race today.
Looking forward to it. As well as sort of, I've been looking, you've been quite busy in the world of social media and around everywhere. Tell us a bit about that. What have you been up to? So yeah, just I'm racing in 3 different championships this year. So we're racing in the Free Tech Endurance Championship. I'm racing in Bempsey on a 300 Ninja, and obviously the pit bike's here. So it's absolutely flat out, and just vlogging everything for the YouTube channel. What are the difficulties, I guess, going from a Ninja back onto this? I mean, the adjustments, did it take a little bit of a while to adapt?
It's quite new for me, the Ninja, so I'm still kind of getting my head around that bit. Obviously a big, heavier bike, even though it is, in big bike racing terms, it is a small bike. But yeah, it's just, obviously you can flick these about a lot more. Go-kart tracks are totally different to the big tracks. So yeah, I'm getting my head around the Ninja, but I feel I can get back on the pit bike and just get back to the front straight away.
You'd hope so, because you're meant to be quite good on these things, aren't you?
Yeah, I know.
Lydd is a little bit of a challenging circuit, a tough one to start the year. Any specific challenges that Lydd faces against the rest of the calendar?
It's all about corner speed. There's no slow corners at Lydd. It's not like Rara with the hairpins or Ella Park. It is like just all fast corner. I kind of compare it to Mugello for the MotoGP track. It's so fast and flowing. So yeah, you just got to keep your corner speed up.
Awesome stuff. Best of luck for the weekend. We'll catch up with you a bit later on. And hopefully no shenanigans at Clay Pigeon in 2 weeks either. Absolutely not. Let's keep walking. Disastrous times last season. Riley, go on. You have a turn.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say, what an honour it is to be here at FAB-Racing and commentating, and obviously doing this pit walk with you on this brilliant championship at Lydd Circuit. Also, just wanted to point out we got an interview with Brad Ray coming your way in a few days' time, and another special announcement, a really big announcement for mini bike racing coming in a few days. That is going to be huge, so make sure you follow all the FAB-Racing socials and keep your eyes and ears peeled. It is going to be fantastic. But yeah, we're going to have a look around now, see if we can find anyone else wanting an interview. And just one thing I was wondering is that what people thought of the track, depending on what bike they have. What are the different lines between, let's say, the 40s, and you go all the way onto the pit bikes? And that's what I was experimenting with. It's those different lines, and that's exactly what I want to ask people today. Well, depending on if they're willing to give us the time or not. So I'm going to try and find someone here who's willing to... Yeah, let's have a look. Hey, anyone up for an interview? Quick brief chat? Yeah. Hiya there, Mason. You up for a brief chat? Yeah, let's come this way. All right then, Mason. One of the top boys out there at the moment. How's the first few sessions been for you this weekend, and how are you feeling going into the races? Yeah,
I've been feeling good. Just doing a little weekend on the Tommy Keats' 70, and I won't be here for the Sunday because I've got the medical from 05 in Spain. But these sessions have been feeling good, been getting quicker every session, and yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah, you're definitely doing well for sure, and it's a shame. We'll miss you tomorrow. I'm sure you'll deliver us some good action out there on track today. But I also wanted to ask you what your favourite circuit is. Is it Lydd, or is there another one on the calendar that really gets your attention?
Well, I'd say last year I really liked the circuit that we did at Three Sisters. I can't remember if it was the last round or the second to last. It was the one you didn't go up the hill. You went through the little tight twisty section that the minis do. That one was quite fun. Yeah, it's probably my favourite.
Yeah, Three Sisters seems to be one of the top picks for most riders across the paddock. And one final thing I wanted to ask is Lydd an enjoyable track? I mean, I imagine it is. It's riding motorbikes on a circuit. Of course it's enjoyable, but would you rank it as maybe a top 3?
Yeah, definitely top 3. It's a really nice track. I like the chicanes and the long sweeping left. When you go up that hill and it drops that one, it's so nice. Yeah, it's a nice track.
Well, I'm sure we'll miss you tomorrow, but yeah, make sure you give it all out there and today, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the day. All right, then, that was Mason Fedrick, and I think we're going to have a word right now. First of all, sorry, I'm a bit new here, but what's your name and what class are you racing?
My name's Tommy Keith, and I ride in the Extreme 200.
So apologies, I didn't really catch that, but I'm going to start with the questions. First of all, do you enjoy the Lydd circuit? And as I asked Mason there, is it one of your top 3 tracks, or is there some more that really catch your eye?
I think Lydd's a really good track. Yeah, it's one of my favourites. Yeah.
And there's not much more to it. It's fast and flowy. I'll say it's quite hard to overtake, but have you been finding it quite easy today, or are you finding some similar issues?
Hopefully down into the last corner there'll hopefully be a few moves, but maybe down into the long right. But yeah, I think they're key overtaking places.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, they're a bit of a dive bomb city because it's quite one line around here. And are you enjoying it so far and ready for this season?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. Yeah, hopefully I'll pick up a few podiums and possibly a win, but yeah, we'll just see how it goes.
Yeah, of course, and I've got good luck to you in your journey, and we're following you across the weekend, and hopefully you do get those podiums and more. Thanks. All right then. My apologies, I didn't really hear what his name was there because of the bikes going past. But yeah, the track action is going to be all over the place for today. 11 races coming to you, and me and Zach are going to be bringing them live to you. And I think it might be your turn again.
Let's go back to it. Let's keep going for a walk, shall we? I mean, it's a long paddock. Let's see if we can chat to... Obviously, we spoke to Jamie King. He is getting a bit on. But we'll chat to some more of the older guys as well, because obviously we've got a plethora of talent. Obviously, it's a pathway to Grand Prix racing here at FAB-Racing. A lot of graduates, of course, Brad Ray being one of them. We mentioned the interview that we'll be having with him sort of in the future. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. But it's a proven pathway into Grand Prix racing, but also for anyone to come down and have a laugh. We've got plenty of people who are, well into their racing career here at FAB-Racing. So it really is for everyone, so make sure you are getting yourself down. Can see a couple of people working on the bike, so I reckon we'll jump in and see if we can have a chat with some of the guys. Do you go on, have a quick chat? I can see you working away some tyre warmers and things. Sort of tell us who you're working with and sort of, I guess, what's going on here.
So I'm Daisy Grayson's dad. So I'm just putting the warmers on, ready for the next session. We're going to put some new tyres in. She's sat on pole at the minute, so we want to try and get another little bit and get her away.
What does your weekend look like, obviously, supporting your daughter and everything? Obviously, she's doing a fantastic job out on circuit. What does the weekend look like from your side?
It's different now. So I'd raced 25 years, so I've always had one spanner for me, and then now jumping the other sides. It's good. I enjoy it. We had a new engine last night. We had a new clutch for Friday, so I've spent a lot of late nights under the candlelight fixing the bike. So, yeah, it's good.
And sort of coming into the season, you mentioned sort of late nights. Is there a lot of preparation that needs to go into things, or is it a case of leave the bike in the shed, bring it back to the paddock and get it going?
Yeah. I mean, these Mini Motos are absolute basket cases. They're always breaking, and your hands are always... If you've not got black hands, you're not a Mini Moto dad. So, yeah, I can't wait for it to get on the big bikes where they're not as messy.
How long's that away?
She started riding the 110 Ovale at the British Mini Bike Championship. So that was her first weekend last weekend. So I say this is her last year on Mini Motos.
Well, best of luck. So she's on pole. She must be doing something, right?
Yeah, she's doing all right. Yeah, must take after her dad.
Something like that, I guess. Yeah. Cheers. We'll see you later. Daisy Grayson's dad, of course, doing a fantastic job. Provisionally on pole position, he said, which is good. And nice to talk a little bit about sort of the preparation that goes into the weekend, because it's all well and good looking at as we try not to get run over by a van here. It's all well and good sort of looking at the riders themselves out on circuit, but also sort of, the preparation that goes in beforehand. The dads and mums on the spanners and everything like that. The team members, they do a lot of the hard graft.
Yeah, it all starts with the passion to race, and that's what everyone's here for at FAB-Racing. It's the joy of being on a motorbike, or it's the joy of watching your kids enjoy being on a motorbike. For me, I started quite young riding motorbikes, and that's all it is. It has to start with a parent who's willing to put the effort and time in and money and hard-working hours to either get yourself on track or your kid, and that's what FAB-Racing does. As you said earlier, bringing the absolute top performance talent to go through to the Grand Prix classes, and I find that so interesting, and that's why you can't miss what we've got coming for you this weekend and for the rest of the season. I believe it.
Yeah, so we're just looking for a couple of people. This back end of the paddock seems to be a little bit more bare, to be honest. I'm just trying to keep a lookout. I can see Claudia Dudman's team awning, but they're not around at the moment. We're heading towards the back end of the paddock now, so hopefully there'll be a couple of people. I want to chat to some of the Moto Team guys, because obviously they've already concluded their qualifying, and a couple of changes coming into that for this season. They get an extra race as well added onto things. Let's see if we can poke our head in here and see if anyone wants to chat. Do you want to come for a chat? How's it going? Yeah, not too bad. So, sort of tell us who you are and what you're racing this weekend.
Tom Atkinson, and I'm racing the Pit Bike 140.
So you're going against Jamie King. We've already had a chat with him. How are you feeling coming into the year?
I'm a rookie, so I'll be nowhere near him.
Is that sort of the aim then, I guess, for the season? Obviously coming in, learning the ropes and sort of seeing how you progress through the year. We've got 7 rounds coming up, so do you reckon that the aim is to be just chipping away at that gap?
Yeah, definitely. Just improve every session and see where we end up at the end of the year.
So you're a rookie in the pit bikes this year. Have you done any motorbike racing before?
I've not, no.
So a complete fresh rookie, right.
I've ridden road bikes and stuff, but that's about it. I've never raced.
So I guess, we're a couple of sessions in. We've not raced yet this weekend. I mean, what are the lessons you've already taken so far this weekend?
Just learning the tracks, learning body position, certain stuff like that, how the bike works. Still learning, so we'll see how she gets on.
And sort of the preparation side of things as well. I mean, have you done any more of the mechanical side of things, or are you completely new to that as well and learning as you go?
Completely new, learn as we go, just give it a all.
Awesome stuff. Well, best of luck to you. Thanks for taking the time to chat to us, and hopefully we'll see you progress as the season sort of goes on. Quite a dense part of the paddock now. We're getting into the rough of it down here, aren't we? We'll hopefully have a chat with a couple more people before we sort of start wandering the other way. See if any of these guys want to have a quick chat. Come on. I think we've got some of the O'Keeffes down here. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, all good so far. Bit slower than what we want to be, but yeah, going well.
Going well, of course. Family affair for you guys, isn't it? So that rivalry still sparking for 2026?
Very much still sparking. Here's our new member. This is Billy O'Keeffe. He's my son.
Another one?
Yeah, he's here to race for the first time. He's doing well.
How's it going for you then? It's new environment for you. How you bedding in?
Yeah, it's totally new to me. It's good fun, making a bit of progress, getting used to it.
Are they teaching you well, or are they just throwing you under the bus all the time?
No, I'm getting lots of good advice. Yeah.
It's good stuff. You are nice sometimes, you guys, aren't you, I suppose? Yeah, that's good stuff. Any challenges specific to Lydd that you're sort of, learning the ropes with? We've spoken to a lot of people, quite fast, quite flowing.
Yeah, I'm getting used to most of the track. It's a nice track. The S-bends are giving me some trouble there. They're a challenge, for sure.
And sort of pace-wise, how are you looking?
Pretty slow. It is my first time. I'm on 58 seconds, roughly, at the moment. So, looking to hopefully improve a little bit.
Main aim is just going to be trying to stay with these guys as long as you can, and then chip away at it as the season goes on. Well, best luck to you three. Hopefully we'll chat with you as the rounds go on. We'll keep walking a little bit, Riley. I mean, obviously the O'Keeffes, they're renowned in this paddock. They know what they're doing, and another new member to add to the already quite extensive rostrum. Got a few bikes coming around here. Hopefully a couple more people to sort of chat to. But yeah, it seems that a lot of people overall, the overall paddock feel is quite positive.
Yeah, everybody's just happy to be back racing, and of course it's just such a good feeling, isn't it? And one thing I did want to point out is how it's going to be so good this first round, because half the field in every single class is going to be wanting to do the absolute utmost just to enjoy the first round of the season and get back up to speed, whereas the other half might just want to build into it. As we've heard a lot of people say, they just want to go that little bit more every time and just keep building as the season goes on. And I think that'll create a lot of action, because you'll see some people a bit higher than they usually would be, because they'll be nice and motivated. They would have been very bored during the winter time, and they'll be coming back soon, and they knew it. They were desperate to come back, and here they are, back ready for racing at Lydd Circuit. So, as I said before, it's going to be so good, and big battles between many people. And I believe we're going to be going to look for some more people to get a quick chat. We've, as you said, had one qualifying session so far, so people just getting some last preparations in before heading out. And of course, not long now until we get on the grid racing. See if anyone is down here looking for a word. Not quite sure. We can't see many people around, so yeah, we're just going to have to keep travelling up down the paddock. And yeah, another reminder just to keep your eyes on the socials. Make sure you follow them. You'll get all the updates on the championship from here at Lydd Circuit, and of course from now on into the season. We've got some riders there that are getting ready for their next session. Probably qualifying, I think, is up next, so we're not going to disturb them. Let them get in the zone. I think we might have a chat with this young lad here if he's up for it. Might just be about to go out, so we'll see. Good again. Look, ready for another chat? I believe we spoke yesterday, and you were saying you're having a lot of fun out there. So a bit more sessions out there today or yesterday afternoon, and improving the feeling?
Yeah, a lot. The bike feels very fast, and I'm hoping to do well in the race.
I mean, strong ambitions for a strong contender, and I'm sure you'll just keep building as you keep going. Race one, you looking forward to it?
Yeah, a lot. I'm excited for the start.
And one thing I wanted to ask, because I've been asking most of the riders I've been interviewing so far, is what is your favourite spot for overtaking? I mean, you might not want to give it away because you don't want to tell your competitors, but would you be able to let us in and sort of tell us where your favourite place to send one down the inside is?
Yeah, like on the top corner, trying to go up the inside, like doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the hairpin is a good way to go, a nice little dive bomb just to upset the competition and maintain the lead. Well, good luck to you, and hopefully we'll see you up at the front, as I imagine you will. Brilliant confidence from you, and I'm sure that'll carry you all the way.
Thank you.
A very confident young man there, and spoke to him yesterday, and he was just as confident, and I'm sure he will be at the front as he promised. So I'm going to pass back to Zach now, who may be able to get a few more words in.
Yeah, it's always good sort of talking to the riders. A lot of them so impressively well-spoken in front of the camera. We just saw there the parents completely sprinting out of the way as soon as they possibly could. But the riders so mature, and again, at such a young age, it's really good to see. I mean, you look at the likes of Sullivan Moundy, of course, who's risen through the ranks now in Red Bull Rookies, and, really impressing. One of those that really always shines through on the interview, and it is always, a nice thing to see that they've got that intelligence and that maturity to showcase themselves. We're wandering back through the talent, back through the paddock, looking at all of the talent that we've got on offer. An array of bikes, obviously, all the way from Mini Moto all the way into the Mini GP bikes, and some very impressive riders as we go through. Again, if it is your first time here at FAB-Racing, again, this is the place to be, to nurture yourself, to get onto that pathway into the Moto 4 British Cup, into Red Bull Rookies, into Moto Junior, and then, of course, that road in towards the World Championship stage, as we, again, desperately try not to get run over by the very busy paddock that we've got, a very bustling paddock. Let's see if we can poke our heads into a couple more warnings. We've got a couple of guys in here hard at work. Anyone want a quick chat? He's all right. Busy at work. Should we go poke our head in? They're going to go see if they can go get him. I think we've got Sebastian Gazlowski, who's coming in. He's a remarkably quick driver, reigning 50 and 50R championship winner, of course, is Super Seb. He's wandering his way over. Let's have a quick chat with him. Of course, a big contender coming into 2026. Seb, how's it going? Off the back of quite a successful 2025, so looking to do the same in 26?
Yeah, this race round, we were just sorting out the bikes, ready for the next round.
And sort of, obviously, here at Lydd and the rest of the season, any rounds in particular looking forward to?
Lydd is one of my favourite tracks, but also Landown.
So a bit further on in the season, and quite a trek actually from Kent all the way to sort of South Wales. And sort of in terms of championship aspirations, obviously off the back of 2025, where you did quite well, I think you'll admit, are you looking to again do the same in this year, or is this a year of learning and getting used to a new bike?
Hopefully I do the same, and we'll just work and push as hard as we can.
You said obviously you're getting the bike ready for this round. I mean, how's the pace looking relative to everyone else? You've had the practice sessions and qualifying coming up, so how is it looking?
It's okay, just trying to get that P1 on the grid.
Best of luck for you there. I mean, we've spoken to a couple of people. Quite fast, quite flowing. Does that mean it's quite difficult to overtake around here?
There's some overtaking spots, but it's more of a flying track.
You reckon you can get the start you need off the line then?
Hopefully.
Well, best of luck to you, Super Seb. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and of course the championship beyond that. Super Seb, remarkable talent, and again one of those that have come through basically from being 8 or 9 years old, now of course into being a teenager and rising through the ranks, and that's exactly what we sort of like to see. I mean, we've spoken to a couple of rookies. It's their first weekend in Fab, and the general message has been that they've felt quite welcome this weekend, but also of course those sort of seasoned veterans, if you like, that have come through all the way through the ranks, progressing from AC40 Rookies all the way up to the Mini GP 70s, and that's really the pathway that FAB-Racing provides, isn't it?
In the end, it's all a pathway, and it is the pathway into the World Championship. At first, when you hear Brad Ray say about it, he'll say that he, in fact, at first it was just coming to enjoy riding a motorbike, and that's what all these kids are here to do. And then when you start getting to the top class, like the GP 70 class, that is where things get intense, and it's where you think, hang on a minute, I can be a real professional motorcycle racer here. And then the mindset starts to kick in, the domination starts to come out. As we saw Harrison last year, he was an absolute machine, and as he's proving just now, he's an absolute machine still in his adventures in the Moto 4 British Cup. So it's just so good to see everybody back for round one. And just as we saw there with that interview, he was just a little bit nervous. Might have just been his first interview in a while, of course, so we won't judge, but that backs up my claim earlier about how some will just be coming into this first round looking to take it a little bit carefully and just build into the season, and of course some, like before, being lovely and confident and ready to go, and they'll be out the gates wild.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the opening Paddock show of the 2026 season. A big, once again, welcome back to Fab Racing in 2026. We've gone up, we've gone down the paddock, and now it's time for some racing.
On the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
FAB-Racing mini bikes British Championship.
So just a reminder of the start procedure for you here at FAB-Racing. It has been a long time. We need to dust off those cobwebs in your brain. It is lights out. We are underway in 2025. Great launch away there from Tommy Williams on the 61 bike. He will inherit the lead. Maxwell Keats trying to regain his lead. Can't quite find the way through Tommy Williams.
Absolute domination in the first place from him. He's about to take that checker flag. Here he is. He takes it and takes home first place for the LC40 Elite.
It is lights out. We are underway, and once again, as we expected, it is a rocket start from Nelly Nuth. The 44 times the launch perfectly. But as long as Nuth can stay on two wheels, she's essentially got this one in the bag, unless Finley Styles can pull something right out of the top drawer. Styles is really pushing, is really closed up now, but it may be too little, too late for Finley Styles, as we head round the final corner. Welcome back to 2025. Nelly Nuth takes the opening round of the season in style. Nelly Nuth makes it 2 from 2 and wins race number 2 in the opening round of the season in the Brits and AC40 Inters. And what a ride from the 44 once again.
It is going to be an amazing victory for him at the first race in Lydd. And here we go. Harrison Day takes the checkered flag, taking first place at this first race in Lydd. That will be an amazing moment for him. But let's see who is going to take that second position. And it is Taylor Tomlinson with Travis Shaw coming in third. What a brilliant race that was.
It is Harrison Day who dominates here at Lydd and will be going home a very happy boy, because all eyes are on him today. He has been absolutely remarkable.
Fab Racing.
Is lights out and away we go. Richard Holmes Williams holding on to that first place. Here is Jamie King, though, hot on his tail in second.
Fab Racing.
Very close battle between these guys here. They are tight as anything. Who is going to take it? Chris Wells looks to the inside, and he does well.
But he wants to come here, he wants that redemption. He comes in week on week in order to sort of hone his craft and get some experience. He's been over in Aston recently as well, racing bikes. He does test riding for Snedson. He's a very experienced rider, very, very good rider. All he needs is to taste that sweet, sweet taste of home victory.
Very close battle between these guys here. They are tight as anything. Who is going to take it? Chris Wells looks to the inside, and he does well. Chris Wells takes that move and gets past Cotgrove.
Oh, this is fierce racing. The pit bike guys making no friends out there on the track. Is to the inside and on the grass, maybe. Man, oh man, Joshua French. Go racing in Moto Team race number 1. Oh, and Marco Pandolfo doesn't go anywhere. Or was that a jump start, maybe? All possible. Jacques Van Eden is somehow leading into turn 1. Up into the lead. Chaos away at the start. It's Van Eden from French. From Marco Pandolfo, your sub 3. And Joshua French is going to put on the attack as they start the penultimate lap of the race. Marco Pandolfo holding firm down into turn 1. Look at the momentum on the 116. He nearly high sides out of turn 1. Jack Van Eden doing a fantastic job to hold off those behind, but here comes up the inside. Oh, and he's gone down. David too much on the front of it bit, and down he goes. Joshua French has gone down and out of the race on the very final lap. It will be Marco Pandolfo who takes victory in race number 2 of the Moto Team. It's going to be redemption for Ben O'Keefe a year after he crashed out of the lead on the final corner. This time, Ben O'Keefe takes a standard class win. Oh. To the lights, Kozlowski on pole, Fedric alongside. It is lights out and we're underway. Good start by both of the front runners there, but it will be Fedric with the inside into turn one, and who does inherit the lead of the race. And this time Thomas to the inside. Oh, super close between them. That is brave stuff. Still not done though. Curtis back to the inside, up and under maybe for Thomas. Somehow, Bradley Curtis holds on to P3. Man, oh man, racing at its brilliant best between the pair of them. Sheer focus, sheer commitment, sheer willpower from that young man who has been phenomenal so far this season, and gets into round two, continues it with a bang. Sebastian Kozlowski dominates the opening race of the Mini GP 50R class. Time for the big boys on the little bikes. Time for a race that many see as the highlight of the weekend. It is the senior Mini Motos. Matt Birkin looming large in the rear view, of course, of the 100 of Rhys Gentry up the inside and takes the lead of the race, but the up and under there, the 100 machine back on the switchback and back into the lead. Both of them running a little bit of curb. Gentry to the inside of the sweepers. Oh, that's brilliant from Rhys Gentry, and gets it confirmed as well. Any fight back from Birkin? Not on this occasion. Maybe that's the best thing. Last lap board shown and defensive ever so slightly, but he's left the door open. Matt Birkin straight back to the inside of turn one. Rhys Gentry tries to get the switch back, but Birkin cleverly covers it off. Now look for David Meyer. Around the outside goes Rhys Gentry, trying to go the long way of turn number two. Could be a drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? It will be Rhys Gentry, who takes victory by less than a tenth of a second, at the timing being 72 thousandths of a second there. Fist bumps between the top two. This is FAB-Racing.
And away we go, racing for the AC40 Rookies here at Houghton Park. Brilliant performance we are seeing from the number 76 of Zach Athasic in this race. Look at that, neck and neck. Austin Baton, the number 100 on that Spider-Man livery, just coming round the final corner now, and he's going to do it, cross that finish line. Austin Baton, the number 100, takes first place. Lights out and away we go. This race has started for the Mini GP 70. But there is our race leader, Harrison Day. The 47 of Matthew Thomas ahead of the number 4 of Travis Shaw, battling it out. 4-second position. Matthew Thomas ran a little bit wide then, which gave the number 4 of Travis Shaw the ability to get past and take that second position. The 77 moving out then, around on the inside, through on the number 7 of Logan Cousins. Second lap of racing for these guys in the Mini GP 70. Coming round that last corner now, he's going to do it once again. Harrison Day on the number 15, showing his absolute domination in the Mini GP 70 class.
Lights out and away we go. The number 18 of Finley Styles gets a very good start. Nelly New dropping down to third there. A very good start there. I believe that was Reed Saxelby.
Nelly New still hunting down Reed Saxelby with 5 laps left to go. It has been a tight battle between these guys all race so far, and it is absolutely brilliant performance we are seeing from them. They are both trying different lines. Finley Styles, the number 19, our race leader, coming round now to finish, and it is Finley Styles who takes that win.
An absolutely sensational performance from Nelly New there. With that 3-second jump start penalty, she will win the second round of the AC Inter class. What a sensational performance from her. All visors to the flag, and the flag is dropped, and it's going to be a start to race 2 of the PB 140.
Harrison Quincy is still leading on that 7.55, coming into the chicane now. Absolutely brilliant stuff we are seeing from him, leading Jamie King and Chris Wells, our leaders in the championship at the moment. But it is going to be Harrison Quincy coming round now on start-finish straight, and it is Harrison Quincy takes his first win in the Pit Bike 140s and his first podium in the Pit Bike 140s. Richard Williams looking to make a look on the edge, but can't quite do it. Harrison Quincy leading into the final corner on the start-finish straight. Who is going to win this final race? And it is the 755 of Harrison Quincy who takes the win in the third and final race of the Pit Bike 140 here at Hooton Park. And it is lights on and lights out, and away we go racing here. Sebastian Gazlowski, fabulous start from him. Caleb Ratcliffe go on that 96, fastest lap of a 39.955. He's getting himself involved in these battles there. He has Tommy Keats in his sights, and he's like, I can taste the podium here, I want to have a go.
Sebastian Gazlowski, who has been dominant this weekend, late in the day gets a bit of assistance from the traffic and could cruise on home out of the final corner. It's another win for Sebastian Gazlowski, who just seems unstoppable at the moment. The 64 takes the checkered flag.
An absolutely brilliant start from Rhys Gentry there. He was straight on the throttle when that red light went out. Matt Birkin straight on his throttle. You can see, I love it with these guys. You can really see how tight and pulled in they get with their bike when they get on those straights to try and gain some speed up and make moves on the other riders. But there is our race leader, Rhys Gentry, being pressured by Matt Birkin, who is closely followed by Keaton Payne. Coming round now onto that start-finish straight, and there he is, and Matt Birkin, our race winner. Absolutely brilliant performance from him there with Keaton Payne.
It's the fast starting, the fast charging Rhys Gentry who leads the way, but it could all be changed behind him. Matt Birkin with a big move round the outside of turn one. That is special. That's why he's your reigning champion. That's why he's the championship leader. Matt Birkin with something sent from above.
Here we go, look at that. Rhys Gentry was looking to make a move there on Keaton Payne, but couldn't, and he's done it. Rhys Gentry, oh gee, Josh Birkin looking to get involved now, and he does it. Josh Birkin has just slid his way through past those two.
Nick Bennett, that's a huge one. Wow, and that's Keaton Payne from the lead of the race, who's gone tumbling down the front straight. The handlebars are bent, the chain is off.
The Birkins of Buxton, they're coming around now into just the final few corners in the last section of the track. Back traffic there though, back markers, could that be a little issue? Not really. Josh Birkin and Matt have both just flown past those. But Josh Birkin now in the lead. Who is going to be Matt Birkin looking to make a move on this last final little straight section? But it is Josh Birkin who takes the win in the third and final race of the senior mini motos. Matt Birkin, his brother, just ever so close behind in second position.
Let's kickstart Sunday's action. Possible little jump start there from Jensen Cedras. Looks like he got away really strong as they head down into turn one. It will be Cedras the leads from pole position. Maxwell Keaton P2. Change behind him though. Looks like Reed Saxelby may have just been overtaken by Joey Akasic for P2. In the pro class, that's very deep from both Cedras and Keats. They head up to Iredale's hairpin for the first time.
But Maxwell Keats right on the back of him. He looks like he might jump to the inside, but no such luck on this occasion. Jensen Cedras keeps the lead. He's right on the back of Maxwell Keats. They go side by side almost, and the 24 holds the lead. Coming through St. John's Bend now, only a couple of corners to go. Jensen Cedras needs to get a good exit out of here and potentially a switchback. He's going on the inside in the final corner. Oh, it just hasn't worked out. But can he get the run to the line? He might. Let's have a look. Oh, it's the dead heat. 6,000 over the line. Maxwell Keats wins from Jensen Cedras. We're getting ready to go racing. The lights are out, and let's see, is it Marco Pandolfo and the 123 who takes the lead away from Sam Clowes? A brilliant move there. That's what he needed to do yesterday, but Sam Clowes has been on another level this weekend. Let's see what he can do. Whether he's down. He's down. That's Sam Clowes down at turn 2. He wants the Moto Team standard win, and I tell you what, he's getting very, very close actually on the back of. Oh, and then they touch, and that was so close there. My word. The 65 is right on the back, goes to the outside, side by side. Wow, and he set up the move nice and late there, and a brilliant move there for this 65. A great battle between Lydd and Harrison O'Keefe. It'll be around the corner, and it'll be yet another win this season for Marco Pandolfo of Team FAB-Racing, who wins race 2 of the Moto Team.
The AC40 Inter's race 1 of the final round is go. Great start there from Nelly Nuth from pole.
Nelly Nuth, though, she seems to be back this weekend and back with a bang. She's had that pole position from qualifying. She got that good start to the race. This is the Nelly we know and love.
Finley Styles still hot on her heels though as they come around Luna Bend to make it one more lap to go. Can Styles get by and give himself the biggest advantage in the championship? Can Nuth bring the gap down ever so slightly?
She's going to be taking her first race win in quite some time for this season, and that is the checkered flag, and it is Nelly Nuth who takes the first race win of this weekend for the AC40 Inters.
It's all wide open in the Mini GP70s, and it is going.
Absolutely brilliant start from Logan Cousins there to get up into P3 from beginning in P4.
The front two breaking away. Logan Cousins is keeping them in check. Not too far behind though. A mistake or a collision from both of them. He could very well be quitted as they make their way through Paddock Bend.
Over again, is that someone going? That is Matthew Thomas looking to go down on the inside of Taylor Thomas, and he's done it. That was very, very fierce racing there. That was a close move there.
Matthew Thomas, where have you been, sunshine? Welcome back to P1.
Frankie Watson on the number 14, around Luna Bend, coming into the final corner now. And he's gone across the finish line there in his checkered flag. And it is Frankie Watson, the number 14, takes the first race win of the weekend for the Mini GP70s.
Mini Bike British Championships.
On the road to MotoGP and the feeder series to the British Talent Cup and Red Bull Rookies, this is FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of round 1 of the FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship, supported by Master Mac. And as you can see, a bit of change in conditions. It is now raining here at the, well, now not so sunny Lydd Kart Circuit. Myself, Zach Swinney, Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box to bring you all of the racing action. Kicking things off after the lunch break, it's race 3 of 4 for Moto Team, both standard and open. And well, I think a little bit of confusion in the paddock as they're all racing back into the paddock, I think maybe to whack on some wet tyres.
Yeah, all of an hour ago we were looking at the weather and it was absolutely brilliant, and now it has just started chucking it down right at the end of the break, just before Moto Team was about to go out. So it looks like everybody's making some last minute decisions and we'll have a delay to the start, and we've got some stuff to talk about now. Of course, if you haven't heard it from us already this weekend, we've got a special announcement coming your way for FAB-Racing, a really big one, a huge announcement of that as the camera just gets wiped clear of the rain. And keep your eyes and ears peeled for that on all the socials. Make sure you take a look at the Brad Ray interview we've got coming for you in a few days' time.
Thank you for your company this afternoon and this weekend, the first round of 7 for the Master Mac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship in 2026. It's one to look forward to, and so far today at Lydd, if you are now just joining us, thank you for your company. Definitely implore you to go back and watch yesterday's action and also this morning's action. Some classic races in the case of the 70s, the Extremes, the pit bikes. It had it all so far in the opening round, like I say, of 7. Of course, we'll wrap off today at Lydd in a few weeks' time. In about a month's time, we'll head to Clay Pigeon, Hooton Park, Ella Park, Rowra, Three Sisters and Clandau, our 7-round calendar, and also the addition of Curb Cam. We've seen some pretty spectacular speeds through here. I don't think the riders are going to be getting quite as close to the grass now it's raining, and also not going to be carrying anywhere near as much speed as the rain really is lashing it down. Yeah, just got told there from Lucy Curtis through the window, about 5 to 10 minute delay that we're going to have here.
as the rain continues to chuck it down hard. We're watching from the curb camera. Yeah, and we're going to have to find something to entertain you for this time.
It's a nice lesson for you. Jump straight into the commentary box. This is really where you start to earn your money, is how can you keep yourself entertained for the next 10 minutes. It's fine. Last time I was at Lydd 2 years ago for the first event of 2024, we had the oil spill, oil gate at the chicane. We believed it was one of the sidecars at the time that put some oil down on the circuit. Jensen Bishop was the first to drop. I think it was the 70s race. He was rapid for a couple of laps, dropped the bike, and then they realised that there was oil on the circuit. Desperately tried to clean it up, couldn't. We were red flagged for about an hour and a half, I think, before we then eventually had to bin off the round and then sort of compensate those races in the subsequent rounds. So yeah, red flags and delays. It's not necessarily a red flag, but delays, while unfortunate, are a thing. So of course you've got our company. We'll try and keep you entertained for the next sort of moment. But it is a different challenge now, right? Because it's the first time that we've had rain thus far this weekend. It's been relatively good weather, albeit a bit overcast yesterday, a bit windy. The track grip has been there, right, for the most part. It's now the first time for a lot of these riders they'll ever be riding in the rain, and at the very least for a lot of these riders the first time they'll be riding in the rain for quite some time. A lot of people have moved up onto geared bikes. A lot of people are new to the grid in its entirety. A lot of people returning after quite a bit of a break. So this is going to be a very different challenge. And also the thing is it's not completely pouring down monsoon. It's sort of that awkward 50% where it's kind of slick. There's not a lot of standing water, so you're not overly sure as to where the grip is. It's going to be quite a difficult condition to sort of get acclimatised to.
Yeah, it's in this situation that the bravest will come out on top as long as they can stay on the machine. It's a real challenge of how much do you want to push for it and how much do you just want to take it cool and take home some decent points. There'll be people already at the front of the championship, for example Joshua Barfoot and other people, Noah Barfoot and other people, of course, like Jensen Knowles, who would have had some really strong races so far and be leading the championship, or at least in the top 3, and they'll see these conditions and probably think, you know what, it might not be worth pushing for the win this time, especially after that moment we saw from Jensen Knowles earlier on today. I mean, I wouldn't want to do that in the rain. It's a bit harder to save in these conditions.
Yeah, it is. You can see just the bottom right there, slightly clearer indication, and you can see where the tyres have shielded the tarmac from the rain a little bit, the difference in the colour, and the tarmac is actually quite wet. So what I was saying a moment ago about the 50-50, I mean, there is quite a lot of water out on circuit, but it's that thing of, going into this, especially for the Moto team, what their expectations are. I'm sure they're probably going to get a couple of extra formations laps just to sort of bed themselves in. Hearing as well that the rain might be slowing down and stopping. It's been quite windy here, so hopefully sort of the cloud cover that's bringing this precipitation is just going to blow straight over us. It's going to be a short spell and hopefully we'll be dried by later on in the afternoon. There we can see, zooming in, there is some clearer skies coming.
Yeah, not long until we see blue skies above the track here at Lydd Kart Circuit. It's been a pretty positive morning in terms of weather, much sunnier than yesterday, and then it came and bit us in the lunch break. So yeah, as I said, a few championship contenders who might have a bit of an issue deciding whether they want to go for it or not in these conditions, and by the time we get to the race it will still be a little bit slippy, at least for this first Moto Team race, and then they might be able to clear it up for us. So that battle we've seen so far between Ian Jackson, Team Acme and SFC might be split up by another team.
Yeah, potentially so. Of course, Moto Team Standard and Open, so there are 2 classes coming into Moto Team, which, by the way, if you are new to FAB-Racing and you're kind of interested in getting yourself onto the grid, Moto Team is probably one of the best ways that you can do that. There are 2 classes, the standard, the more restricted class. There's also then the open, unrestricted class, where basically you try and push the limits as to what your bike is capable of. You can modify it within the regulations, and that's what we've got. The likes of Team Acme, Team SFC and Ian Jackson, the reigning standard champion, has now taken that step up and into the open class, and so far this weekend has been quite impressive. Team Acme Racing and Ian Jackson have been sort of swapping themselves on the podium. Acme taking second in race 1 yesterday and first in race 2 yesterday, whereas Ian Jackson took first and third over yesterday. So keeping it, within 4 points of each other in the championship. SFC as well, Matt Lindley at the handlebars of that one, only 9 points back. So keeping it very, very close in the championship. And then also in terms of the standard, the restricted class, if you like, Ivano Di Francesco coming into that one, taking 2 back-to-back wins from Tom Dudson, taking 2 back-to-back second positions over yesterday. And a revised sort of format for Moto Team, if you like. So for the rest of our categories, the grid is set from each, from the qualifying session at the beginning of the weekend for each of the 3 races. For Moto Team, not only do they now have the additional 4th race to make it a bit easier to share the bike with other people, which is another quirk of the Moto Team Championship, which is good. You can share those costs, you can share the bike with your mates and have a bit of fun. So 4, much easier to divide by 2 than 3. What it does mean is that also they've revised how the starting grids work. So for each separate race, it's then decided by the previous race's finishing results. So rather than just having qualifying be the be-all and end-all, Motor Team have changed it so that each race is now the previous race results finishing order, which means Team Acme will be taken to pole position for this one.
Yeah, and it's all in an effort to motivate team members to get back up on the bike if something goes wrong, and get back to the front and try and make do with what they have and get a good grid position for their teammate for the next race, or for themselves if they're going back out there. And of course, not only have they got that to contend with, but the rain as well.
We say rain and the sun's coming back out. Hopefully it'll dry up quite quickly. It's an interesting dynamic, and now of course you can see the ground is quite saturated, right? There is quite a shiny surface forming, which of course will be quite slippery. How long do you reckon it'll take with no more rain to sort of get this circuit dried up? It might be a couple of races yet, but maybe for Motor Team it's definitely going to be wet. But as we go through the afternoon, maybe a couple of riders are going to be thinking, is it time for slicks, is it time for wets? And that's going to be quite an interesting headache that, we don't have to deal with, which is great.
Well, this is where luck completely comes into it. You always need luck in motorbike racing and in any sport, but this is the ultimate challenge of just deciding, really. It's a 50-50 shot of what you want to do. And as the rain begins to dry up now, the sun comes through as we look out the window of the commentary box to end this short-lived period of rain.
Yeah, interesting. Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, and what would you do maybe if this was the case at one of your races. What are your thoughts if you're a rider watching along? Tell us what you're doing. Are you going to put on slicks? Are you going to put on wets when it comes to that point? Motor Team, I think, definitely will be on wets. And let us know if you're maybe planning on coming down to any of the future Fab rounds. Of course, we're here today at Lydd. In a few weeks' time, we'll be taking to Clay Pigeon for round number 2, Hooton Park, Ella Park, Rowra, Three Sisters, and Clandau to round off our 7-round calendar for 2026. In just a few moments, we'll be taken to the circuit for Moto Team. And hopefully, like I say, won't be too much longer. A bit of a delay, of course, because of the rain and riders changing tyres. I think we're seeing a couple of people make their way in, and I can see some of the riders making their way on slicks. It's time to go racing then in Moto Team. After a brief delay because of the rain shower, the riders are out on wet, but you can see some patchiness starting to form already. The rain came and it went just as quickly, gave us a bit of a mix-up for the opening round of our 7-race calendar in the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship in 2026. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis alongside me in the commentary box, bring you the action here at Motorsport Media. Like I say, moments away until Moto Team take their way to the grid, and as we were just alluding to there, Riley, a saturated circuit, but a drying one at that.
Yeah, and there's going to be some hot spots that we're going to have to look out for. We've seen some crashes and moments a lot in the first chicane and also the penultimate corner. Regardless of the layout, going into that one quite hard on the brakes, it's a heavy overtaking spot. So expect to see in these conditions a lot of moments or crashes going into those corners. The riders are going to be very tentative through there, and that might just cost them because somebody behind them might be a bit braver.
Maybe so. It's the first time this year that these riders will be braving some wet conditions. I mean, can you really call it wet? Slippery, maybe. And, of course, over the 12-lap race that we've got, 11-lap race that we've got, apologies, for Moto Team, the track will probably start to get a little bit better. And, again, those different lines will start to form. Riding styles will change slightly, and still some confusion because, well, the sun firmly is out, but wet tyres absolutely on for each of our bikes. Looking on to some riders and teams to watch. Team Acme Racing, Marco Pandolfo at the handlebars for that one. The number 8 reigning champions, of course, Acme. Team SFC, Ian Jackson, Ivano Di Francesco, the front four. Di Francesco, of course, winning the standard class. Both of their races yesterday. Acme, SFC and Ian Jackson all taking the helm of the open class and giving each other a brilliant battle. Acme Racing, the one, setting the standard, but Ian Jackson and SFC, close contenders.
Yeah, and if MotoGP is your only form of motorcycle racing that you watch, Second of all, you should watch some more, including FAB-Racing. And third of all, it's not the same. You can't just go into the pits and switch out. You've got to stick with what you got. These races are too short to be wasting time going into the pits and changing. So, whatever these guys go with, they're burdened with for the rest of the race. So this is where luck begins to fall into place. Every decision matters from now on as the sun begins to come out and dry the track, but I think there's still a bit of a wet line out there.
Yeah, there will be. Of course, we won't know until they're out on circuit. We won't know what the grip's like. They won't know what the grip's like. It's all well and good us knowing what the grip's like. It's kind of their job to know what the grip is like. They've got to go quick. I think it could throw a spanner into the works. And what it will do as well, obviously standard and open are classified differently, so there is an open championship and a standard championship. Even if, Ivano Di Francesco finishes 6th on the road, as long as he's the first standard, he still gets the 25 points for the win. But what it could do is close that gap between the two classes of bikes and mean that the likes of Di Francesco can mix it up with the open on track, maybe slow down some of the opens and spice up their respective battles.
Yeah, I'm just looking at SFC right now, 133 at the front of the field. They're currently on wets, but I can't seem to identify anyone else's tyres.
I think they're all on wets.
All right then, so it looks like they are going to stick with that. It seems like the choice to make, to be fair, especially since nobody's been out there yet to test the grounds.
Jamie King straight to the pit lane to start having a look. He needs to get any advantage that he can get really this weekend. I reckon he lives in those leathers as well. I think I've not seen him ever take them off. Nonetheless, he's out, and I think a lot of riders actually, if their race is coming up in the next couple of moments, they'll be looking as to how wet is the circuit. Do we put on wets? Do we chance it on slicks? I don't think we're really going to know until these guys take to the circuit.
Yeah, they're just going to be waiting, and they're really going to be careful on these opening sight and laps, and depending on how many they get, they're just going to keep building into it. Lap 1 is going to be very slow, and then we'll see them slowly build up in pace and confidence as the track begins to dry and confidence begins to increase. All right then, we get underway for Moto Team. The riders come out of pit lane now to enter the track, and as I just said, we will be lovely and careful, the whole grid will be on circuit for the first few laps. Team Acme Racing starts on pole position after victory yesterday afternoon, ahead of Team SFC in second, Ian Jackson, Ivano Di Francesco in fourth, Thomas Dudson in fifth, Harrison O'Keefe, Phil Joyce, Mario Gelli, Paul Kelly, Gary O'Keefe, Peter Appleton, Madison Martelou, Spencer Collingwood, gold member Malcolm Stein, Robert Leveridge, Ben O'Keefe, Adam Harris and Phil Mapplebeck at the back of the grid. So these guys just getting their laps out there and trying to get a feel. As you can see, they're all being very tentative, staying away from that inside curb. Usually we're on this curb cam and see them going right up close to it and going right down low, but as you can see, very, very careful for now, just learning the track conditions and seeing how it will react across the race. A few more laps then of warm-up for them to get used to these conditions, and we'll be ready to go racing for the first race of Sunday afternoon at Lydd Kart Circuit.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it won't be too long until we start to see a drier line start to form. The only sort of problem is with bikes, the treaded wet tyres. Obviously, I know this is obvious to say, but you're only on two wheels, so the line that you're beginning to form is a lot narrower, which means the margin for error is very, very slim. If there is a drier racing line beginning to form, one small mistake either side of that could be disastrous.
Yeah, and of course the tyres are really going to start to heat up as well once the track begins to dry. So there's going to be places where lines may look a bit odd because riders may be looking for puddles that they can keep their tyres cool by going through. But I don't think the race is all that long enough to be thinking all that much about tyre wear or pressure. As we watch someone with an issue right now, that's the number 141. Two riders apparently were being told, or 166 as well, having an issue.
We've lost Ivano Di Francesco, the 141. That's the standard class leader of Di Francesco. We're also the 166. That, I believe, is going to be Mario Gelli. So dropping it on the formation that potentially you're suffering a couple of bike issues, one or the other. Nonetheless, you can see running over there. Final checks going to the 133 of Team SFC to check over and make sure all is good. Team Acme Racing and Marco Pandolfo at the handlebars for that one. Definitely cannot miss that number 8. And well, on this wet track, I'm not entirely sure as to how long those rims are going to stay white.
Yeah, well, we'll see then. Team Acme lining it on pole position. They did a really good job to take victory yesterday, but an all-new challenge is at the front here. And we'll see if this battle carries on between Ian Jackson, SFC and Acme, or if somebody else can get involved. That would have been, I think, Ivano Di Francesco, and hopefully they can get back up and get on the bike and get back into fourth. It doesn't look like they're back up in time, because I think we're about to start and there is no bike in that fourth grid slot. So we might unfortunately be getting started without them. And no, it looks like we're just waiting for them to come back now, as we look out the commentary box window trying to locate. Oh, somebody else has hit some issue as well. That's one of the O'Keeffes.
That's Ben O'Keefe there, the 64. Suffering some problems. Down on his knees, trying to sort it out, and hopefully be looking to get that out of the way if it is unrecoverable. Maybe just need a bit of a hand to get it up and over the tyres and out of harm's way, or if it is maybe fixable. Of course, that means a slightly delayed start again to Moto Team. And again, we were talking about this yesterday, the anticipation sat on the grid. I mean, the nerves are rattling through, especially ahead of, you know, the first damp race of the year, of the weekend, the first damp session that these riders will be facing. I mean, being sat second guessing yourself, having that time in your own head is going to be, well, quite disastrous for some.
Yeah, the nerves will be building and it will really, really be affecting them. Might see a few people jump the start or maybe get a poor start. Some people bashing fairings on the grid, just trying to make sure everything's attached nice and well to their motorcycle, as we now get ready, waiting for Ben O'Keefe to take his motorcycle off track. And it looks like we may be just about to get started. They'll be inspecting for any oil that may be on track and make it even more slippy than it already is at this point. So a bit of a further delay, but looks like we're back to blue skies, but a bit of a damp track to start us off for Moto Team, the first race of the day for them. And here we go then. It looks like we're about to get rolling. Team Acme on pole position, see if they can replicate yesterday's race win. They look at the flag and they go away. A bit of a movement at the back, but we're all good. Team Acme gets away really well. SFC trying to go around the outside. They're into second ahead of Ian Jackson. Team Acme gets away. You can see them all being really, really tentative at the start, but Team Acme looking brave off the line, and SFC not too far behind.
No, absolutely not. Of course, you can see the number 8, the metallic green of Team Acme Racing, coming into this as the race winner of yesterday. That's dictated as to where they start, being on pole position, also followed by Team SFC. Then comes Ian Jackson, 1, 2 and 3 in the open category. Harrison O'Keefe, Thomas Dudson completed the top 5, and already the top 3 bridging a bit of a gap as they slowly tiptoe their way through the sweeping section, working out where is the grip, where can I start putting the power down, where can I brake as well. And also, because the track is beginning to dry, you don't know where to expect the grip, and that's also going to change over the next 11 laps, the first of which is now done and dusted into the books as Team Acme Racing control the pace from the front.
Yeah, it's looking like it's drying pretty quick, so the pace will build as the race goes on, and they will gain some confidence. It looks to me like this front 3 are who we are watching for at the start. At the moment we're getting yellow flags. I think someone may have gone down on these early laps, and we just saw in the background quite a few people just hanging on for the moment and being careful.
Team Acme Racing still in control, but SFC applying a little bit of pressure. Also a look to the inside from Ian Jackson as they try and negotiate their way through. Ignore the timing tower on the left. Of course, it's Acme Racing, SFC, Jackson 1, 2 and 3, all in the open category. Then comes Thomas Dudson leading the way in standard from O'Keefe, and Phil Joyce 4, 5 and 6. The podium so far in the standard category. So again, the restricted versus the unrestricted. The top 3 right now in that open unrestricted category, and keeping each other honest. And even in these changeable conditions, still as close as you like. A 52.5 for Team Acme, a 52.4, and potentially an attack from Team SFC as they dart to the inside trying to find the grip, but can't quite find a way through. Fastest lap of the race for Ian Jackson as well, using the 2 in front of him as that reference, and maybe can now start ramping up the pressure.
They've been inseparable so far all weekend, and SFC wants to become part of that winners club. Only part of the 3 so far that hasn't won a race and looks to become the one to do it. Of course, Ian Jackson winning in that first race and goes through up the inside. A desperate move on the inside of SFC. Quite a late lunge, but made it work brilliantly in the tricky conditions. Bravery on the 3rd lap as he now chases down Team Acme Racing. Looks like the confidence is there for Ian Jackson, but you don't want to be asking too much on those brakes at this point in time.
No, you don't. Again, when you're not really sure where that limit is, but maybe he's found it already, coming across the line and I'm not entirely sure how much of this is the track getting better or the riders becoming more acclimatised to the circuit, but the lap times are coming down, and I'd imagine after each lap we're going to see new fastest laps be set for each of the riders. New personal best basically through the entire field as well, so partly the riders getting more acclimatised, partly as well the track, like I say, beginning to dry up. 7 laps left to go as FAB Racing still in control and looking to go for their back-to-back victory after taking second place in race 1 yesterday. Ian Jackson looking to bounce back from a third place finish yesterday, dropped off the pace slightly in race 2, but now in these slightly slippery conditions looking to, like I say, bounce back and chase back after the top step.
Yeah, the good old Sunshine looks like he's doing a good job here. Oh, and down goes Team Jackson. Oh no, Ian Jackson, we were just saying how he might have been pushing too hard on that front brake and into the last corner, where I was just about to say it looked a little bit slippy there, still a bit of a shiny line, and he was just a bit, might have been too on the inside. Lost the front and down he goes, and that is him out. And looks like for the first time we are here with only 2 races. 2 racers at the front rather than 3.
Yeah, that's right indeed. FAB Racing SFC, consistency is the name of the game, especially in these testing conditions. But that's not to say that ACME and SFC are immune to a mistake themselves. So that's of course where Ian Jackson needs to pick himself back up and get going again. We have already lost from this race Ivana Di Francesco, Mario Gelli, Gary O'Keefe, Spencer Collingwood, the gold member bike, the Arrive and Ride feature in Moto Team, Malcolm Stein, Ben O'Keefe and Phil Mappelbeck all out of this race in, well, what has just been the opening 6 laps of doing so. Team ACME in control from SFC, who are still applying the pressure. Also a battle here. This is the fight for the standard class lead. Thomas Dudson versus the 65 of Harrison O'Keefe, trying to bring something back to the O'Keefe family after the disastrous start to this race for both Gary and Ben. Harrison looking to chase for that standard victory. Meanwhile as well, the fight for open and the overall victory goes down to the wire between ACME and SFC, who took out 0.7 of a second that last time through. So 2 lead battles to sink our teeth into over the final half of this race.
Yeah, Ian Jackson's got back up. He's currently in 10th, looking to run through the rest of the field and climb further into that top 10, but he's only got 5 laps to do it, so you can't really feel like he's going to be able to catch up to that top 3, especially with the track just still that little bit slippy. So probably being a bit more careful not to drop it and hurt himself before the next race later on. And here we're watching ACME Racing ahead of SFC, the battle for the win becoming less of a battle as ACME Racing look like he is pulling away, but SFC staying right on the rear of that green motorcycle as Thomas Dutton has made his way up into 3rd thanks to that crash from Ian Jackson. That'll be a good podium for him, and of course, as Zach mentioned, the O'Keefe's in the form of Harrison in 4th at the moment, trying to get onto those podium places. Only a 10th of Thomas Dutton, so trying to get involved in that podium battle as they make their way, the 2 leaders, through on some lapped riders. And SFC closing a lot on the brakes there, now getting the feel for things and trying to make an attack on ACME Racing as they come down to the 2nd chicane. SFC all over the back and looking for the inside. He thought about it there. The number 133 just thought better of the move, and for now choosing to take the safer option with 2.5 laps to go as they make their way through on an old friend, Ian Jackson, who is now being lapped and making another difference in this battle, but in the form of a lapped rider as ACME Racing goes through, and so does SFC. But that's allowed SFC to get a little closer and get the wide line, which might offer him a chance down into the 1st chicane.
We'll have to see SFC running quite wide going into the 1st chicane. Nice that Ian Jackson moved out of the way, probably a punch to the stomach in terms of his ego for that one, having to move out of the way of riders that you were chasing down for victory with. But ACME keeping their composure, as you would expect from a multiple-time champion in Moto Team. Michael Pandolfo behind the handlebars, and then also SFC being applying that pressure, just doing everything that he possibly can. Also a sweepstake on in this championship, and maybe sweeping the stakes there down the inside. SFC gets the move done, spotted the gap, and well, has had that one teed up for a few laps now. The 133 through on the 8, who might well be able to launch an immediate counter-attack straight away to the inside to defend. Goes the 133, trying to go around the outside. His team Acme might have to go for the switch back and bite the bike back in for the exit. That's not going to be the case. 1 lap left to go in Moto Team, and well, the open class lead has changed. SFC with the fastest lap of the race works their way through and now takes control.
This is exactly what we were expecting to see. Close battles and big names going down in the form of Ian Jackson earlier on in the race, and now it is a battle of who is the bravest between Acme Racing and SFC. They're both going to be asking a lot to win this race. SFC probably got a little bit more motivation, the only one of that big three that have been battling all weekend so far in Moto Team that hasn't won a race yet. But can Acme Racing deny them of that victory just yet? They've got 2 corners to go, and Acme Racing is going to go for it into the penultimate corner. He's alongside, he's going on the inside, but SFC strong, hanging around the outside, but Acme Racing's got it done. He's set up on the exit. SFC is going to come around the outside. He's taking it from, I don't even know who got that across the line. I think it was SFC by less than a tenth of a second. Team SFC take the victory in a run to the line in difficult conditions. They conquered after that one. I was just saying how they wanted to take the victory before anyone else between Ian and Acme Racing got some more, but what a way to win that one, especially with the way we were going into it, thinking it might be some rather tricky conditions to conquer, but he sure did conquer it. Did SFC. The number 133 takes victory.
Yeah, what a ride that was from Team SFC in a drag race to the line. I mean, Acme, you thought maybe for a moment the chance was there. They did set the fastest lap on that final lap as well. Gave it a good go. Did Marco Pandolfo, and you could even see across the line was trying to push SFC back, and in the end, well, those efforts were thwarted. Less than a tenth of a second, the closest winning margin of the weekend so far. What a ride from them. Of course, SFC from Acme, the top 2 in open from Adam Harris completing the podium. In terms of standard, P3 overall for Harrison O'Keefe takes victory over Thomas Dudson. Behind that, Adam Harris, who completes the open podium. Then comes Phil Joyce, Robert Leverage, Ian Jackson, Paul Kelly, Madison Martelou, and Peter Appleton, the 11th and final finisher. We lost Di Francesco, Gelly, O'Keefe, Collingwood, the gold member, Stein, Ben O'Keefe, and Phil Applebeck from that race. And a very long walk back to the paddock.
Yeah, disappointing for some people who just asked a little bit too much in those conditions. And it's a shame we didn't get to see the battle for the podium between Dudson and Harrison O'Keefe, because it looked like it got quite close there, but I don't think I regret watching that battle between Team SFC and Team Acme Racing all the way to the line there.
No, and just again, we're 3 races in to the 24 race season. In 28 race season for Moto Team. They get 4 races a weekend. Thomas Dudson, 3 second places is enough to see him at the top of the standings by 1 point from Ivano Di Francesco, whose 2 victories and a retirement are still good enough to be in second position. Still a long way to go in the championship for Moto Team. These guys will be back out for our final race of the day for their 4th one of the weekend.
All right, then we're on for AC40 Pro. This gave us a good show earlier on, sponsored by 2 Clicks Out, and hoping that we can get a good race once again. Out there we've got Thea Feldhausen on the number 111. Lots of newcomers in this championship. You can see them all lining up and ready. Thankfully the track has been all dried by the Moto Team boys, so it looks like they are all good to go and get racing in some decent conditions. It might just be a little bit slippy out there, but for these little guys, they won't be scared to go for it. Now, Noah Barfoot knows he has the pace. He did it on Saturday, dropped it earlier on out of the lead, and yeah, he's got to keep a level head for this one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, his bounce back earlier on was really good, was Noah Barfoot, and his starts so far this season have been also very, very good. I think on both occasions he's been able to jump Velthausen at the drop of the flag, but Velthausen's consistency, second and a first so far across our 2 races, have allowed her to be at the top of the standings provisionally. Faye Velthausen will start this one from pole position alongside Noah Barfoot on the front row of the grid. James Dermott and Finley Stiles complete row 2 from Randy Carter and Ethan Bayless on row 3. Jude Good, Adele Everett, she'll start from P8 with Suze Leenders completing a very lonely 5th row of the grid in P9. Looking forward to this one. Of course, Noah Barfoot looking to fire one back after falling off a bit earlier on. Still was able in the end to finish inside the top 5, but a far cry from his victory in the opening race yesterday. Velthausen though knows the job at hand. She knows that she needs to nail the start and definitely knows that she's got the pace to win.
Good job yesterday to get into contention and stay consistent behind Noah Barfoot, and of course stay on it to take the win after Noah crashed out chasing a fastest lap. And Noah did a good job to get back on it and recover to a strong result, keeping some points for the championship. And again, the stars of the show almost, Randy Carter and Finley Stiles, we expect to see them battling hard once again after what we saw earlier today and yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. I think, these guys have, given us a pretty decent showing so far. Of course, the Pro Championship, the final step on Mini Motos before they then take that step onto the bigger geared bikes, unless they, of course, want to do another year on the pros. There you can see some final chats being done with Claire Velthausen, of course, from the Netherlands. She's joined us here for round number 1 of the FAB-Racing Championship. Might be joining us for round 2 at Clay Pigeon. So if you are watching, you are from the Netherlands and you're fed up with the fact there's no Mini Moto racing in the Netherlands, come over to the UK, slightly closer than Italy, and of course Faye Velthausen has done that. She goes basically anywhere they still offer it, so eager to keep her career progressing and eager to still get that experience. And here on British soil she's doing a remarkable job alongside some of the best. Noah Barfoot from James Dermott, Finley Stiles behind that 1, 2, 3 and 4 from Velthausen, of course, taking up the helm of this field, awaiting the start of this one. And again, slick circuit, it should be dry, but will be a bit slippery around in some places.
Yeah, for sure. And keep an eye out for James Dermott. We're hearing spots of rain out there, so let's hope that doesn't come into play in the middle of this race. But as I was just saying, James Dermott, some really consistent rides, podiumed last time out, and of course yesterday it was fast. But here we go then, we're building up. It's time for the AC40 Pro. We go away and it's a brilliant start from Velthausen, but look at Barfoot looking to go around the outside. He gets pushed out wide, and around the outside comes James Dermott, doesn't quite make the move. Finley Stiles is there in 4th place as Velthausen makes her way in the lead with that yellow machine of Noah Barfoot, who doesn't get the start he did last time, but now might just have some time to calm down and see where Velthausen is strong and make a move, which is happening now as he goes up the inside. A bit of a poor exit from Velthausen, but Noah Barfoot takes the advantage and now leads this race.
Yeah, great stuff there from Noah Barfoot, and just keeping the bike on a slightly tighter line, hugging the curve for a little bit longer, delaying when he got back on the power, and Velthausen just washing wide again, skating on the tyre, and maybe a little bit premature on the run there, side by side between Finley Stiles and Randy Carter, the 19 versus the 69. These two still going at it, despite the fact that conditions completely different from what we experienced earlier on this morning for the first race of the day. Noah Barfoot will lead the opening lap, and look at the gap back to Faya already, side by side as well, the 27 of James Dermott, as it continues to rain. Now, these riders are probably only a couple of years into their racing sort of career, if you like. They probably don't have the experience too much of slicks on a wet track.
Start under investigation. I wonder who that was for. I don't think anyone on that front row. They seem to have some pretty decent starts. Nobody looked completely out of place, and it looks like we're seeing raindrops on the camera. And we saw Noah Barfoot get to the front of the field and dominate up until he crashed. And now that's going to make it even harder, because when it's raining, you're the first to get there if there's a slippy part on track. You're the first person to experience it, and most of the time you'll be the first person to go down. So Noah Barfoot's got to keep that in mind, as here comes Randy Carter trying to go around the outside of Finley Stiles. That's a brave move, especially in these conditions. He's going to hold it firm and get it stopped. What a brilliant manoeuvre from Randy Carter, who goes through and takes James Dermott as well. Fantastic from Randy Carter. When we spoke to him earlier yesterday, he couldn't even remember his name, and now he's doing a good job to remember how to pass people. Now he's going for Velthausen as well. Randy Carter's on the move, Zach.
Yeah, he is indeed, Randy Carter. Beautiful display of racecraft there from the 69, and now he's pressurising Velthausen. And I mean, yeah, he's just passing everyone as if they're still gets on the power, gets the drive and works her way through. That's 3 bikes in the span of about 4 corners for Randy Carter, up in his second place. Now comes the chase. Can he get after Noah Barfoot, who's running sub 1 minute, about 4 seconds a lap quicker than the field is Noah Barfoot. He has tamed these conditions brilliantly, but maybe Randy Carter can sort of rise to that occasion. Such clever riding out there, utilising where the grip is going to be, staying off, the rubbery inside line, about a bike's length away from the apex. Maximise the grip, get yourself turned in, and get back on the power. Now we'll get to see a direct comparison between the two. Of course, Randy Carter, I think the only one in this field that can take the challenge to Barfoot.
Looks like we've got 2 young wet weather mastery talents in the field at the moment of Randy Carter and Noah Barfoot, possibly in their future careers looking to dominate races in the rain, as Randy Carter tries to close that gap. Wasn't as quick as Noah Barfoot on that lap, but still much quicker than the rest of the field. Is Feldhausen on the final space of the podium, now being under attack from Jude Good, who we spoke to the other day as well. As he, a bit of a moment there on the exit as he chases down Feldhausen, but behind him Finley Styles trying to get involved in that podium battle. We saw his arch nemesis this weekend, Randy Carter, make quick work of these 3, and now he's desperate to get involved in that podium fight.
He is, absolutely. 6 laps left to go at the line, and, well, lap times, Noah Barfoot 58.7, Randy Carter 59.6. They're the only 2 sub 60 seconds as an issue for the 86 of Ethan Bayliss. He's got his hands up waving, trying to get some assistance to get himself back into this race. That's off the exit of the hairpin at turn number 5, and you can see the chain's fallen off the bottom of his bike, so that's going to be him pretty much down and out of this race. Closing back in, though, this is the battle, Finley Styles versus the 33 of Jude Good in the fight for 4th.
Jude Good doing well to hang on in 4th. It looks like Feldhausen has got into a bit more of a patch of consistency and has started to pull away and show us the pace that put her on pole position. As that's going to get close. Finley Styles thought about going for the inside there, and Jude Good went to defend, and they closed a lot on brakes on Feldhausen, who just singing her praise, looking like she's bringing a gap. Jude Good goes around the outside and makes a good move into 3rd place.
Yeah, nicely done from Jude Good. Feldhausen struggling a little bit in these testing conditions, and again, maybe inexperienced into the British weather that we have all become accustomed to. Maybe not the case over in the Netherlands. And, well, she's still riding brilliantly, but maybe taking a second or 2 to acclimatise, whereas everyone else maybe feeling a little bit more natural to it. Down the inside goes Finley Styles, find the gap on the onto the first of the 2 hairpins. Nicely done. And 4 laps left to go with Noah Barfoot. He's dominating this one. 10.4 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, huge gap for Noah Barfoot, currently dominating this race. Randy Carter doesn't seem to have much for him, and as you were saying there, rain in the Netherlands. I mean, we haven't half seen a lot of rain at Assen recently in a lot of races, BSB, MotoGP, World Superbikes alike. So whether she's done a lot of racing thanks to no Mini Motos in the Netherlands is debatable, to be honest. So yeah, all this racing in Italy may be meaning she hasn't got that rain experience these guys have out there.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I mean, Italy over the winter, it gets cold, don't get me wrong, especially sort of in the northern part of Italy, sort of near Milan and such, but yeah, the rest of it, it's the weather's still okay. Maybe sometimes you're likely to get rain, but that's the whole reason that a lot of these young riders go to Europe over the winter, is to practice on some slightly hotter temperatures, get themselves acclimatised to it. 3 laps left to go, and look at that, even the Mini Motos, you can get a decent sense of speed as side by side Jude Good versus Finley Styles, the fight for the final place on the podium. The 33 hanging on brilliantly, but Finley Styles definitely with a bit of an advantage on his number 19 machine.
Finley Styles just trying to square off all the corners and get a good exit to go past Jude Good. We're hearing words of just very light rain, which may just affect these riders mentally, as you can see the rain spots on the camera through the first chicane. Finley Styles doing everything he can to chase down Jude Good now. 3 laps for him to do it. He saw Randy Carter get into those podium positions, and he doesn't want to end up off the podium with his arch nemesis on it. Jude Good now might just become that arch nemesis if they continue to battle for this one. Hearing a lot of reactions from the crowd outside. And as I said, a lot of reaction from the crowd. Yellow flags out somewhere, so somebody must have gone down. It looks to me like Noah Barfoot is still in the lead of this race, and Randy Carter second as Finley Styles sends it up the inside of Jude Good. Lovely, fantastically pulled off from him. Jude Good prepares to set up the exit on that yellow and black, almost Triumph-esque machine. As they come around the penultimate corner, Jude Good is committed to get onto that podium and repass Finley Styles.
Well, now, obviously, Jude Good has got the back of Finley Styles. You can maybe start to see where Finley Styles has got the advantage, but I think Styles is going to stay around long enough for Jude Good to figure that out. He's rapid now as the number 19. Matching pace as well. Barfoot and Carter, they're only a couple of tenths of a second apart from each other, but, well, in terms of lap times, but they're 11.1 seconds clear of each other on the circuit. So Noah Barfoot, his incredible start and quick acclimatization to these conditions have really put him into prime position to just dominate this race and go for his second victory, of course, of the weekend. I mean, 2 from 3 is not a bad percentage at all.
Definitely not. He's learned from his mistake earlier on, and the challenges came even harder with this race, and he has learned from it. As we see him fly past us on the camera there into the second hairpin, he's doing an incredible job at leading this race with only 1 lap to go. As we were just watching there, Feldhausen under pressure from James Dermott. Both of them slightly out of place, both of them on the podium in all races so far, but unfortunately not to be for this one. They're battling for the final space in the top 5. James Dermott all over the back of the Dutch rider, trying to get on the back of her as Randy Carter gets through on a lap rider. What a brilliant job from him to charge through half the field in only a couple corners. But here we are, Noah Barfoot into that final complex of hairpins, showing us that he learned from that mistake. Oh, a bit of a moment there. Careful, Noah Barfoot, as he wheels that number 36 machine around the penultimate corner. He made the mistake in the previous race, and the challenges came harder in this one, and he overcame them and showed us why he's the championship leader. Noah Barfoot wins race 3 for the AC40 Pros here at Lydd Carter Circuit. What a ride, and Randy Carter comes home for second place. A brilliant ride from him as well. Finley Styles looks like he'll manage to get on the podium in the end, holding off Jude Good.
Well, what a ride that was from Noah Barfoot in order to bring that one home, and yeah, rightly so. Championship leader, but only just 2 victories and a 5th place this weekend from Feldhausen's, well, victory, a 2nd and a 5th position. It's been a battle of wits, a battle of consistency in the AC40 Pro, supported by 2 clicks out. We'll run you through the results. Noah Barfoot takes victory and will soon put his way into Parc Fermé, and with it take the trophy and medal. Randy Carter, Finley Styles will join him in 2nd and 3rd, with Jude Good and Faye Feldhausen on a trip to the UK, a fruitful one indeed. James Dermott from Adele Everett, Suze Linders and Ethan Bayliss, the lone retiree, about halfway through that race, losing his chain, unfortunately, and thus forced out of contention. Of course, that's the 3rd and final race done and dusted for the 2 clicks out AC40 Pro Championship here at the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. And, well, Noah Barfoot has staked his claim and showed what he's made of for the first round of 7.
Yeah, no doubt he is the man to beat now. He made that mistake in race 2, but came back and did a brilliant job to score some championship saving points possibly. And then, as I said, when the challenges got even harder, he learned from what he did in race 2, and did it even better. Race 3 was an absolute clean-up from him. From start to finish, he took the lead and won. And Randy Carter, a brilliant effort from him to pass not only Jude Good, but Finley Styles and Faye Feldhausen in a matter of a lap.
Indeed so. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for round number 1 of the FAB-Racing British Mini Bike 2 clicks out AC40 Pro Championship. These guys will be back out in a month's time when we take to Clay Pigeon.
All right, then, next up is the AC40 Rookies. Let's see if Albie Stone can continue his incredible win streak. These tiny little guys, some of them, as we've said so many times this weekend, their first times racing. They've had a few races this weekend, and they're sort of getting into the rhythm now of how a race works, but still a few iffy conditions, and what a weekend to start your first time racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Not easy conditions, but thankfully for the rookies, it's dried up slightly, so just a fresh start for them. Albie Stone, you can see the number 16 on the left-hand side of your screen. That will be assuming the right-hand side of the circuit on the grid slots after a formation lap. A tap to the top of the helmet and some motivation. Really has been the star of the field, but again, all of these young riders are learning, they're progressing, and with each passing lap, they'll be looking to make a 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, learn something new on their almost endless journey to the top.
Yeah, Albie Stone was just incredible, and these kids are all learning. They're all here to learn and get better, and they'll be seeing Albie Stone's domination, and they'll be looking to learn from that. next time out. And the thing about these kids is that they may have gone to some tracks, they may have not. Albie Stone may have come here before, and some kids may have gone to Clay Pigeon. So maybe at Clay Pigeon we might see Albie Stone struggling a little bit, and somebody coming up to the front that may not even be in the top 3 this weekend. That's the joy of it. So many kids just having fun out here racing and enjoying their motorbikes, and if it's a track they've been to, it's a track they know well, and a happy rider is a fast rider.
Absolutely. Of course, speaking about this being the first step on a long road through the grassroots to Grand Prix as our sponsor of this category. It's a long road, but FAB-Racing is the place to be to progress your career. So many graduates have taken that step up from grassroots into actual Grand Prix racing. Brad Ray, of course, BSB champion, a FAB graduate. Scott Ogden in the World Championship levels. Of course, most recently, Harrison Day working his way into the RNG Moto4 British Cup. The likes of Sullivan Mounsey, Lucas Brown have all worked their way forwards in their career. And for these young riders, give it 3 or 4 years, we'll probably see their names at the top as well.
100%, especially the riders that we're seeing consistently in the top 3. And as I said earlier, you just got to watch out the next round, because there could be someone completely unexpected coming in and snatching it all at the next round. It's all about these kids just enjoying their time out as motorcycle racers at the moment. They're not thinking in their heads, I'm off to MotoGP in a few years. You know,
maybe they are.
I'm sure they will be. Let's hope they are. But we heard Brad Ray say, you'll hear us in the interview in a few days' time, that when he was younger, when he was in this class, in fact, that he was just enjoying his time out there. He wasn't thinking at this time he was going to be a BSB champion. He just enjoyed his racing his friends and being out on track on 2 wheels. And that's exactly what these kids are doing. They're all out there to have fun. And you still want to win, though, because I imagine that's a lot more fun than losing.
Probably, yeah. I mean, of course, it's nice to see that mentality of these young kids, and especially sort of the mentality of racing now is how can we most effectively get our kid into the biggest bike possible at the earliest stage of their career possible. You see it on 4 wheels as well. So much pressure to push, children up to the highest level as quickly and as effectively as possible, and it's easy to lose the fun of that. So for these rookies, it's nice to see that, and nice to have that echoed by Brad Ray as well, that having fun is the first mission, the most important mission for these young riders. If you're not having fun, what is the point in doing it? Of course, making a career, don't get me wrong, that's a nice second. Being a BSB champ at the end of it whilst having fun, not bad going at all. But yeah, obviously it's nice to get the fruits from your labour, but also enjoying the ride as well, quite literally. Albie Stone starting on pole position, he's I'd imagine been loving this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. He's really been enjoying it, taking all the wins, being the absolute standpoint for everybody, the tip top of this class. And as I said earlier, might just be struggling next time out. And Lawson Dorrington, he's had a few difficult races so far this weekend, considering his qualifying position. You'd be hoping for his sake that he'll be able to contend with Albie Stone for this win. And this might make a difference, these conditions. That might make him feel a little bit more confident as Eros Garrett lines up in third as well. Here we go then. We're about to get rolling for the AC40 Rookies, and away well goes Albie Stone. Lawson Dorrington alongside as well. Eros Garrett trying to make up for a disappointing race he had earlier because of an issue, but away well. Albie Stone leads this race ahead of Eros Garrett and Lawson Dorrington, looking to match that pace he was lapping so well and so consistently earlier today. He's away, and he's away well. Lawson Dorrington in second, trying all he can to close that gap. Oh no, Eros Garrett has actually just passed him. A brilliant move into the hairpin as Garrett now tries his shot at catching Albie Stone, with Lawson Dorrington behind and Bobby Baker not too far adrift either.
Yeah, good launch from Albie Stone, doing basically what he needs to do, which is consolidate the lead from the get-go, not drop back into the pack, and, well, get his head back into the headspace of winning. A huge send to the inside from Lawson Dorrington. Eros Garrett tries to get the switch back not once, but maybe twice to get the acceleration off the second hairpin, side by side towards the final corner. What a race this is in the Rookies. Goodness me. In the end, Eros Garrett is going to fend off the attack from Lawson Dorrington, who's now got to give it another stab. Leading the opening lap is Albie Stone, but behind, it's a melee in the fight for second.
They've probably already looked at the pace that Albie Stone is carrying and thought, we've seen it all weekend, we might as well just battle it out for second. And that's exactly what Lawson Dorrington thought as him and Eros Garrett began their battle out for second place. And Lawson Dorrington trying to get all over the back, as we're getting a message from race control to see there might have been some jump starts for some riders. Start under investigation. Now, if that was Albie Stone, that's really going to turn this on its head compared to the previous 2 races. But Eros Garrett looking strong and confident as he now sits second ahead of Lawson Dorrington.
Yeah, I mean, Eros Garrett this weekend so far has had 2 brilliant starts, taking the lead on the opening lap on both occasions. Hasn't really had the pace to back that up from then on in, but now seems to be in a bit of a different headspace. A huge lunge to the inside once again from Dorrington. Garrett sees it coming but can't once again draw back alongside, similar to what he did a lap ago. So this time it's signed, sealed and delivered for Lawson Dorrington with an almighty lunge to the inside of the first hairpin, but runs a little bit wide through the penultimate corner. That's going to allow Garrett to close the gap once more, but Albie Stone will now lead Dorrington, will now lead Eros Garrett the top 3.
He's lucky there, Lawson Dorrington. He had to be careful on that outside curb because it's still going to be slippy. Nobody would have ridden on that yet and survived it, let's say. Tyler J. Winders got up into 4th ahead of Bobby Baker and now tries to close in on this podium battle of Eros Garrett and Lawson Dorrington, but it's a pretty hefty gap already with only 6 laps to go.
Yeah, exactly that. Albie Stone, a fast lap of the race, 104.4, which, by the way, Dorrington, and we're talking about almost exponential gains, right? Because they're, right at the very beginning of their racing journey, right? Every single gain is that much easier to get. The faster you get, the harder it is to get faster beyond that. Because they're rookies, over the course of a weekend, they'll probably find 2, 3, 4 seconds of lap time, maybe even more, over the course of just a couple of races. And that gap between Stone and Dorrington on pure pace has been slashed down. So much so that Stone, it was 25 seconds yesterday for race number 1. It was only 10 seconds earlier on. I'm sure it's going to be sub 10 seconds, the gap between Dorrington and Stone, and that's going to be a gap that we'll track over the next few rounds to see if the chasing pack can reel in Albie Stone. Really impressed with Eros Garrett, by the way. New fastest lap of the race for the 84, 104.399, as 2nd and 3rd actually running quicker than Albie Stone, heading on to, what will be the 4th lap with 5 left to go. Eros Garrett staying with Dorrington and definitely showing he's got some blistering pace.
Precisely as you said, these bikes are small enough to not really get in each other's way in terms of the racing line, so they can be fast, they can battle and still get fastest laps and lap just as quick, if not quicker, as we're seeing than the leader Albie Stone, who's out there on his own at the moment, and the battle motivating them to push that hard, a lot harder than if they were on their own. They'd just be thinking about not crashing and stay on the bike, especially in Albie Stone's situation of leading. And we're waiting to see what these race control start investigations are going to come with, because if Albie Stone's got a penalty, I don't think he does, but if he does, that's really going to flip this race on his head, because it will usually be a 5-second penalty, which would drop him all the way back to almost 4th.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably the worst race for him to get a jump start. Maybe race 1 or 2, you'd think, oh yeah, it's fine, he's got a jump start, but he's going to ride quick enough, he's going to get away. Might not be the case in this one. Last time across the line, nearly a second quicker, Dorrington over Stone. Maybe Albie Stone could be challenged. It's been domination defined for Albie Stone with 2 victories from pole position thus far, but maybe Dorrington can close the gap. There you can see the 38 darting to the outside of the traffic as it washes wide. He might get pushed wide as a result. That's going to cause the gap to stretch back open once more. Albie Stone, that might have given him the breathing space that he needs, but the 38 hot on the heels as Eros Garrett gets the drive out of the hairpin, side by side towards the sweepers, as the 84 will fire one back down the inside as 2nd and 3rd try and chase. They can't settle who wants to lead that offence.
A brilliant move from Eros Garrett. He nerved Lawson Dorrington out of the way, but now they've got a lot more work to do to catch Albie Stone. They've got to do a lot more laps like that, and we're getting another message in from race control as Lawson Dorrington does his favourite move up the inside into the hairpin. Now we're going to see this message as Eros Garrett continues to try and fight back. It looks like we're not getting that message then. No jump starts, we're being told. Albie Stone, though, leads a bit longer of a gap for him now after that moment with the lap riders. That would have cost them so much time, Lawson Dorrington. They've got to do that all again if they still want to lead this race. Albie Stone might have just been chilling out a little bit, thinking he has that huge gap that he did last time. But Albie Stone's just put in a fastest lap of 104.0. He's noticed that gap coming down. He would have heard them coming along, and he's locked in. He's gone for it and hit a 104.0.
Battle for 2nd and 3rd between the 38 of Lawson Dorrington, Eros Garrett the 84, and yeah, slightly off the pace now, the pair of them. Albie Stone has found a bit of a second wind in terms of pace, and again, at this level, the consistency is hard to find, because you'll do something one lap and gain a second and realise, well, what did I actually do? And then the next lap you might be a second slower before you start to find that rhythm and understand where it is. Of course, you can hear the parents cheering on their kid as Eros Garrett sends one to the inside, nearly completely wipes out the 2 in front of him as they negotiate some lap traffic. What a battle this is between Lawson Dorrington and Eros Garrett. They've kept each other company. 2 to go at the line. Maybe the offence to chase after Albie Stone is on, but they've got to sort it out amongst themselves first.
Yeah, Albie Stone got held up a little bit there by that lap traffic. That's the worst place to get caught up with multiple riders in that hairpin section. And Lawson Dorrington didn't half get held up either, so that's kept the gap at 1.6 across the line between Dorrington and Stone. Is Garrett going to play nice and help him catch up to Albie Stone, or are they going to go for it? They were 3/10, both of them, about the same lap time, Dorrington and Garrett, so both 3/10 quicker than Stone on that lap, but it looks like Eros Garrett is motivated to take that second place. He's not looking to back down from this one. I don't think he's confident they can catch Albie Stone, so he's confident in sending one up the inside.
He's not scared to send it, is he? At all. He can be brave on the brake. He's getting caught up. There is Dorrington. That's going to draw Eros Garrett alongside. He has to back out of the throttle and into the hairpin. Wash is a bit deep. We know how late he can be on the brakes. But the 38 of Dorrington able to hang on there. The lap traffic, it's a brutal lesson that these riders are learning right from the very beginning. Final lap of the race, and maybe Albie Stone is within a stone's throw of second position. Maybe Dorrington, with one lap to go, can still chase after it. It's the 16 from the 38, from the 84. Stone from Dorrington, from Garrett, with one to go here at Lydd.
More lap traffic though for Lawson Dorrington to get through on, and he's made quick work though. He's got to, it's crunch time now for him. More lap riders in the way. I think it's not going to be possible, but he's going to be doing everything he possibly can. Albie Stone is going to be going for this. Last lap for him was a 105.424, nearly a second slower than Lawson Dorrington on that lap, so Dorrington really needs to put in the effort now. It's been drawn out a little bit more by those lap riders, and Albie Stone now under pressure. What has Lawson Dorrington got? I don't think he's going to be able to catch him, but now we're going to look at Eros Garrett. What has Eros Garrett got in his back pocket to see if he can throw it up the inside of Albie Stone, especially into here? They've both been attacking each other a lot into this hairpin combat. Albie Stone continues to lead and looks like he's going to get this one unless he faces more issues with lap traffic. Lawson Dorrington not too far off him, you know. He gets run out wide, he gets put on the outside by lap traffic. It's going to be okay though. He's all right though. Albie Stone takes 3 for 3 at Lydd Kart Circuit. A brilliant victory, and what a battle we saw between Lawson Dorrington and Eros Garrett for second place. They all get their rightfully earned podium positions. Wow, what a race there. And finally, we saw what we thought, the unbreakable Albie Stone under a bit of pressure as it was 6/10 across the line.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Lawson Dorrington and Eros Garrett dealt with that race was really mature, and we've seen, again, at the rookie level, that gap gets slashed and slashed and slashed. Albie Stone came into this setting the standard, but Dorrington and Garrett finding the pace, finding what they need to, and again, the lap traffic playing a huge factor in that race as they pull their way into Parc Fermé to get themselves their medal and their trophy. After 9 laps of racing, it was Albie Stone that would take victory from Lawson Dorrington. Eros Garrett, Tyler J. Winded from, then comes Bobby Baker. Hudson Heaps behind that from Theo Tyler, Savannah Bolden, Freddie Fletcher and Albie Miller as well to round out the top 10. Izzy Cook, Jack Irwin from Vinnie Glossop in 13th, Imogen Vivas and Oscar Bond, the final of our points scorers. What a ride that was from Albie Stone. What a ride that was from Dorrington and Garrett as well to keep in contention. Well, that's going to rack it up for the 3 races of AC40 Rookies here at FAB-Racing, the opening round of the season. And, well, we've got our first sort of sense of what to expect in the championship. Big thank you to Grassroots to Grand Prix for their efforts and their support in the early phase of the season, and, of course, for the entirety of these rookies for their first step of many up the ladder here at FAB-Racing.
All right, then, we are back on the AC40s. We are here for AC40 Inter, and the rivalry continues between Daisy Grayson and Jensen Brown. Let's see how this one plays out and see if Daisy Grayson can finally take that well-deserved win because of the pace that she has displayed throughout the last couple races. I think the track is all dry now. We're all good to go. And race just like before. The sun has healed the track nice and well, and the track action before that helping a good hand in drying the circuit. So Jensen Brown and Daisy Grayson's rivalry continues in the 3rd race this weekend of AC40 Inter.
Very much so. Looking forward to this one. Coming into it, of course, Daisy Grayson finding some speed over the last couple of races. She finished 2nd earlier on today to Jensen Brown, who won yesterday and this morning. Logan Paisley sits 2nd in the championship with 2 podiums to his name. Grayson getting closer, and the battle between the pair of them was electric earlier on. So plenty to play for, plenty on the cards. There you can see the 171 of Jensen Brown, who starts alongside the 19 of Daisy Grayson. Potentially a future international superstar, potentially all of them to be international superstars in the future. Grayson, of course, getting some of that support from the House of Moto, fighting for the highest achieving female rider award in 2026, one that has been, well, an accolade that has been won by the likes of Nelly Knuth, who's, of course, very quickly accelerating her progress through her career, and Daisy Grayson taking steps forward in 2026, the maiden pole position of the season, and a podium so far in 2 races. She'll start this one once more from pole position alongside Jensen Brown, who's going to be the adversary she needs to beat to take her first victory in 2026. Logan Paisley, Austin Baton, the top 2 rows with Zach Athasich alongside Oakley Hipwell on row 3. Chase Carter alongside Casey Reeson with Keely Bailey and Chase Richards, our 10-rider field for the AC40 Inters. 9 laps of racing ahead of us, and who do you think's coming out on top?
Well, I'm going to have to say Daisy Grayson. She's been so fast in the first 2 races and unfortunately not been able to come out on top just yet. So she is going to be motivated more than ever to absolutely go for this one and take victory. But one person I think we should look out for is Logan Paisley, starting 3rd on the grid. He's been chasing that group battle between Jensen Brown and Daisy Grayson all weekend and not been able to get involved yet. The most he's been able to do is just follow them for a couple of laps and then eventually drift off behind them. So now he's got some more motivation. It's the last race for them, I believe, today, and that green machine of Logan Paisley should be up there battling with Daisy Grayson and Jensen Brown. So keep an eye out on him as he tries to make some issues for them.
Big thank you to LS2 Helmets for their support of the category, and a big thank you to all of our sponsors here at FAB-Racing. It definitely assists the careers of all of these young riders to give them that support to allow the championship to continue its very high standards over the last over a decade of racing, giving these young riders the platform to progress their careers. This is the place to be, is FAB-Racing. If you're a young motorcycle rider who wants to stake your claim and work your way forwards, a proven pathway all the way to the World Championship level. Big hello and welcome to all of our international viewers. I know we got a lot from the US, so let us know where you're watching from in the comments. Let us know who you're supporting and what your favourite race thus far has been. Giving ourselves up for the 3rd and final race of round number 1 of FAB-Racing in the AC40 Inters. It's eyes to the flag. Daisy Grayson alongside Jensen Brown. Lee Clowes has the flag. It goes up, it goes down. We go racing. A slow start from 4th there from Austin Basin, but around the outside Jensen Brown gets the jump on Daisy Grayson, who drops to 2nd, but she's got the run potentially to contend towards the 2nd chicane. She might just have to settle in behind. Jensen Brown fires it into the lead of the race, into the 2nd chicane.
Once again, Jensen Brown absolutely electric off the line and has put Daisy Grayson into the position of having to calculate how she can fight back. Logan Paisley trying to get on the back, and also Austin Baton trying to recover from that difficult start. Daisy Grayson continues to chase on Jensen Brown, who got a brilliant start once again on that yellow and blue AC40 Inter Mini Moto machine. As now they make their way into the hairpin complex. Logan Paisley, as I said, trying to get further involved in this battle, make it from a battle for the top 2 and make it a top 3 battle.
Yeah, maybe so. Of course, Jensen Brown fired it up into the lead. His starts have been really, really good. Let's see if Daisy Grayson can stay on tabs in terms of pace. I think we have got 3 bikes involved. It's Brown from Grayson, then Logan Paisley, of course, his older brother Riley, I'm sure, cheering him on. Either in the chat or from the paddock. He, at the moment, has got 2 podiums, a 2nd and a 3rd. He'll be liking to complete the collection of trophies so far this weekend with a victory in race number 3. Race control messages. The start was under investigation. As the consequence of it, bike number 74. That's going to be Oakley Hipwell. He's been given a 5-second time penalty, currently running in P7. Daisy Grayson putting the pressure on, though, Jensen Brown. It was a slow start for the 119, but now she's riding on to the back of the 171 and could well be eyeing up a move in the near future. Not the best of runs through the sweepers, but now you can know there's a lot of time to be getting through the hairpins and definitely some overtaking opportunities as well. They've got to be careful because Logan Paisley is knocking on the door. Grayson looking forwards to attack and backwards to defend.
Yeah, it just seems to me like Daisy Grayson takes a little bit of time to get into the rhythm at the start of the race, and then eventually she gets confident and she starts to push on. So you might see Jensen Brown bring out a little bit of a bigger gap here as Daisy Grayson is now under pressure from Logan Paisley, and right on cue they come to the next lap. Jensen Brown brings out a bigger gap, but one thing Daisy Grayson has on the whole field, she is so strong on the brakes into that first chicane. She halved that gap to Jensen Brown into there, and then through the high-speed corners, the long ones, where corner speed really matters on the Mini Motos, seems to be Jensen Brown just has the edge, or for now. We're now 2 laps in. Daisy Grayson has got into that rhythm and is now willing to attack. Jensen Brown in front.
Yeah, maybe so, through the horseshoe, this long left that leads you into a fast right onto the back straight towards the hairpins. Of course, Daisy Grayson looks a lot closer than she was before on Jensen Brown. Not quite close enough on the brakes this time, but she is very, very strong at getting that bike stopped. Now into the second hairpin, the space not quite opening up. Jensen Brown doing just enough at this stage to hang on. Bit of a twitch on the exit from Grayson as well. That's going to allow Paisley to close the gap and maybe start getting involved. 3 bikes firmly in contention with 6 to go at the line.
Logan Paisley just dropping off the back a little bit. Daisy Grayson takes the wider line to get a better entry into her strong point so far on this track. Oh, a big moment there for Logan Paisley as he drops further back from this top 2 battle, and thankfully he stayed on the bike. He's continuing to go around behind these 2 now. But Jensen Brown under pressure from that number 19 bike on board Daisy Grayson.
Right now she's keeping it tight through the hairpin, taking that shorter distance, still getting the power down when she needs to as well. Up over the crest, down through the sweepers, and then towards this long horseshoe left-hander for the back straight. She's closed that gap. Look at that, riding onto the back of Jensen Brown, then closes the gap through the right-hander. Not been the best of runs from the 171. Here comes Grayson, her best opportunity yet. Arguably looks to the inside, but can't quite get that one delivered. Jensen Brown will be feeling the pressure. Grayson ramping it up. Meanwhile, the pressure from Paisley has dropped off slightly over this last lap by virtue of that mistake. But you can see very quickly that he's just, ridden onto the back of these top 2. So still all to play for. Brown feeling the pressure. He's defending into every corner he feels threatened, and that's keeping Grayson firmly locked into this battle. Through the chicane once more. She'll get the power down and she'll drive away towards the back of Jensen Brown.
Yeah, doing a really good job here. Just stay consistent. She made a few mistakes in the past 2 races and is just sitting behind Jensen Brown, learning where he's strong and learning where she's stronger, which is definitely the first sector. She's good on the brakes into the first chicane, into the second one, and then also on the exit out of that hairpin right there as we saw her close just that little bit more on Jensen Brown. Logan Paisley's done well to hang on to this. He's still in this fight if something goes wrong here, like a hard move from Daisy Grayson, who looks to line it up into the hairpin complex. She's a little bit too far back for now, but all it takes is a poor exit from Jensen Brown and Daisy will be right there and through.
Yeah, exactly that. Not quite done and dusted just yet. Logan Paisley feeling like he wants to get involved and, say, guys, I'm here as well. I'm not just sort of tagging on to the back for the fun of it. I do want to be a serious contender. Jensen Brown has got a bit of a reprieve that last time through. So Daisy Grayson might well be able to close the gap slightly, but maybe this is a blessing in disguise for Daisy Grayson. Maybe her dropping back a 10th or 2 is going to allow her to really ride onto the back and use that momentum at the first stab. Close into the hairpin, but not quite close enough as they both take a slightly shallower line to minimise the distance. Grayson gets the acceleration, and once again, it's just not quite enough to get through. The tension is rising, heading into the final 3 laps. Daisy Grayson showcasing what's possible as a young female rider trying to ascend through the ranks and challenging some of the very best in the country. Jensen Brown has been a very worthy adversary, and their rivalry will be echoed through the rest of this season. The LS2 AC40 Inters in the FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. 3 to go at the line. It's Brown from Grayson from Paisley, the status quo. And what difference can Grayson make now? She's tried almost everything. What's it going to take to win this race?
This is going to go all the way to the flag, and it can go any way. Grayson's going to go for it, or she's going to chill out and just wait for it. Honestly, not enough time for her to keep waiting like this. She needs to make a move and upset Jensen Brown's rhythm, because if she darts up the inside and runs that slightly bit wide, Jensen will have no issue with going straight back through, back up the inside.
Of course, Jensen Brown looking very good. Daisy Grayson, the one with the fastest lap of the race. Some close battles. The likes of Oakley Hipwell, Chase Carter, 1.5 seconds between the 2 of them. Hipwell, of course, have been handed that 5-second time penalty. So the closest battle currently on circuit between Brown, between Grayson, between Paisley. Paisley dropping off the back of these guys a little bit, so maybe hasn't quite got that extra edge that Brown or Grayson have got. And even that, Brown's consistency and composure, incredibly impressive at such a young age.
Yeah, a sensational array of racing that we've got so far this weekend, and more to come, of course, so stick with us after this one. But right now, we've got 2 laps left in the AC40 Inters here at Lydd Kart Circuit on Sunday, and once again, we're seeing Daisy Grayson close up on the brakes, trying to get closer to Jensen Brown. She lost quite a bit on that previous lap, but now it's crunch time. It's now or never, Daisy. You've been second fiddle to Jensen Brown all weekend so far, being so close to that victory, and now it's time to show him who's boss and try and make the move. Daisy Grayson doing everything she can. Logan Paisley seems like he's just dropped off the back of this 2-rider battle just a little bit. Austin Baton's done well to get back up to 4th place after a poor start, but Daisy Grayson got a really good exit there, and she's going to try and be strong on the brakes into the hairpin complex, closing some more time. A lap and a bit to go, and Daisy Grayson, it's all yours. Let's see it. A strong move, possibly into the chicane where we see strong, but that's not really a great place to go up the inside, and there's not a lot of room to do it. But if anyone can make it work, it's these two, Jensen Brown and Daisy Grayson. A 1v1 to the line unless something goes wrong and Logan Paisley gets involved. Here comes Daisy Grayson on the pink machine, yellow and white arrow helmet, versus Jensen Brown on the yellow and black machine and the plain white HJC helmet. Daisy Grayson chases him down. It is the Jaws music playing for Jensen Brown, who has led this entire race. Daisy Grayson has been sitting there, knowing where he's stronger. Now it is crunch time. Come on, Daisy. The fans want you to do it. And LS2 helmets are going to be loving this, sponsoring this championship, of course. Daisy Grayson might just have a bit of a chance here as they're coming up to lap riders. That might make a big difference in this race as Jensen Brown goes up the inside. That's going to really hold up Daisy Grayson and has completely ruined this challenge for the race, as Daisy Grayson has been held up a huge amount, and unfortunately that has almost written it off unless something goes really wrong for Jensen Brown here, and he comes around the last corner. It is 3 for 3 for Jensen Brown, who holds off Daisy Grayson in the finest of manners. A lovely consistent ride from Jensen to take another victory in the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter, and a good podium for Daisy Grayson, just showing her mettle once again. Incredible pace to stick with Jensen Brown and keep the pressure on all race, and Logan Paisley doing well to come home for another podium. Those three are inseparable in this class, and we can't wait to see how the battle unfolds for the rest of the season between Paisley, Grayson and Brown. Absolutely fantastic. The AC40 Inter's race, delivering no disappointments, all the drama, all the battles and overtakes, nothing left to spare in that race, as Jensen Brown takes victory, 0.698, rounded up to 0.7 of a second, ahead of Daisy Grayson and Logan Paisley in 3rd, and then Baton, Athasich, Hipwell, Carter, Reeson, Bailey and Richards rounding out the top 10. But another absolutely incredible race for the AC40 Inters.
What a ride there from Jensen Brown, a brilliant ride indeed to go 3 from 3 to lead the championship at the end of the opening round, to do the sweep. It wasn't quite pole position. Daisy Grayson took that honour, and what a battle is beginning to brew in the LS2 Helmets AC40 Inter class, FAB-Racing in 2026. Of course, Logan Paisley making a name for himself as well. 3 podiums from 3 races. Impressive consistency, only a point between himself and Daisy Grayson, with Austin Baton and Zach Athasich the top 5 in the overall standings. These guys will be back out in just over a month's time when we take to Clay Pigeon down in Dorset.
All right, then, we are now on for Senior Mini Moto. Back again. Earlier, we had some drama in the race. Matt Birkin coming back and dominated in the form that he started the first race in until his chain came loose. But he eventually took the victory in that race, with Tom Burt second after taking victory as well in the very first race of the weekend for Senior Mini Moto. And this is where it gets wacky, as we've said so many times this weekend. Big riders, small bikes, but all the action and all the drama to pair.
Exactly that. We'll run you through the grid as they make their way around on their formation lap. Matt Birkin took a sensational pole position yesterday in qualifying alongside Tom Burt, who took victory in race 1. Andy Whedon, Harvey Jeremy, row 2 from Rhys Gentry and Gary Eldridge on row 3. Chris Bain from Nicky Lewis on row 4, with Rob Gentry, Angel Tashev and Nick Bennett rounding out the 11-rider field for the Senior Mini Moto. It's their 3rd and final race of the weekend. 9 laps to decide who leaves Lydd as the championship leader heading into clay pigeon. Tom Burt currently has that honour. His maiden weekend in Fab his maiden weekend full stop. And the first round of 2026, Tom Burt from Matt Birkin, Andrew Whedon, the top 3 in the championship, but tied on points actually is Birkin and Whedon. Nick Bennett, the top 5. Nick Bennett and Harvey Jeremy, the top 5 in terms of the championship. So still all to play for and still a long season ahead of us. But Matt Birkin setting the standard in terms of pace, if his bike allows.
Yeah, unmissable and uncatchable in those orange and blue leathers, and looking to dominate in the same fashion that he did today. Obviously, Tom Burt looking to keep up that 100% podium rate. It was originally 100% win rate until he ignored our advice and decided to race in the second one earlier on today. And of course, a few people jump-starting the previous race, Andy Whedon being one of them, looking to rectify that and keep themselves firmly in the podium fight. Of course, Andy Whedon went down trying to fight Tom Burt for on-track second, with only a couple laps to go, which ultimately denied him the podium. It was something he didn't even need to do, because there was no chance of him getting second with only a couple laps to go. As we get ready for Senior Mini Moto, let's hope no jump starts this time. Matt Birkin on pole, current race winner, and we'll go again. The 2-time reigning champion Matt Birkin gets away really well. Tom Burt into second place. A really good start from Matt Birkin, and something we would have never denied.
Yeah, Matt Birkin off the line is incredible. Leads from the 68 of Tom Burt, who's going to try and challenge him in these opening phases, but Matt Birkin again just has that confidence, has that momentum on his side, knows that he is the best in this field. Behind that, Harvey Jeremy, I think, has been able to tip Andy Whedon up in the 3rd position as they make their way through in towards the horseshoe and onto the back stretch once more. Matt Birkin actually maybe could be contended here a little bit by Tom Burt, who has risen to the occasion. Of course, 2 podiums from 2 races, including that victory in race 1 yesterday. Then of course you've got the 45 from Harvey Jeremy, who currently sits with the podium in race 1. P9 earlier on in the day, would like to fire one back, but he's under a bit of pressure from Andy Whedon. Nick Bennett, I think, has been able to make up some good places in the opening lap. Also, first of 9 done and dusted. It's Birkin from Burt. Then comes the number 45 of Harvey Jeremy, Andy Whedon, and Nick Bennett, the top 5.
Yeah, it was a shame to see Harvey Jeremy running into those issues in the previous race, but now he's back and ready for more as he's getting involved in this podium battle and trying to catch Tom Burt. It looks a bit uncatchable at the moment, but we'll see what him and Andy Whedon can do as the race progresses. Behind Andy Whedon, Nick Bennett, as we said, Zach, doing a good job to gain some more places off the line, as this seems to be the closest battle on track. We've got the battle for 3rd between Jeremy, Whedon and Bennett.
8 laps left to go, well, 7.5 more accurately. Matt Birkin only 3 tenths clear of Tom Burt. Last time they broke the beam and crossed the line, but you can see just as they blitz past through the shot, the gap widening slightly in favour of Matt Birkin. Behind that, as Riley pointed out, is Jeremy from Whedon from Bennett, 3, 4 and 5. Nick Bennett searching for his first podium of the season, despite starting at the back end of the field, maybe a late entry or didn't take part in qualifying. Started each of the races from P11, the 7-1-1. Multiple race winner, multiple podium finisher in Fab Racing over the last few years in Senior Mini Moto. We'd like to add one more to that tally. 7 laps left to go as we cross the line to start lap 3. Birkin from Burt, and that gap has grown to about 1.5 seconds, a 56.4 for Birkin and 57.7 for Tom Burt.
Yeah, Matt Birkin currently unbeatable on that 56.4, over a second faster than the rest of the field, and showing us why he's the 2-time world champion. He's 1.5 ahead of Tom Burt.
Fab Racing is a world championship, isn't it now? I'm sure Rob and Roger will be honoured that Riley Davis has given it that accolade. I mean, we are in Kent, and that is technically, well, I mean, you'd probably class it as a different country to the rest of the UK, or at least we like to think so. Nonetheless, yeah, British champion is Matt Birkin, he's done. I mean, to be fair, maybe he could go all the way. Fab Racing, of course, is that proven pathway into World Grand Prix racing. Birkin from Burt, then comes Jeremy, 1, 2 and 3. The gap has grown to 2.5 seconds now in favour of Birkin. I mean, stick him on a GP bike, surely.
Yeah, of course, as I just said, I mean, I said it here first, Matt Birkin, he's the next big thing that Marc Marquez needs to watch out for, as he currently leads this race by 3 seconds. And yeah, stay tuned for more info about what we said earlier. Big announcement coming the way of Fab Racing, so follow all the socials and make sure you're listening, because it is going to be big and you're going to be shocked, because it is one of the biggest events in mini bike racing history. Don't miss it. And maybe Matt Birkin will be there.
Hopefully he'll be there. It'll be good to see him. I wonder how each of these riders are going to rise to the challenge. It's so hard not to talk about this because it is so exciting. So make sure you are following along Fab Racing socials. Make sure, of course, in the near future, of course, tune in the coming days, of course, for the interview with Brad Ray that we captured, that we can tell you about. Make sure you're tuning in for the announcement about the announcement that we can't tell you about. It's like we're trying to keep secrets. We are trying to keep secrets, but we are itching to tell you. Nick Bennett, though, has suffered a couple of problems on the 711, crawling back into pit lane. And, well, his chain's still on, so a separate issue there. Hands the baton and the battle down to just Harvey Jeremy and Andy Whedon in the fight for the podium.
Yeah, it's a shame for Nick. He's been really strong in the past couple of races, picking up some really strong positions and getting some really amazing moves done as well from further back on the grid, and unfortunately prematurely departs from this race and from this battle between Harvey Jeremy and Andy Whedon for third place.
5 laps left to go now. 4 is Matt Birkin. Tips his way across the line. Of course, it's Birkin. He's 3.7 seconds clear of Tom Burt. The closest battle on circuit is Harvey Jeremy and Andy Whedon, 3 and 4. Behind that comes Gary Eldridge inside the top 5. Chris Bain, Rob Gentry, Nicky Lewis and Nick Bennett, of course, who we've lost from this race. Unfortunately, I think he might well be able to go back out. He's not confirmed as a retiree just yet. But no other close battles on circuit. The closest of it, the one we're following in terms of, well, Harvey Jeremy and Andy Whedon, separated by just half a second out on circuit, as, well, Matt Birkin gives everyone a demonstration how to ride a senior Mini Moto, as it has been the case for the last couple of years. He was dominant over 2025, was dominant over 2024 as well, taking multiple wins over the 21 race season. I'm just going to confirm as to just how many he took a couple of years ago. It was a remarkable effort from Matt Birkin. He took 8 victories and 14 podiums across the first 18 races alone. That's not even including the final round at Ella Park back in 2024. So Matt Birkin, showing off a little bit out in front.
Yeah, getting it on the back wheel with a couple laps to go. Probably just enjoying himself out there for the last race of the weekend for the Senior Mini Moto Championship. 9 riders currently in the, 8 riders with Bennett out, fortunately. He was running some strong pace, but speaking of strong pace, here we are seeing Matt Birkin, the 2-time reigning British champion, making his way into the hairpin complex. Four seconds ahead of Tom Burt in second place. King of mini bikes at the moment, at least for the adults. Harvey Jeremy in third place, currently on a 58.1 on his last lap, so quite a bit slower than Tom Burt and Matt Birkin behind him, but he's doing all right there, holding off Andy Whedon, who's actually had a really, really slow previous lap, so maybe a bit of a mistake from Andy Whedon. He did a 104.1, so over 5 seconds slower than Harvey Jeremy. As the wind starts to pick up, you can hear it on the cameras, and that's going to be affecting these little bikes a lot, but I think Matt Birkin might just be able to take it to the end here, and hopefully his chain behaves.
Yeah, fingers crossed. A lap and a bit left to go for him. Crawling back into the pit lane, another rider as well. Nick Bennett has been confirmed as a retiree, so will not be scoring any points from this race. The final race of 3 for round number 1 of the Senior Mini Motos in Fab Racing in 2026. Of course, our first of 7 rounds that sees us here at Lydd. Of course, across to Dorset in Clay Pigeon, Hooton Park, Ella Park, Rowra, Three Sisters, and Clandau to round off the season, plus also the special announcement that we can't say too much about. Keep your eyes peeled on that one, can't emphasise it enough. It's going to be absolutely brilliant later on in the year. Final lap of the race, final lap of the weekend for Matt Birkin, the number 1, 5.5 seconds clear of the field, rising to new levels, largely unchallenged this weekend. But his biggest adversary has been the machine that he's been riding, Tom Burt. Again, a very fruitful maiden weekend to Fab Racing. His first victory in his first go in the opening race yesterday, and since then 2 subsequent second places. Just a few more corners left to negotiate for the 2-time reigning champion of Matt Birkin, who, well, has had the winter break, has suffered a couple of mechanical problems to say the very least, but Matt Birkin is going to go back to back here at Lydd through the final corner. The checker flag will fly, and Matt Birkin will go 2 from 3 here at Lydd Car Circuit. What a ride from the reigning champion. He takes the checker flag first from Tom Burt and Harvey Jeremy, who will join him on that podium. And Matt Birkin once again proving why he could well be world champion quality.
5.3 seconds ahead of Tom Burt, and that's no mean feat, especially considering how much Tom Burt's pace has upped since that first race, which he won yesterday, of course, with the help of Matt Birkin's chain, obviously a bit of a Tom Burt fan. And Tom Burt doing a really good job to up that pace after gaining the confidence from getting that first win and maintaining a 100% podium success rate here in FAB-Racing after claiming 2 second places and the first at the start of the weekend.
Run you through the results after 9 laps of racing. It will be Matt Birkin who takes the flag and takes the third and final victory of the weekend, and with it will close the gap in the championship to 7 points. It's actually Tom Burt, who finished second in this race, that leads the championship with the first and 2 victories. Behind Birkin and Burt on that race comes Harvey Jeremy, who completes the podium, Andy Whedon, Gary Eldridge, Rob Gentry, Nicky Lewis, the 7 finishers with Chris Bain and Nick Bennett not making it to the checker flag. There is Matt Birkin wheeling his way into Parc Fermé, and well, what a brilliant display that he's had. Tom Burt will crawl his way alongside a very nice livery on that 68 machine, and like I say, yeah, Tom Burt, not a bad result for his first weekend at Fab. He comes out of it leading the championship.
Yeah, coming along really well, really strong pace, and as I said earlier today, just upping his pace every single time. Even the races, he may have finished second in the last 2, but you look at his pace and his fastest lap over half a second quicker. All right then, coming up we have the Mini GP50R class. It is going to be a brilliant one. We've got some big names in this one that we've been hearing a lot of battles commencing between especially Jensen Knowles and Emilio Pereira. Another few battles in the class as well. Bo Morris and Tommy Williams. Got to keep an eye out for that one.
We do indeed. Yeah, Emilio Pereira starts this one from pole position. Jensen Knowles alongside him on the front row of the grid from Tommy Williams, Jensen Cedras, who share row number 2. Bo Morris, Preston Baker, row 3. And Josh Perkins and Joey Atterchich keeping each other company on row 4. Rounding up the top 10, Stanley Longhurst and Daniel Tanton from Reed Saxby and Oscar McAllister. Oliver Wilson, Claudia Dudman, Emerson Oakley and Oliver Cheeseman round out the 16-rider field for the Mini GP50R category. And well, if you've got a Metrica or you've got an Ovale, get yourself on this grid. Largely competitive, and well, both manufacturers, both types of bike can be competitive because they make up the front row of the grid. Pereira and Knowles both taking victories across the 2 races thus far this weekend. Who's going to rise to the occasion in the third and final attempt for this class? Emilio Pereira or Jensen Knowles? Which is quicker, the bull or the bullet?
Well, we'll have to see who gets to run into turn 1. So far it has been Jensen Knowles who shoots off the line and flies into the first hairpin. Chicane even.
There you can see Emilio Pereira getting ready to tackle the first chicane at turns 1 and 2. His dad getting him ready. A talent that has risen through the ranks of Fab Racing. British minibike champion is Emilio, back in the Rookies a couple of years ago. Missed out in Fab versus Nelly Knuth in a titanic battle. High expectations for Mini GP50R. The third and final, the highlight race of the weekend. Emilio Pereira, Jensen Knowles, who's coming out on top here at Lydd Car Circuit. A bit of a twitch there from Jensen Knowles. The flag drops and we go racing. Knowles gets the lead to turn number 1. But was that start too good? Bo Morris around the outside of Tommy Williams will take third position as well, as Jensen Knowles will lead Emilio Pereira. Pereira will be having none of that as he's in quick pursuit to get the lead of the race back.
A good start from Knowles, but I'm sure that'll be investigated by race direction, as they've got Bo Morris all over the back of him and straight away on the cards. Nicely done from race control. Already under investigation is that start from Jensen Knowles, and right behind him is Emilio Pereira, his ever developing and perfectly confident rival, Emilio Pereira, who's done so well this weekend to claim victory in so many classes. Behind him, the 2 rivals of Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, chasing and trying to make this a 4-rider battle.
Jensen Knowles leads the opening lap, but, well, what's the consequence going to be with race control? I have to say, Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, the steps forward that they've taken over the weekend to now contest with the top two. Bo Morris especially, it's looking very handsome for Bo this weekend. He's been rapid across the 50 and the 50R category and now has sight of the two leaders. Jensen Knowles potentially with that penalty. Bo Morris could be eyeing up a race victory. Emilio Pereira, though, chasing after him. Race control have come in. Drum roll. Is it a penalty for our race leader? The 272, Jensen Knowles, 5 seconds. That drops him right back in the pack. And for Emilio Pereira, he comes into this race 7 points back in the championship. This is the perfect turn of events that he needs to exit round number one as your leader in the GP 50R category. It's Knowles provisionally with the penalty applied. He drops as low as 5th, maybe even 6th. Does Jensen Knowles make that 8th position? But Emilio Pereira sends one to the inside anyway. What a move from the 31 of Pereira. He doesn't need to be doing that, but he wants to get away from Knowles despite the penalty.
Yeah, he knows Knowles might end up holding him up. He doesn't really know about the penalty, I can imagine. But the more time he's behind Knowles, the more time that Morris and Williams have got to go through on him. And he makes the move and gets it done brilliantly. Well done to Emilio Pereira, who now leads this race ahead of Jensen Knowles. A good gap he's made for it as well.
9 laps left to go at the line. Pereira now leads, of course, Jensen Knowles on circuit as it stands, but with the penalty applied, Jensen Knowles drops to 8th position, and that's going to be a huge swing in terms of the point standings for Emilio Pereira. He missed out in race 1, but Jensen Knowles' issue earlier on today where he nearly came off the bike through race 2, dropped him to 4th. His pace has been staggering, has been right there with Pereira. They've been worthy adversaries, and this rivalry I cannot wait for over the 2026 season, over the 7 rounds that we've got, the conclusion of the first of which will be taking place over the next 8.5 laps. Pereira looks to be in prime position to go and take his 2nd victory of the 50R category, and not to mention this is one of 2 categories he's racing in. He's also in the 50s where he's done the double in that so far as well. He must be exhausted, but it's not slowing him down in the slightest.
Definitely not. The motivation to win is what's keeping him awake right now, and he's doing a brilliant job of staying in the lead at the moment, ahead of Jensen Knowles, of course, on circuit. Bo Morris has got some company behind him in the form of Tommy Williams. They don't know they're currently both on the podium, but they will eventually, if they cross the line as it is right now. It'll be Morris 2nd and Williams 3rd, and with Knowles all the way down in 7th. So they've got to put the lap times in and try and get further up the field, and Knowles has got all that work to do if he still wants to make a top 5, let alone a podium. We're watching Preston Baker in 5th at the moment. He's been pretty fast this weekend, getting some consistent podiums, currently in 5th. A bit of a signal there to somebody on the pit wall. Not sure what that was. He tries to go around the outside on Athasic. That got close there. And now in race time he drops to 6th because Jensen Knowles has been able to gap Morris and Williams in terms of on track, get right onto the back of Emilio Pereira. He's into 4th, so if he can get through on Pereira and really get a gap, he's got to build a 5-second gap in 6.5 laps. It's a bit of an ask, but I wouldn't put it past the bullet.
I mean, for Jensen Knowles, what I would rather do at this stage is, I mean, you know you're not going to beat Pereira. Realistically, you've got a penalty, right? I mean, he might not know he's got a penalty. He might know, introspectively that he's got a penalty because he knows he jumped the start. But you know that with a penalty, you're never going to beat Pereira. But your pace together, you might be able to pull out a 5-second gap over the rest of the field. He set the fastest lap last time through as well by a 1/10 of a second to the 272 of Jensen Knowles. 2 laps ago, he was running 8th after the penalty applied. Now, he's running 4th, which is damage limitation. 3 seconds more, he might still be able to scrape a podium. Now, that is a very big ask. As it stands, though, with Pereira winning and Jensen Knowles in 4th position, the points swing will be 19 between Pereira back to Knowles, and it also might swing Preston Baker into the contention and up into 2nd place, provisionally in the championship. I know we've got a long way to go, but I just want to get the use out of my spreadsheet and make me feel a bit better for actually building it. 4 laps left to go at the line. It's Pereira from Knowles, the top 2 on circuit. But as we know, Knowles is dropping back in the pack because of the penalty. Bo Morris, though, being very aggressive as he darts through some traffic.
Yeah, that's also holding up Tommy Williams, so that's going to help Jensen Knowles try and get back onto the podium in the race time. As Joey Athasic just been passed by Preston Baker, I think. Oh no, Preston Baker's come off, I think. He's stopped. That signal might have just been to tell somebody that he has an issue, and that's why he wasn't in his usual competing podium spaces. So he is out of this race, unfortunately. And we're looking at this battle at the moment for 7th, I believe. 8th even, between Oscar McAllister and Danny Longhurst, number 26 and number 11 on track. And they're not too far off in terms of lap time either to the front running guys, but I don't think it'll be possible to get that podium or even the top 5 at this rate unless something goes wrong at the front. But they're doing really well to stay consistent and get involved in this big battle for 8th, as McAllister continues to hold off Longhurst.
Yeah, 4 laps left to go. McAllister doing a good job. 4 bikes involved in this train. It's McAllister in 8th, Longhurst in 9th, Tanton and Saxby behind that. And what has been quite an enthralling battle further down in the pack. Danny Longhurst, supported by the House of Moto, fighting for the highest achieving female rider award in 2026 as well. And she's been quite impressive over the last few races, and again mixing it up right at the sharp end of the field, definitely inside the top half of this one. On the back of McAllister, might have a run here towards the inside of the final corner, might be under a bit of pressure from Daniel Tanton as well, so that's a predicament that Longhurst needs to deal with McAllister parking the bus. Longhurst has got to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend, tries to sweep to the outside of the chicane, might set up a double switch back and get the acceleration and that run towards the second chicane. Longhurst right onto the back of McAllister, looks to the inside but can't quite seal the deal with 2 laps left to go. It's Pereira from Bo Morris in second, Williams and Knowles. The gap's still 3 seconds for Knowles to even think about getting himself onto the podium. Joey Athersidge completes the top 5 from Cedras Perkins. Then this battle for 8th position. McAllister still holding off Danny Longhurst.
Yeah, on this penultimate lap, Daniel Tanton, he needs to get involved in this battle because he hasn't got long enough to keep waiting for a move from McAllister or Longhurst. And here is a move from Longhurst going up the inside into the penultimate corner of McAllister. Brilliant move up the inside and through onto the final lap for Pereira to take another victory this weekend. Longhurst continuing to hold on to that position ahead of Oscar McAllister. Daniel Tanton looks like he's struggling to hold on to that group, but how about this then? Bo Morris and Tommy Williams, looks like there's a bit of a bigger gap between them due to that initial lap traffic being a bit of an issue for them, getting in the way. And I think that's sort of spread out the battle between them a bit, and well, better for it if they ended up having a similar accident like yesterday. But another incredible performance from Emilio Pereira, the ever-confident number 31, brilliantly put. Here he comes then into the penultimate corner. Once again, it'll be another win if he can just get through these last couple of corners. He's got Jensen Knowles not too far behind him. Not in time though, but Emilio Pereira wins another fantastic victory here in the Mini GP 50R class. Absolutely fantastic. And Morris manages to get second in the end, Williams third, and Jensen Knowles doing a valiant effort in terms of race pace to get 4th in time despite that 5-second penalty. Really good job from Jensen.
What a ride from Emilio Pereira though to take another victory, trying to get the front wheel up. Well, I mean, a star of the future absolutely is Emilio Pereira. Maybe in the future to become a world champion graduate of FAB-Racing. The proven pathway all the way to the top, and Emilio Pereira is proving that to be the case. Let's run you through the results after 11 laps of racing. Emilio Pereira takes victory by 4.7 seconds ahead of Bo Morris. Tommy Williams and Jensen Knowles, a jump start penalty drops him down to 4th position, with Joey Athersidge rounding out the top 5. Behind that, you'll have Jensen Cedras in P6 from Josh Perkins in 7th position. Danny Longhurst completes in P8 with McAllister and Tanton the top 10. Behind that, Saxby, Emerson Oakley in P12 with Claudia Dudman, Oliver Wilson and Oliver Cheeseman, the 15th and final finisher, with Preston Baker us losing throughout the duration of that race. What a one it was, and of course for the Mini GP 50R category, a championship battle brewing with Emilio Pereira leading out of Lydd.
Yeah, Emilio Pereira completely unbeatable there. Jensen Knowles would have had something for him, but I think that penalty really knocked his chances at victory. Of course, a 5-second penalty. All right then, we are now back ready for Mini GP 70, the main event coming your way right now. And we had some very interesting battles last time out. Of course, the sponsor for that being Amphibian Scaffolding. Thank you for supporting the championship and this class, Mini GP 70. about to hit the circuit now. And here is your pole sitter, Frankie Watson, who claimed 3rd place earlier on today. A really strong performance from him after not being out there in the first race, as Bradley Curtis sits there in front of his sister waiting to go out on the circuit with Max Johnson behind her. Now is Bradley Curtis's rival, that is, Sebastian Gaslavsky, lining up behind on the number 64, just waiting to get going now for the first sighting lap, and then we'll be out racing in the Mini GP70 class. Of course, this is where they'll be progressing through to the Moto 4 British Cup, the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Of course, we saw Harrison Day, Henry McCartney progress into that class from Mini GP70, and that's where the extra pressure lies.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, a very impressive rostrum through the Hall of Fame of the Mini GP70s. Marco Hull, Ethan Sparks, just to name a couple. Casey O'Gorman back in the day, and, well, most recently Harrison Day in 2025. Scott Ogden potentially back a few years ago, scored some points in Moto 3 over the last couple of years, and, well, who's it going to be in 2026 to take that next logical step all the way to the top on the road to World Championship level racing? FAB-Racing is the place to be. With Frankie Watson, what can he do from pole position? Bradley Curtis alongside him. Mason Federick, of course, who won't be here to take the start from 3rd position. Gaslavsky as well with it all to prove, chasing after the tail end of the 71, and maybe some doubts over Frankie Watson potentially having to pull out of this race. He might well have to. An issue for the pole sitter. Frankie Watson might well be out of this race before it's even begun, and that's the 2nd time this weekend.
Oh, that's a huge disappointment from him. The pole man looked to be the man to beat after such an impressive qualifying. Missed out on the first race and claimed 3rd in the second one. A really good job considering he had no track time in race conditions in the first race. And now it's all over. Was a huge disappointment. And now Bradley Curtis has got a bit of a buffer because he's essentially now been upgraded to pole position as the race starts. And it's a brilliant getaway once again from Sebastian Gaslavsky. A close move as he gets through into the lead. Absolutely fantastic, as he now leads this race ahead of Bradley Curtis and Caelan Ratcliffe in 3rd. Wow, once again, Super Seb getting a superstar off the line and leading this race.
Oh, Sebastian Gaslavsky, take a bow. He was eager, isn't he? He's fired up. He's motivated. He's had enough of staring at the rear end of Bradley Curtis, and he popped the wheelie to get his way, muscled through into the lead. Bradley Curtis now chasing back after him in what has been such a tyrannical battle between the pair of them across multiple categories, both the 70s and the extremes. Gaslavsky, 2-time champion across 2025, wants to stake his claim at the sharp end of the premier class of Mini Moto racing in the UK. And now Bradley Curtis, who has taken multiple steps forward over the last couple of years to now be fighting at the front end of the field. It's Sebastian Gaslavsky that leads Bradley Curtis, that leads Caelan Ratcliffe at the end of the first lap of 12.
I've no words for that start. Truly amazing from Gaslavsky, but Bradley Curtis now has to get out of his mind and get chasing Gaslavsky back to the front of the field. Behind them, Caelan Ratcliffe doing well in 3rd at the moment, with Daisy Polder doing a good job in 4th, ahead of Rex Austin in 5th. Big move there as Curtis tried to go through, but Gaslavsky continues to lead this one.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Bradley Curtis giving it a look, applying that pressure. That's all he can do at this stage. Gaslavsky has learned some lessons. He's taken strides forwards. Of course, yesterday feeling a bit frustrated, feeling a bit hard done by, but he's taken that reset and has used that as fuel for the fire to go and chase victory in the 70s. Like I say, winning the 50 and the 50R category last year. Of course, the fight to the front and the battles through the field. Rex Austin versus Max Johnson in the fight for the top 5. Daisy Polden as high as 4th position is the 127. Defensive goes Gaslavsky, momentarily brings it back to the racing line through the final corner. That just means the pressure from Curtis is working. Gaslavsky is thinking about the 71, and that means Curtis could be in prime position to go for this win.
Precisely, he needs to do everything he can to put that pressure on Gaslavsky. We saw last time they were out on track today, both of them, anytime the other was in front, they go up for the inside every single corner, just in case there's an opportunity that could arise for them. Maybe a mistake from the rider in front, for example, into the penultimate corner. We see that a lot. Curtis will most likely on this lap stick it up the inside, get his nose in there and get his front wheel alongside Gaslavski's rear wheel. We're going to see it now out of the slipstream, trying to get alongside, didn't get the best exit, but no, he's gone for it from way back. A brilliant manoeuvre from Bradley Curtis to put that number 71 machine into the lead of this race. Gaslavski gets a good exit and tries to get alongside and go for a move similar to what he did on lap 1, but it doesn't quite work for now. Curtis leads the race with a brilliantly manoeuvre.
Very much so. Brilliant manoeuvre indeed from Bradley Curtis. Sebastian Gaslavski straight back on the counter-attack, though. You can bet your bottom dollar he's not going to let that one slide, and probably going to be fired up as ever. Curtis, though, riding that wave of momentum, taking step after step, stride after stride towards the top, and now he's searching for the third consecutive victory this weekend. Gaslavski looking to deny him, looks to the inside of the final corner. Gaslavski late on the brakes, not late enough. Curtis will lead another lap.
Yeah, again, as I said before, just trying to get his nose in there, waiting for a mistake to come from Bradley Curtis, and now it is gloves off. 7 laps to go, and they're going to be diving each other as much as they can from now on to try and ruin their pace and ruin their rhythm.
Exactly that. Gaslavski, you can see, looking at the inside of the chicanes, right? And he's going for these sort of half-hearted moves, and I think it's dropping him slightly off the back of Curtis. He's probably better off taking the racing line, but I can see the merit in that. Maybe trying to apply some pressure to Curtis. If he sends it in deep, then Gaslavski is there to take the inside. Here's a run, though. Gaslavski so good off that horseshoe and onto the back straight. He's not quite late enough on the brakes. Curtis so good at just bringing the bike all the way through the corner. Gaslavski gets the exit, though. Doesn't quite get the inside line through the medium speed chicane to start off the lap. 6 laps left to go in what is once again going to be a classic in the Mini GP 70s, a race and a weekend to remember, because we've got battles in the front, we've got battles in the mid-pack as well. 4 bikes all contesting for it. Bradley Curtis versus Sebastian Gaslavski. Half the race still to decide who takes the final victory of the weekend.
We've said it a lot this weekend, it's quite a difficult track to overtake, and this is where the best of the best come through in terms of racecraft, and Gaslavski is trying to promote that racecraft and show it to the Moto 4 British Cup teams as he tries to go for the inside again, thinking better of it and going for a wider line to get a better exit and maybe offer himself a chance into the first chicane. Again, not quite getting it.
No, not quite close enough there, but he's still there, applying the pressure, doing all of the right things. Is Gaslavski a look to the inside once again, but Curtis, he's just been so composed this weekend, has dealt with the pressure brilliantly. Battles further back in the pack. It's Rex Austin, the 991 from the 141 of Johnson, Tommy Keats, Boyan Blazewski involved, also Maxwell Keats and Nicholas Dunwoody. This is a battle from 6th all the way to 10th. 5 bikes involved. Gaslavski once again through the horseshoe onto this back straight towards the final corner. Has he got the metal? Now he's got the speed to the inside of the final corner. Gaslavski goes for the lead. Oh my goodness me, Bradley Curtis slams the door in his face. He keeps the lead. 4 laps left to go. Gaslavski throwing everything at this lead, and Curtis not giving an inch.
Absolutely incredible defence from Bradley Curtis. He knew he'd see Gaslavski on the inside, and he said, you're coming through only if we're both in the gravel, and put that on the line. That fight further back being absolutely incredible. 5 bikes, as you said earlier, Zach, going from all the way from Rex Austin back to Maxwell Keats in 9th. As here comes Gaslavski, thinking about it again into the penultimate corner, but he does well to get that wider line. Doesn't want to go for it just yet, but 3 laps left now. What can Gaslavski do? We've seen this rivalry unfold all the way through the weekend, and of course this being the big class, the Mini GP 70s, the fastest men out there. These kids trying to get through to become world champions one day, and now it's all about these last 3 laps between Gaslavski and Curtis, who look to project themselves to the Moto 4 teams in the British Cup and show them why they should be the pick instead of the rider they're trying to battle right now.
I mean, Bradley Curtis and Sebastian Gaslavski, I mean, just levels above everyone in this field. Now, Bradley Curtis defensive into the final corner, knows his run wasn't too good, but holds it off. Gaslavski runs deeper into the corner, bites it back for a late apex. He's good on the exits anyway. 2 laps left to go. Gaslavski looks to the inside, but Curtis once again has just got the answer to anything Gaslavski can throw.
He's doing everything he can to stick on the back of Curtis's rear wheel as Curtis has a brief look back just to make sure that his ever persistent rival is still there, and ever persistently he very much is. The number 64 follows the number 71 with a lap and a half to go. He's running out of time, Gaslavski. He's got to make a move sooner or later.
Now on the run to the back straight. Final lap of the race incoming. Sebastian Gazlowski's got the run. He's got the nose ahead. Has he been laying up on the brakes? He's going to get the move done. But Bradley Curtis once again giving a bike whip and no more. 1 lap to go here at Lydd for the amphibian scaffolding Mini GP70s. What a ride it's been thus far for Bradley Curtis. Sebastian Gazlowski into the second chicane. What more has he got? What more can he give that Bradley Curtis hasn't got an answer for? Into the hairpin for the final time. Bradley Curtis so far 2 wins from 2. Gazlowski throwing whatever he possibly can and some even a little bit more than that into the horseshoe. Gazlowski is strong through here. He's going to have one more opportunity. Now he's got the acceleration, but Bradley Curtis is not taking any chances. Defensive line to the final corner. He's going to hang on. Gazlowski tries to bite it back. This is the fire where champions are forged, and Bradley Curtis takes the first jab here in Fab Racing. 3 wins from 3 here at Lydd. Curtis, what a ride. What a battle with Gazlowski, and what a season that this is going to be.
Absolutely incredible defence from Bradley Curtis to hold off Sebastian Gazlowski, who punches the screen there in frustration. Really not happy with losing out that one, but I'm sure he'll be calm with a couple podiums to end that one. And still very much within the chance of the championship. We're only at round 1, as you can see. Very upset there not to get the win in that classic duel between him and Curtis. But how close the lap times were between him and Curtis, once again proving the incredible rivalry that we have coming for us this season in amphibian scaffolding Mini GP70. And of course, Bradley Curtis took victory 0.2 of a second ahead of Gazlowski in second. Caelan Ratcliffe doing a good job to get 3rd place. Daisy Polden in 4th, and then Johnson, Austin, Keats, Blaszewski, Keats and Dunwoody to round out the top 10. Oh, absolutely incredible. Once again, GP70 race to show us just how incredible this class is and why these riders will be going up to the higher classes in the future.
Oh, what a ride it was from Bradley Curtis, who leads the championship. Reminiscent maybe of Wilson Dilks versus Archie O'Brien back in 2020 for Bradley Curtis. 3 wins, Sebastian Gazlowski 3 second places. A lot to be proud of from both of these young riders. Fist bump there, camaraderie after all of it. And well, another timeless classic in the amphibian scaffolding Mini GP70s. That concludes their run here at Lydd. These guys will be back out again in a month's time. Big clay pigeon to see if Gazlowski has got the answer.
Next up, we're out there for the Pit Bike 140 races, and the amount of drama we've seen in this class between Chris Wells, Harrison Quincy and Jamie King and Ben Simpson as well in the last 2 races we've had this weekend for these guys. Absolutely incredible events in these. We had a big jump start for a lot of riders in the first race, and Ben Simpson coming out of the second race due to an issue. Unfortunately, the race 1 winner, but your grid is Chris Wells, the previous race winner, lining on pole ahead of Harrison Quincy, Jamie King in 3rd, aka Pit Bike Sonic, Ben Simpson, Simon Gates, Bailey Lawrence, Perry Tomsit, Kieran Grimes, Daniel Cliff, Stephen Humphreys, Bradley Ferreira, Luke Kirstein, Matthew Rayland, Jake Turnbull, Tom Wise, Daniel Gilbert, Callum Maxwell, Jamie Hughes, Ivan Di Francesco and Roman Ratcliffe at the back of the grid. Of course, older brother of Caelan Ratcliffe, who you just saw on the podium in that previous race. Now, are we going to have some similar drama? More jump starts, more front-running contenders going out of the race. Will Jamie King for once get a good start this weekend? We'll see. Chris Wales lines up on pole position ahead of Harrison Quincy, who will be a bit disappointed not to have been on the top step so far this weekend, but it is the final one to go for these guys in Fab Racing here at Lydd Circuit. It is win it or bin it, especially for Harrison Quincy. As I just mentioned, he'll be desperate to win this race as they now get ready to go. Somebody missing from the 5th spot on the grid there. And here we go, getting ready to go. The flag about to drop. Chris Wells looking to do the double on Sunday. We are away for the Pit Bike 140 race. A good start for Chris Wells, who leads ahead of Harrison Quincy and Jamie King. A really good start from Harrison Quincy. He now tries to get alongside. Chris Wells continues to lead this race and trying to do the double on Sunday. Of course, yesterday it was Ben Simpson who won the race. An absolutely fantastic performance from him, and an unfortunate one in race 2, as he unfortunately had to retire midway through, and of course Chris Wells dominating that one.
Exactly that. Chris Wells rising to transcendent levels really in pit bike 140. Jamie King under a bit of pressure from Harrison Quincy. Pit bike Sonic, best he's been able to manage so far this weekend is second. On track he's finished second both times. Now that's usually not too bad for pit bike Sonic, but P3 in race 1 after a penalty for the jump start, dropped into third, currently running second place in the championship too. Well, no surprise other than Chris Wells. The gap might well be coming down though. Jamie King maybe has a bit of an answer with still 11 laps to go in this race. As down and out there is that potentially the 44. That's Bradley Ferreira that's having a bit of an issue at the side of the circuit. I think just going into turn number 1 and 2, and that's a premature end to his weekend.
That's really disappointing going out so early on, especially on the first 2 laps. It's ruined your confidence. You got all built up and excited to get this race going, and it goes down as simple as that and as quick as that. It's really a shame, and especially to end your weekend like that, it's really going to hurt. But he'll be back at Clay Pigeon next month, and hopefully be fighting further towards the front after a slightly disappointing way to start the season. But Ben Simpson hanging in well there in 4th, just trying to get involved in this podium battle, all over the back of Harrison Quincy.
Exactly that. Chris Wells leading King, leading Quincy. Ben Simpson from Stephen Humphries chasing after the rings of Sonic. Jamie King hoping not to be taking out and dropping them, albeit again a bit by Sonic, but he's got shadow on his helmet. I need to ask him about that really. Nonetheless, the 76 pulling away from this battle between Quincy and Simpson, who of course is our race 1 winner, is Ben Simpson. P19 earlier on today though, despite getting back on the bike and fighting with the likes of Jamie King and Harrison Quincy, he's now contending to get himself back onto the podium and score some decent points. Is the 120 closest battle on the circuit, as Chris Wells says the fastest lap of the race, 44.245, 2.5 tenths quicker than Jamie King, as the gap grows to about 1.5 seconds with 9 to go.
Ben Simpson all over the back of Harrison Quincy here, trying to find a way through. Not as easy on these pit bike 140s, but Ben Simpson makes it work. A dart up the inside, and he's got it done by Harrison Quincy, looking to fight back on the inside. Not quite got it done there, but a brilliant move from Ben Simpson, and defended perfectly to stop Harrison from responding, as they now try and work together to catch Jamie King and Chris Wells ahead, as Chris Wells really starting to pull up the gap now, just on a 44.2 and is 1.5 ahead of Jamie King. Well, across the line now it's raised to 2.1, so Chris Wells really putting in the time, and Jamie King maybe just taking a bit of a while to getting to the rhythm that Chris Wells has.
Yeah, I mean, historically Jamie King hasn't done overly well at Lydd the last couple of years. I mean, 2024 he was only the best he managed was third to Lucas Brown and Chris Wells, who were levels above him. But through the season, King, you know, the other circuits, Three Sisters was the circuit that sort of ended his 3-year win drought. Granted, Chris Wells wasn't there that weekend. I think he was at a wedding or something, priorities or whatever. But yeah, Jamie King was able to end his 3-year win drought. He was very competitive at Ella Park. Understandably, he's there quite regularly for their bike nights, and it's his home circuit. So I think as the season goes on, we'll see Jamie King more and more coming into his own, because he's a veteran of the sport. He races in basically anything that he can get his hands on, and he is unbelievably quick across all of the categories he's raced in, particularly in pit bikes, where he's won 4 championships. Wells, King and Simpson, with Quincy and Humphries the top 5. The gap growing between Wells and King. We've dropped back into the back gear, the 333 of Perry Tomset. P6 fighting away with Bailey Lawrence, fighting away with Daniel Cliff and Jake Turnbull. So 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th, this 4-bike battle for 6th position.
Really close one here, as it looks like there's going to be a move. Oh, that was close there. Almost went through. Bailey Lawrence trying to make a move on Perry Tomset, of course, part of the House of Moto Club. Trying to get through into the penultimate corner. She's got a good run through there, all over the back of Perry Tomset, the number 333 machine, and she goes for the wider entry into that first chicane to get a better run through the corner. She's done really well, and she's hanging on to the back of Perry Tomset. She's got Daniel Cliff for company behind her. Let's see how she manages this one, see if she can get through on Tomset with only 6 laps to go. She's still got some time to wait and find a way through, and it looks like she's going to try and go around the outside. I doubt it there. She's had to sit up a bit to avoid going into the back of him. Underestimated her impressive run through the corner, as Chris Wells continues to open the gap to Jamie King ahead of him. 3.4 the gap is now, As here comes Bailey Lawrence trying to go around the outside of Perry Thompson. She's made it work and she's made him sit up. What a fantastic move. That really caught him napping, but absolutely sensational from Bailey Lawrence to go swooping around the outside of Perry Thompson. I'm sure he's not going to be too happy about that one.
Oh, brave Bailey going all the way around the outside there. Bailey Lawrence, what a move to get yourself up into the top 6. That was remarkable, giving just enough room that was required. And yeah, the 333 of Perry Thompson now drops back in the pack, down to 9th position at the line. Chris Wells continues to stretch the advantage back to Jamie King, Ben Simpson, Quincy Humphreys, the top 5. Then this battle with 4 left to go. The opening round of the Mastermax FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship here at Lydd Kart Circuit, before we take to Hooton Park, well, Clay Pigeon, Hooton Park, Ella Park, Rowra, Three Sisters and Clandale. Amongst maybe a special event later on in the year. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. Again, we've been teasing it all weekend. Keep your eyes peeled over Fab socials. Make sure you are tuning in. Make sure you tune in for what could well be the biggest mini bike event in the world. And well, now fighting all the way through the field, the likes of Luke Kirstein, Tom Wise very close as they last crossed the line, so keeping our eye eagerly on all of the battles throughout the entirety of the field. This is the battle though for the final step on the podium. It's Ben Simpson versus Harrison Quincy, the 120 now through on the 755.
Yeah, Harrison Quincy managed to get his way through there after sitting behind Ben Simpson for quite a lot. But Ben Simpson got his work to do now. 3 laps left for him to get back ahead of Quincy and regain the podium position. He's going to want to end this one with the podium after a disappointing race earlier on, winning race 1 due to those penalties and his consistent pace, which kept him in that top 4 battle, and unfortunately had an issue in race 2 which put him out. But now it is time for him to get back up on the podium, and it's whether he can pass Harrison Quincy and make it work. He's got 2.5 laps to do it. Where does he go from here?
Exactly that. I mean, it's going to be a tough ask, but of course you're contending for a podium. Jamie King getting through. That is a huge off there at the first chicane. The rider just taking a bit of a breather. I think that's a big one in the inside wall there. A red flag being called out. A big one to the inside of turn number 1. Not often do you see an incident there. We'll confirm as to who's involved and whether they're okay. It seemed the rider was off the bike and all right. Just a pretty sizable whack going into turn 1. 2 laps to go in the pit bike 140s. Of course, everyone will be crawling to a hole on the start-finish straight while marshals attend to it. Big thank you to them for their efforts this weekend. But a red flag called with 2 to go in pit bike 140s. Again, we'll confirm as to who was involved when we can. I think it could well have been maybe, we won't speculate, we'll confirm once we know. Chris Wells will round that as the leader. The 17 is the bike that gets picked up there, so that will be potentially Tom Wise, maybe, as he waddles his way there, definitely feeling it, but up on 2 feet and walking on his own steam. But that's going to hurt in the morning.
Yeah, looks pretty injured there, but I mean, at least it's not anything too bad for now. But it might just be the adrenaline wearing off, and we might hear a bit of a scream as he sits down later on.
Yeah, he's not going to be liking that one. He's got well, at least he's got an excuse not to clean the house for a couple of days. At least there's that. Just making sure he's all right, but yeah, waddling his way back to the paddock there. But yeah, good to get up and going again, and that's the resilience of motorcycle racers, right? I mean, they don't give up, and they've got they're pretty tough shells to crack. Freddie Wadsworth as well pulled into pit lane, was down in P19, I think was wheeling his way back onto circuit and might be joining us for the rest of this race. Quick run through the order at the red flag, because we'll get confirmation whether or not if we'll get going again. It might be the checker flag there. We'll again confirm when we can. It was Chris Wells, Jamie King and Harrison Quincy, the top 3 as they crossed the line. Behind that was Ben Simpson, Stephen Humphreys, Bailey Lawrence from Daniel Cliff, Perry Thompson and Jake Turnbull, with Matthew Ryland the top 10. Just got confirmation that is the race checker flag, so it'll be Chris Wells that takes victory for the second time this weekend. A second and 2 wins to go the way of Chris Wells. He is, well, rising to the occasion in 2026. Jamie King, Harrison Quincy, the podium from Ben Simpson, Stephen Humphreys, Bailey Lawrence, Daniel Cliff, Perry Thompson, Jake Turnbull and Matthew Ryland, the top 10 after the third and final pit bike race of the weekend.
Ben Simpson will be a little bit disappointed to miss out on the podium. They had a few more laps to have a go at Harrison Quincy and was probably biding his time and waiting to make that move, and unfortunately that red flag hindering his chances. But now it's Harrison Quincy on the podium. He's got another shot at it next time out, and there you see Jamie King second behind Chris Wells, who had another brilliantly dominant race as he did earlier on today.
Very much so. Quick update in terms of the championship, by the way. Chris Wells will lead it out of the opening round with 70 points to his name, missing just the 5 for finishing second in race 1. Jamie King and Harrison Quincy, the top 3, from 25 points separating the top 3 after the opening round of 7. Still plenty of opportunities, though, to close the gaps down. Of course, the Pit Bike 140s there, you can see Pit Bike Sonic's partner Wendy there, congratulating him after a very tough weekend. And I'm sure it's going to make for some pretty good content on the Pit Bike Sonic vlog. Collecting the trophy and straight into the helmet. That's going to wrap it up for Pit Bike 140s here at Lydd. They'll be back out in a month's time when we take to Clay Pigeon.
All right, then, Mini GP50 coming up next, sponsored by Nova Racing. This gave us a good show earlier on this morning. We're just waiting for everything to get cleaned up after that red flag, and then the riders will be out for their sighting lap before racing gets underway. Just a few races to go this afternoon here at Lydd Circuit, but make sure you join us in a month's time at Clay Pigeon, where the action will only increase as championship battles become more and more intense.
Emilio Pereira comes into this race with 2 victories under his belt. Caelan Ratcliffe a 3rd and a 2nd thus far this weekend. Josh Perkins 4th and 5th. Of course, look out for the likes of Preston Baker, who didn't take to the start of race 2, but a podium in race number 1. Bo Morris as well could well be a mighty adversary and has been proving his worth over this weekend. Took a podium in the 70s and contending at the highest level. Has been chipping away at the gaps to the front throughout the weekend, and we'll start this one from P4. I mean, in terms of people to look out for, the 31 of Emilio Pereira comes straight to mind.
Of course, he's probably won more races than anyone so far this weekend, without a doubt, being in so many classes, but not just that, just so unbeatable as well. We've spoken so much about his mentality and how incredible it is when he's getting knocked down or knocked back to 2nd or 3rd place off the line, usually by Jensen Knowles. He's able to regain his composure and get back in less than a lap's time and then start to pull out the gap.
Yeah, exactly. There you can see the marshal hard at work in turn number 1, just making sure the dust is blown off the curb on the inside, and also that little wraparound that we've got going there just to stop riders exploring track limits slightly. Yeah, Emilio Pereira, of course, this is his 6th race of the weekend, the 3rd and final one of the 50s. He's won 4 of them thus far, and he's on pole for the 6th. So he should, at the moment, be going 6 from 6 in terms of podiums, maybe even 5 from 6 in terms of wins. Of course, a long way to go to decide that. And yeah, like I say, that little wraparound at the inside of turn number 1, just stopping riders exploring track limits. I haven't noticed that until that point, until now. Is that on your little GP bikes?
I don't recall it. It's not the most accurate made mod. I'm not actually sure who made it. Whoever, if you're possibly watching this, made that mod for Kart Racing Pro, and of course I put it into GP bikes instead to try and learn this circuit for this race day. Yeah, it's not the most accurate thing in the world, but it's not made by professionals, of course.
But if he was watching, he doesn't like you very much for saying that. Not quite a world champion mod maker, is he? But yeah, nonetheless, the marshals hard at work to get that one sorted. Again, a big thank you to all of the marshals, to the medical crew, to the staff here at FAB-Racing. Big hello and welcome to all of you guys watching along at home as well. Let us know where you're watching from, what your favourite race has been thus far, who you're cheering on for, and what you're most excited for this season ahead. Of course, it's myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis, enjoying your company in the commentary boxes. This is the first round of 7 in FAB-Racing in 2026, awaiting the start of the Metrokit Mini GP 50 class, supported by Nova Racing. Emilio Pereira getting himself psyched up, getting himself ready for what could be his 5th win from 6 races this weekend. They'll roll their way out onto the circuit. Emilio Pereira starting alongside Caelan Ratcliffe on the front row of the grid. Preston Baker from Bo Morris, look out for that very fiery 2nd row of the field, with Tommy Williams and Jensen Cedras completing row 3. Josh Perkins from Danny Longhurst 7th and 8th, with Reed Saxby and Claudia Dudman completing the 10, with Oliver Cheeseman and Will Skingle making up the rear end of the pack. Nova Racing Mini GP 50s for their final race of the weekend here at Lydd Kart Circuit. What a weekend it has been. Can Emilio Pereira go from 5 from 6 races, or can Caelan Ratcliffe have the answer to deny that dominance?
Honestly, I don't think anyone at this point is expecting to beat Emilio Pereira, just how incredible he's been this weekend. But everyone is confident, everyone is ready and raring to go, and anything can happen. Some slight mistake can cost Emilio Pereira this race. One slight slip up at the wrong corner can either make him drop the bike or put Caelan Ratcliffe at a chance of a dive bomb, and that's something we know none of these riders are scared of taking. got Preston Baker lining up there in third. Consistent podium finisher this weekend. I think had an issue in one of his races earlier where he was running in the top 5, or didn't get to start as well in one of the races. But for his sake, let's hope that he'll be able to battle for that podium once again. Bo Morris there lining up in fourth ahead of Tommy Williams, so that top 5 all very competitive and very even in lap times. If Emilio Pereira gets a dodgy start, he's got to work his way through all of them. Alright then, Mini GP50, sponsored by FAB-Racing, about to get underway here at Lydd Circuit. The second race for them of today. As we wait for the lights and the flag to drop, a brilliant launch from Caelan Ratcliffe, who shoots into the lead ahead of Emilio Pereira. Bo Morris into third ahead of Preston Baker as well. Tommy Williams in the background didn't get a very good start once again. He's been struggling off the line today, but Caelan Ratcliffe on the number 96 away really well and showing his pace now.
Yeah, race control message straight in. That has been the talk of the town. Started an investigation for a couple of riders, but nonetheless it's going to be Caelan Ratcliffe from Pereira, from Bo Morris up into third place, side by side, as Emilio Pereira darts to the inside. That's an unorthodox place to get it done, but the 31 goes through back into the lead, denying Ratcliffe the first lap lead of the weekend. Bo Morris as well, charging down the inside now, late on the brakes, but not quite late enough to work their way up in a second. Pereira goes through, will lead the first lap of 12.
If anyone's going to get a strange move done from what we've seen this weekend, it's going to be Emilio Pereira, and that's exactly what he did. He got through, he surprised Caelan Ratcliffe with that awkward move at the start of the race, and already pulling out the gap. That's pretty much exactly what he's done all weekend. Pull off the odd move and scare your opponent, and then you've got a gap to work with while you figure out the rest of the race.
Exactly that. Bo Morris, you can see on the all whites, well, the white and the red, 57, chasing after the yellow and the black 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe. Race control with some breaking news. Who's got the penalties and who needs to be starting to ride a little bit quicker? 28. So that is going to be Claudia Dugman with a 5-second penalty for a jump start. She currently is running P11 with the penalty applied, and that is suboptimal to say the least, and a bit of a shadow cast over her final opportunity to score some points. The 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe now under pressure from Bo Morris and Preston Baker, second, third and fourth with 9 laps left to go. Emilio Pereira though bridging the gap up in front. It's in excess of a second now. This race is a fight for second in the FAB-Racing Mini GP50s.
Yeah, Preston Baker trying to get involved in this fight all over the back of Bo Morris and Caelan Ratcliffe, trying to grab a final place on the podium with a good run of laps to go, as we're only about 2 laps into this race. Of course, penalties getting handed out already to Claudia Dudman, who's currently at the back of the field fighting with Oliver Cheeseman for 10th place, but Pereira getting away with 8 laps to go. Can he be stopped? I doubt it.
Well, time will tell. Pereira, of course, he's, like we say, very swaggerful. Is Emilio Pereira, full of confidence, blurring the line maybe with overconfidence, but he is brilliant. Ever since he was a rookie, he's just had that swagger about him. He's been so calm, cool and collected, knows how good he is, doesn't ever for a second doubt himself, and that's that self-belief that manifests itself into results. Bo Morris under a bit of pressure from Preston Baker, who's now trying to look to the inside of the final corner. Bo Morris out will lead them through, losing a bit of ground to Caelan Ratcliffe. Preston Baker trying to make something up here in terms of getting a move done and up into the top 3. Here's Pereira from Ratcliffe, Bo Morris, the top 3, and then Preston Baker behind that, of course, in the fight for the championship at the end of the opening round. Baker on the back of Bo Morris, who himself can't quite stay on tabs with Caelan Ratcliffe, and I think maybe this is beginning to settle itself into a fight for third.
Yeah, Preston Baker all over the back of him here, and Caelan Ratcliffe starting to break away, as you just said. Doesn't look like they can work together and try and catch him, because they're both too busy thinking about hanging on to that third place or fighting for it. Tommy Williams is starting to drop off a bit. He's not looked the same today since that incident he had with Bo Morris. Just maybe a little bit of lack of confidence, or a bit sore after yesterday's crash, which is a shame to see, of course. But yesterday he was right up there challenging for the podium every single race, and now I've seen him drifting about 5th and 4th and really struggling to get a good launch. As Baker continues to chase Bo Morris, Caelan Ratcliffe starting to pull away, but he's not exactly dropped them just yet, with 5.5 laps they've still got a chance of catching the number 96 if they work together.
They do, but it has to start now. And how much will Preston Baker be in on that memo? Caelan Ratcliffe, despite a couple of knockdowns this weekend, has bounced back brilliantly to nab a couple of good results. He's got 2 podiums in the 50s and has been looking very good this weekend. Like I say, despite the knockdowns, picking himself back up, riding with that confidence and still rising to the occasion to maximise what's possible. 5 laps left to go. Ratcliffe versus Morris versus Baker. Second, third and fourth. Pereira, well, stretching the gap up in front. He's running a second quicker than the rest of the field. It's a fight for second, and Bo Morris has got a second wind. He dropped back off Ratcliffe for just a moment, but now has ridden straight on to the back of him in the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. Over half distance now. The 96, the 57, the 93. 3 bikes, and only 2 of them can stand on the podium.
Bo Morris did a really good job there to pull him and Preston Baker back up to second place contention behind Caelan Ratcliffe. Let's see what he can do as they go around the outside of a back marker. Didn't affect them too much there, as Bo Morris on the number 57 is right on the back of Caelan Ratcliffe now. Really did a good job to regain that time, and now solidified themselves once again in that fight for second place.
4 laps left to go. Caelan Ratcliffe just keeping his composure, which, yeah, again, a high level of maturity for the 96. He, like I said a couple of laps ago, he's been knocked down, and it's easy for a rider of his age especially. It's not long ago he was on the Mini Motos fighting with Rex Austin and Mason Fedrick in the pros in what was a brilliant battle in 2024 between the 3 of them. Caelan Ratcliffe has taken those improvements and again has just found his stride, found his confidence, and he's not been knocked thus far. Bo Morris has been trying tooth and nail, but hasn't quite been able to bridge that extra half a second, the extra couple of bike lengths to really start contesting with Ratcliffe. But as that lap counter dwindles down closer to the checkered flag, Bo Morris needs to be looking for those opportunities. They'll negotiate their way through some lap traffic. Bo Morris closing the gap. Has he got the bravery on the brakes? Also look out for Preston Baker. Bo Morris is looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. He is sandwiched between the 2 of them with 2 to go.
Yeah, those lap traffic just making it a bit difficult for them to find a move on Caelan Ratcliffe. As you can see just at the bottom of your screens there for a brief moment, Emilio Pereira making his way through on some more lapped riders and ever improving that gap up to 3.5 at the moment ahead of Ratcliffe as this battle continues to rage on. It looks like Caelan might have just found a second wind and is starting to pull away again from Bo Morris and Preston Baker.
Maybe so. A lap and a half left to go. Preston Baker's launching the attack on Bo Morris, who's looking backwards now rather than forwards. The 93 on the back of the 57, 1 to go at the line. And Preston Baker ramping it up now. Caelan Ratcliffe in second position. Emilio Pereira with a lap to go to take his 5th victory of the weekend. Caelan Ratcliffe, can he hang on? I think with that sort of a gap, he's just got to keep it on the tarmac, but some lap traffic will close the gap up once again. The 96 once more under a bit of pressure. They negotiate their way through the lap traffic, and Ratcliffe is sent wide. That's going to open the door to the inside. Preston Baker goes through into second. Oh my goodness me. The 57 of Bo Morris was sandwiched in the middle. Ratcliffe is going to be feeling so hard done by there. Sent it wide, and Preston Baker with the move of the weekend. Emilio Pereira, though, right at the front end of the field, will take victory in the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. El Toro goes 5 from 6 this weekend. What a ride and what a finish. Preston Baker at the death of it with the racecraft of a champion. The 93 slots the gap, takes second. Bo Morris completes the podium. Oh my word, you almost forgot Pereira was in that race. But Preston Baker, what? I mean, he read the situation. Ratcliffe was sent to the outside through the hairpin, the last place that he wants to be.
3 riders in one corner as well, if you count the lap rider. It was just an incredibly pulled off manoeuvre. I thought he was going to dart to the inside and end up taking them all out there. Remember, a 5-rider crash down at the hairpin, but he did an absolutely fantastic job to get it stopped and get it done. Sensational move, and as you said, move of the weekend for Preston Baker. But it is victory once again for Emilio Pereira, who wins 4.4 seconds ahead of the wonderfully racecraft Preston Baker in second. I don't think that's I think the graphic's wrong there. Ratcliffe took 4th behind Bo Morris, and then
Williams in 5th, Perkins 6th, Cedras 7th. It is provisional results, of course, at this point. Something's getting a bit wrong, but in 8th it was Danny Longhurst, Reed Saxelby in 9th, and Claudia Dunham able to get up to 10th despite that penalty at the end.
Well, a ride of the ages for Emilio Pereira. 6 races he's competed in this weekend. He won 5 of them. He was on the podium for all 6 of them. He comfortably leads the championship in the 50s and in the 50Rs. Kellen Ratcliffe, with 2 podiums and a 4th place to the 96, will come out of this one 5 points clear of Preston Baker in the fight for second, with Bo Morris and Josh Perkins the top 5 in the Nova Racing Mini GP 50s. Emilio Pereira, though, a happy camp down for them as we move on through the day. The Mini GP 50s back out next time at Clay Pigeon.
All right, then, now we're looking at Extreme 200. Bradley Curtis back out there, ready to fight once again. After taking many victories as well this weekend, let's have a look through the grid. And as we expect, Finlay Polhill lines up on pole position after taking the first 2 victories of the weekend, ahead of Sebastian Gazlowski, Bradley Curtis. Mason Frederick meant to be lining up in 4th, but of course not here on Sunday. You would have heard that if you watched the paddock walk me and Zach did prior to the programme yesterday. Frankie Watson lines up 5th ahead of Tommy Keats, Daisy Polden, Matthew Thomas, Dylan Taurine ahead of his dad Zach Taurine in 10th, Max Johnson, Rex Austin, Nicholas Dunwoody, Scott Dermott, Chris Wells, Bojan Blazewski, Maxwell Keats, Ben Simpson, Harry James and Jamie King at the back of the grid. Now, can Finlay Polhill be undone by Bradley Curtis or Super Seb in the LRA Moto Extreme 200 race? We will have to see.
Yeah, only time will tell. Well, the next 12 laps of racing will tell. Finlay Polhill has been on form in the Extreme 200 Juniors. Of course, we've got the 200s, we've got the juniors and the seniors. Polhill has taken both victories, Curtis taking both second places. Of course, the Extreme 200's a bit of a mosh pit of bikes and classes. You've got the Metro Kids, you've got some pit bikes, you've got the Avalis, you've got a bit of everything in this class. Polhill, though, can be beaten. He can be caught by Gazlowski and Curtis. What a rivalry that's brewing between the two of them. It's eyes to the flag for the final time in Extreme 200 here at Lydd Kart Circuit. Finlay Polhill from pole. Flag drops, we go racing. Gazlowski once again with the launch of the weekend will rocket his way through into the lead. Curtis settles for 3rd as Polhill sandwiches himself in the middle in 2nd position, fights for 4th as well, but Sebastian Gazlowski putting himself in prime position now to take control of this race.
He's just unbeaten off the line, and again proving why he is incredible at just dropping it and going. He's now in the lead by a good chunk over Finlay Polhill. So now the man who's won 2 races in this class this weekend, taken all the victories in Finlay Polhill, he's got some work to do to get back through on Sebastian Gazlowski.
He does indeed. The 64 leads the 199 of Finlay Polhill through into the chicane for the opening time, and Polhill closing the gap down. It's going to be a tough ask for Gazlowski to keep him behind, but he's chasing that first victory of the weekend. Is the 64. He's come perilously close on basically every occasion, but he's already now having to defend. He's having to park the bus. There's still 11 laps to go. 10 and a half if you count the half a lap of this one. Gazlowski looking over his shoulder, parking the bike exactly where it needs to be. Polhill with the advantage maybe in the straights as well, through the right-hand kink that leads you onto this back stretch, and the 199 is going to rocket through. Gazlowski goes defensive. He's late on the brakes and already now starting the defence. It's going to be a long one. It's a tough mountain to climb, and Bradley Curtis will get reeled in as a result, but Finlay Polhill mounting the challenge now, heading on to lap 3.
A brilliant move that was pulled off by him at the start of this race, and he's maintained the lead as Finlay Polhill tried to set up the exit coming out of that penultimate corner, and it's all paid dividends in a track like this where it's so flowy and so one line. Every single line you decide to take compared to your other riders, he forces his way through on Sebastian Gazlowski. A brilliant move from Finlay Polhill, who takes the lead of this race and now brings Bradley Curtis back into the battle for victory.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think Finlay Polhill's strengths on the straights is just going to be too much to rise to for Sebastian Gazlowski. Happy to be proving wrong, but Gazlowski's defence has brought his arch nemesis in Bradley Curtis straight into the fray. 9 laps left to go. It's Polhill from Gazlowski from Curtis. And, well, the pace-wise, Curtis was able to match Polhill in race 2. Maybe the slipstream is strong. It is a windy day, So maybe getting tucked up behind another bike will give the advantage. Look at Gazlowski throwing it into the hairpin, getting a real early apex. And, well, popping up nearly a stoppie there as the rear wheel popped up over the crest, pushing remarkably hard now through the horseshoe, tucked up in the slipstream, and now might be looking for a move into the final corner, but the gap extends on this straight as soon as Polhill can, well, open up the throttle. Gazlowski can't really do much to contest.
Quick word on the Extreme 200 senior category. Zach Torian currently leading the race in 9th place, not too far off his son Dylan in 7th, of course, in the Extreme 200 junior, which is what we're watching at the front of this race. And in fact, just on time, we go backwards to this group that we're seeing Zach Torian in, split between him and his son by Max Johnson in 8th. Ahead of them, Daisy Polden in 6th, doing a really good job as she tries to catch Matthew Thomas in 5th.
Currently looking the 127 of Daisy Polden. She's running in 6th position, trying to get onto the back of the 47 of Matthew Thomas, who's faced adversity in his motorcycle racing career. A couple of years ago, all of his bikes were stolen, and a massive effort from the FAB-Racing paddock to get him back out on circuit, and a true showcase of what this paddock is all about. Matthew Thomas up in 5th place ahead of Daisy Polden, the 127, who's now trying to keep Dylan Torian, Max Johnson and Zach Torian all at bay. Of course, Daisy Polden and Dylan Torian did a brilliant battle earlier on for race number 2, treated us to some delightful racing where Polden in the end was able to fend off the attack. And, well, looking forward to seeing how the rest of the season pans out. I mean, round 1 is setting the stage for what will be a remarkable 2026.
Extreme 200, he got battles up and down the grid, and that is why it's so extreme, this class. With 6.5 laps to go, Polhill continues to lead. He's brought the gap out to half a second between him and Gazlowski, but it's staying nice and clear. No extreme passes yet at the front of the race, but the lap time's so close between Polhill and Gazlowski at the front. Curtis just probably playing it a bit cool. This isn't exactly his priority race. He's mainly going for it in the GP70s, and at the moment just chilling in 3rd, which it will be a good result for him to claim at this point. 1.2 off the race leader, a further 7 tenths behind his arch nemesis, as we've said so many times, Super Seb in 2nd place.
6 laps left to go, 5 at the line. Polhill bridging the advantage, but Gazlowski the one with the challenge. 4 tenths of a second is the gap, and, well, just under a tenth of a second quicker was Gazlowski that last time through. Following the battle is Max Johnson is on the back of Dylan Torian, the pair of them trying to chase after Daisy Polden, who was able to fend off and finish 5th place earlier on in the day. 5 laps left to go, and Polhill leads Gazlowski. The gap once again coming down more and more. Bradley Curtis still in the mix, but maybe using up a bit too much tyre over the weekend. Might not have too much of a leg to stand on in his offence. Fight here, 35 Nicholas Dunwoody versus Rex Austin. This is the fight for 10th overall in P9 in the junior category.
Rex Austin sat right on the back of Nicholas Dunwoody on that bright pink machine, as we've seen so many times this weekend, just waiting for a mistake from the rider in front to eventually pounce a move. The gap between Finley Polhill and Sebastian Gazlowski has gone up to half a second, as Finley Polhill has put in a 40.4 on that last lap. Really good lap time from Finley Polhill, of course leading the Extreme 200 junior race. And a quick reminder that it is still Zach Torian in 9th place overall who's leading the Extreme 200 senior, with his best lap being a 42.7, which he's just done. Sebastian Gazlowski has closed the gap to a 0.4.27 as they come across the line just now, so things might be getting a bit tighter between those two at the front.
Maybe so. Gap coming down between Polhill and Gazlowski to 4.5 tenths of a second. Curtis struggling to stay on tabs, actually on average a couple of laps, basically 2 tenths of a second a lap slower than those in front of him. Rex Austin on the back of Nicholas Dunwoody to get himself into the top 10 overall in P9 in class. There is our race leader though, of Finley Polhill, blitzing through the camera, the true sensation of speed as they dart towards the final corner, with Sebastian Gazlowski all over his rear wheel. Now Gazlowski is not going to give up at all. 2 laps left to go here at Lydd for Extreme 200s.
He's all over the back of him. He took a bit of time to sit back and relax and watch where Polhill is strong, and he is not looking forward to seeing Polhill win all 3 races this weekend. He is looking to put a stop to that dominance and take victory here, as he's all over the back of the number 199, as Bradley Curtis has gone through on a lap rider. That's Ben Simpson, of course, winner yesterday in Pit Bike 140s, race 1. But Curtis looks like he's dropping off the back of that group. He's quite far off now, 2.5 off of Gaslavsky and Polhill, which is now the battle for the lead. Polhill's brought out a little bit of a gap, but nothing that Super Seb can't close as long as he goes for it on this very last lap for the LRA Moto Extreme 200.
Indeed, so Finley Polhill looking to go 3 from 3, bit of lap traffic to negotiate on this final lap as well. And also Gaslavsky, I mean, he's stayed with Polhill so impressively, darts to the inside of the lap traffic to try and desperately stay with the 99. They've completely dropped Bradley Curtis, who has been levels above some of the others in this field so far this weekend. He's going to solidify a decent third position, but Finley Polhill into the final corner is going to keep himself composed, is going to deal with the pressure in the LRA Moto Extreme 200 Junior category. Checkered flag flies and Finley Polhill does the triple at Lydd. What a ride from the 199. Sebastian Gaslavsky gave it his all, but in the end another second place for Super Seb, with Bradley Curtis completing the podium. Across the line, Zach Torian will complete the race as the victor in the Extreme 200 Senior category. But Finley Polhill, it's domination this weekend and a fist bump to wrap it all off in the Extremes.
Gaslavsky really doing well to hang on to these second places. Really consistent rise from him. A few results though hindered by lap traffic and some issues earlier on in the weekend. As we now go to the results, this is your Extreme 200 by LRA Moto results. Finley Polhill took victory, 0.6 ahead of Gaslavsky in second. Bradley Curtis took home third, and then followed by Keats in fourth, Thomas fifth, Holden, Torian, Johnson, Torian, of course, the winner in the Extreme 200 Senior category, that being Zach in 9th overall, and Austin rounding out the top 10. So there was your final Extreme 200 race of the weekend, and Bradley Curtis taking third. He'll be happy with that, just nice and consistent. He's not going too much for that, as I can imagine. GP70 is his race that he wants to be doing the best in, as Sebastian Gaslavsky has his bike rolled onto P2 for him, the number 64. But absolutely fantastic, wasn't it, from Finley Polhill to dominate in that fashion and take all 3 wins this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these riders can be proud of. I mean, they have just been brilliant. They can see Frankie Watson going over to congratulate his friend Gaslavsky, who has been brilliant. I mean, reigning 50 and 50R champion, taking the step up into the 70s. Bradley Curtis looking exhausted, a valiant effort for the 71. But Finley Polhill is dominant here at Lydd in the LRA Moto Extreme 200 category. These guys will be back out in a month's time for round number 2 when we take to Clay Pigeon.
All right, then, coming up for you now is Moto Team, their final race here at Lydd. And there you can see the ever calm and waiting SFC Racing team. The number 133 winner last time out in those tricky conditions, beat the Acme Racing team to the line. Probably the most intense race we've had all weekend so far. But Team SFC looking to take that extra one here on Sunday.
Rolling their way out onto circuit, Team SFC after victory earlier on what was a very damp circuit at the time after the sudden downpour. They're all back on slicks. They'll take pole position ahead of Team Acme Racing. Harrison O'Keefe alongside Thomas Didson on row 2, with Adam Harris alongside Phil Joyce. Robert Leveridge, Ian Jackson after a tumble in race 3 will start 8th, with Paul Kelly and Madison Martley, the 888 from 10th position. Peter Appleton, Phil Mapplebeck, Ben O'Keefe and Malcolm Stein share row 7 with the gold member bike, and Spencer Collingwood on row 8. Gary O'Keefe alongside Mario Gelli and Ivana Di Francesco, a tumble for the standard championship leader, going in to race number 3. Left it in second behind Thomas Dudson, will start at 19th and last. Thomas Dudson with consistency, 3 second positions, leads Ivana Di Francesco by a single point in the standard category. And of course, in the open, it's as close as ever, wide open if you'll ignore the pun. Team Acme just 4 points clear of SFC.
Yeah, and Ian Jackson starting 8th as well shows exactly why it's so important to get up and keep going after you crash in these races, because your result from the previous race determines your starting, which is exactly why we're seeing SFC on pole position.
Exactly that. Of course, Moto Team doing it a little bit differently this year. They've got an additional race relative to the rest of the categories to allow for easier sharing of the bike. The most budget-friendly form of motorsport in the UK is Moto Team. You can split the cost. You can do 2 races each with a mate, and make sure you come down and join us. Look at the regulations. Head yourself over to the newly reformed FAB-Racing website. looks very nice and new and sparkly and pretty and lovely. Get yourself signed up, get yourself registered, and maybe we'll see you out on circuit in the Moto Team. It's the bike that scores the points, not the rider riding them. So plenty of opportunities, and maybe if you just want to give it a go for a single round, there's also the Gold member bike, an arrive and ride basis, with I think slots still open for clay pigeon at round number 2 in just over a month's time. Of course, riders making their way to the grid for the final time. Team SFC alongside Team Acme in the fight for who's going to take the crown in the Open this weekend, with Ian Jackson, a pair of binoculars to see him down in P8 after what was, well, coming into this, maybe one of the favourites to take the crown. Lee Clowes will do the final checks and make sure that everyone's inside the grid box and get ready for the final race of the weekend. It's been a long one, it's been a good one. We've had basically any curveball thrown in our way, and Lee Clowes just making sure that no one gets awarded a jump start and that they're all in their grid box ahead of the final 12-lap battle. Team SFC, Team Acme, who's coming out on top?
I'm going to go for SFC. They'll be really desperate to take that next win after a big confidence boost. So we're just waiting for someone else to get going. Bit of a delay there, but it looks like we're ready to go. Another delay for the Moto Team race. Of course, that last one being quite eventful due to the conditions, but now we're all good and sunny for the very last race of the week. Moto Team coming at you one last time as we wait for the flag to drop. Can SFC do the double on Sunday? They go away. There was a big jump start for SFC. Just I was saying about how they could do the double. They take the lead, but that was 100% a jump start as Acme Racing gets a strong start into second and Harrison Keefe into third.
Yeah, indeed so. The 133 SFC. I mean, it was close. I think the flag dropped before they got it. I think they definitely jumped. Maybe not by the term we're familiar with, but they definitely did jump the bike up. Team Acme, though, on the offence, trying to get onto the back of the 133 in the fight for the Open class victory. Also keep an eye out for the likes of Harrison O'Keefe, who led the way in standard from Thomas Dudson, the championship leader in that respective category, with Di Francesco down starting in P19. Might well lead this, and as the championship leader will the 20 of Thomas Dudson. The first lap of 12, though, in the books, and the 133 will for now lead the opening lap.
Yeah, Team Acme already getting fast on these early laps and into second place. A good start just to stay cool and make your way through this race and build into it. We saw a brilliant battle between them two in the previous race. Thankful to those strange conditions that we had after the lunch break. But now we're at the end of the day, the end of the weekend, and hopefully we get a brilliant show, and already it's proving very entertaining as Team Acme chases down SFC on lap 2.
Exactly that. Team Acme trying to have an answer. They, of course, took the victory in race 2 yesterday after 2 second places either side of that in race 1 and race 3 earlier. Very consistent, multiple-time champions of Moto Team, Team Acme. Marco Pandolfo behind the handlebars, trying to get after the 133, who's trying to make himself as small as possible to minimise the aero drag. 10 laps left to go. Yellow flags through the opening corner, so no passing and slowing down to acknowledge that. Team Acme have gone off. Oh my goodness me, the number 8 have gone off in turn number 2.
Oh, big drama as they've really dropped the bike. They must have just dropped the front coming into the chicane. A big mistake, and I was just about to call out Ian Jackson. A really good job coming up to third with the fastest lap despite starting 8th. And now we see another championship contender, one of the big 3 we've seen all weekend in all 4 of these races we've had from Saturday and Sunday drop to the floor. And can SFC break the curse and not be the third member of the big 3 to drop the bike? Of course, last time out being Ian Jackson in those difficult conditions, and now Team Acme. And we are getting race control news as the drama continues to come. Ian Jackson up into the lead because SFC have a 5-second penalty. As I said, definitely a jump start, and now Ian Jackson looks to take another win despite starting 8th.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Ian Jackson. I mean, he is rocking his way forwards, and Team SFC, as a result, are going to drop back. And, well, this could be the change in pace. And Jackson needs to come out of round number 1 with his head high. The 11 goes through on the 65. That's Malcolm Stein through on Harrison O'Keefe. A change inter-class battle, not an intra-class battle, so no change in terms of points being dished out. There is the 133 that's been caught red-handed by race control and slapped with a 5-second penalty. Now the race is on to get ahead of Ian Jackson. The gap is 2.7 seconds on circuit. They need a further 2.3 in 8 laps to win this race.
a big job to ask, but 8 laps, a decent amount to go that they can still get this done. That promotes Thomas Dutton into 3rd thanks to that crash for the Acme team. A big disappointment for them after being so strong in the 3 races we've had so far. Of course, winning in race 2, that big 3 suddenly crumbles down to the big 2, because Ian Jackson's made his way back up into 2nd place on track, but in race time in the lead by 1.5 seconds over Team SFC, who've just done the fastest lap of 45.5, nearly a second quicker than Team Jackson. So if he keeps lapping like that, he's got enough laps to make it count and still take the victory despite the penalty.
Yeah, I mean, it's great stuff to see from Team SFC. Fastest lap after fastest lap on what is now probably quite a quick circuit in the form of Lydd. Probably the rain cooling it down slightly and the sun coming out to give us, well, clear skies. The wind maybe not being the most helpful thing in the world. I think it's died down slightly as the day's gone on, but still blowing quite harshly, I'd imagine. 7 laps left to go, 6 now at the line as SFC have tipped the scales, have they? The gap down to 1.3 seconds. It's a race against time between Ian Jackson and Team SFC. The 28 just needs to stay within 5 seconds, and the response, a new personal best, keeping the pace within 1/10 of a second. If that stays as it is, the gap at the line will be just over 0.6 of a second between Jackson and SFC, both of whom are fighting for their 2nd win of the weekend.
Yeah, this is going to make big things happen in the championship standings. Of course, these guys having a lot more races than the other classes, but still, if Team Acme, they've got a lot. Oh, and just as I was about to say, they've got a chance now to gain some more points. They've crashed early on and had the chance to close the gap back down, but they've gone down again. Do they have an issue, perhaps? Because they looked squeaky clean in the first 3 races. No mistakes, no errors, bar just being beaten by the other riders. And now they've gone down twice in one race. We haven't seen that yet this weekend, and now, of all people, it's Team Acme.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, a shame, but it just goes to show that it can happen to anyone. Doesn't care if you're a front runner or a back marker or anyone in between. Motorsport is brutal, and it's proved that. 5 laps left to go. Team SFC now from Ian Jackson, 0.13 of a second at the line in that race against time. Team SFC, despite the jump start penalty, flying away in front and might well be able to bridge enough of a gap to take victory regardless. It's going to be remarkably close. Thomas Dutton, P3 overall, leads the standard class and will take 25 points if he can hang on for victory, and that from Stein at 3rd in the open. Harrison O'Keefe 2nd in standard. Phil Joyce, Ivana Di Francesco, Harris, Ben O'Keefe and Mario Gelli, the top 10. What a ride this has been for Ian Jackson and for Team SFC. The gap has grown back in favour to Ian Jackson, who, well, retakes the lead of the race.
Yeah, Thomas Dutton got a firm gap now to Ivano Di Francesco behind of 8.5 seconds to keep himself solidified in 3rd place. So he's only got a few laps to go now, and he'll be able to finish on the podium. But we're going to keep our eyes on this timed battle between Ian Jackson and Team SFC, as SFC now crosses the line. The 133 puts his hand up as a, I don't even know why he did that there, as he passed a lap rider. In the lead by 1/10 of a second is Ian Jackson, so he's really going to get close. Both of them matched so close in lap time. Team SFC was a little bit faster on that lap, closed a little bit more, went from 0.3 to 1/10. But now, 3 laps left, it is crunch time. I think SFC might definitely know about that jump start, because it was quite the dramatic one with the front wheel going up in the air off the line. So probably still lapping on that pace to match that and fix the penalty.
Yeah, I think just a finger slipping off the clutch there. You're eager, you're shaking, you're jittery, you're so nervous. So much so that you're almost telling yourself, don't jump start, don't jump start, don't jump start. And the more you do that, the more likely you are to jump start, a wave to the pit wall, maybe to say, I don't know what you're talking about, or whatever. Maybe they've told him that he's got a penalty. Nonetheless, he's currently, maybe he's thinking what's going on in terms of whether or not he got a penalty. He's probably thinking, I didn't jump start, I just had a really good one. Either way, right now it's a race against time. He needs a further 0.2 and a lap and a half for Team SFC to hang on to this open victory. It's not a brutal battle, but instead a suspension and anticipation as to who's going to come out on top. It's effectively a 1v1 time trial for the final lap of the race.
A bit like the Alaman TT. He needs to stop waving his hands at the race control, and he's got 1 lap to go to try and make this work. Needs to lock in and go for it on this last lap. But 46.8 it was on that last lap. Now let's see what he's got. As he comes across the line, we're going to wait for Ian Jackson to come through and see what the gap's looking like as SFC make their way onto the final lap. It is less than a tenth of a second between Ian Jackson as Team SFC retake the lead. It is going to go right down to the wire, and we're not even going to be able to tell you who's going to win this race until both SFC and Ian Jackson cross the line. All we can say for now is as long as they stay on the bike and decently fast, Thomas Dudson is safely within reach of third place, and that's all we can guarantee for now. There's only a few corners to go for SFC team. People shouting in the pit box, trying to ask for this please to go well for their team. SFC come around the penultimate corner. Will it be enough? The final race of the weekend is going to end in drama. Can it be enough? Team SFC, they're celebrating, but did they win? Did they win? Ian Jackson comes across the line. We're going to see the gap. He's given up almost. It looks like he was going slow, so it wasn't enough. He didn't know about the penalty clearly because he would have been so far back on the grid. So he wouldn't have seen the jump start for SFC. That gap has gone from less than a tenth to 1.8. Maybe he got hindered by other riders on circuit, but it looks to me like he just took second place because he didn't know about the penalty.
Maybe so. Who knows? I mean, there you can see what it means to Team SFC. 2 victories this weekend, and will come out of it leading the way in the championship in the open category. Team SFC take a bow. Their efforts this weekend have shone through, and they'll make their way to P1, P2 and P3. They can see Jamie King quick there to help out and get themselves ready. 1.8 seconds was the winning margin despite a jump start penalty. Team SFC get to punch the air as they come across the line. Ian Jackson, P2 in the overall standings, takes second place in the open, with Thomas Dudson leading the way in the standard class after round number 1, with victory once more in his class. Ivana Di Francesco from P19 to P4 overall will limit the damage and take second in class. Malcolm Stein completes the open podium from Phil Joyce, Adam Harris, Ben O'Keefe, Mario Kelly, the top 10 from Paul Kelly. The gold member bike with some steady improvements. The Arrive and Ride member up to 12th place from Gary O'Keefe, Madison Martelou, and a plethora of retirees. Team Acme Racing, Rob Leveridge, Peter Appleton, Phil Mapplebeck and Spencer Collingwood. Right, a good race to end off the day. How have you found your first weekend at FAB?
Absolutely brilliant. The racing's been absolutely incredible this weekend, and I can't wait for the next one next time out at Clay Pigeon. A few riders' favourite track, so I'm looking forward to some action.
What are we maybe expecting in terms of the championship battles? Any one we should maybe be particularly keeping our eye on? The 50s look close, the 70s look close. That rivalry between Curtis and Gazlavsky, Pereira and Knowles. There's a lot to look forward to.
Every single championship has its stories. For one, in the AC40 Rookies, Albie Stone starting to probably feel some pressure now, as we saw Lawson Dorrington starting to close that gap for once so far this weekend, actually putting the pressure on him rather than just allowing him to run away and dominate. In all the classes, there is a rivalry. Daisy Grayson and Jensen Brown, Jensen Knowles and Emilio Pereira, and of course, who can forget Sebastian Gazlavsky and Bradley Curtis. Incredible. And of course, Moto Team now, Team Acme, have got work to do to regain points in the championship.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your company over the course of this weekend. It has been a brilliant season opener to 2026. A big thank you, of course, to all of the FAB-Racing staff, the medical crew, and of course to all of the production team as well, to Michael, to Simon, to Kim on the cameras, to Lester, of course, behind the scenes as well. And of course, a big thank you to all of the fans. Big thank you to all of the sponsors for each of the respective categories. Without their support, we could not go racing in the slightest. We've got the first round of 7 done and dusted. Again, shout out to Master Mac for supporting the series as a whole, to Grassroots to Grand Prix for supporting the rookies, to LS2 Helmets for the Inters, 2 clicks out for the AC40 Pros, Nova Racing for their support in the 50 class, to the 70s, and to Amphibian Scaffolding for their support, and to LRA Moto for their support of the Extreme 200 categories as well. Make sure you're sticking around for the FAB-Racing channel. Of course, the stars of the future forged on the grids of today. A proven pathway all the way to the top of the World Championship level riding. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Riley Davis, to bring you all of the racing action this season. And next time out at Clay Pigeon, have you you're not overly familiar with each of the circuits. Are you looking forward to learning any of the specific calendar tracks on the calendar this year?
I'll try my best and see if someone's made a mod for the track, and hopefully they have. And a realistic version of it instead of just a layout on a field of grass. So, yeah, I'll try learn it, try find the points of overtakes, and hopefully we'll get as good racing as we've seen this weekend.
couple of years ago, Clay Pigeon was the crowning moment for a lot of our championships. Wilson Dilks wrapping up the Extreme 200 and the 70 championship back at Clay Pigeon, a fast-flowing circuit with maybe one or two opportunities to get a move done. A tight left-hander into almost a very long hairpin at turn 2, the chicane as well, the horseshoe down at turn number 4. Clay Pigeon, definitely fast, definitely flowing. Very similar in the aspect to Lydd, which definitely poses its own challenges. Hopefully down in Dorset, the weather will be quite nice as well. Fingers crossed the weather can be good, because I definitely do think it played a factor today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for your company for the first round of 7 in 2026 for the Mastermac FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. This stage has absolutely been set. We'll see you next time when we take to Clay Pigeon.
On the road to MotoGP.
1, 2, 3.
FAB-Racing Mini Bikes British Championship.